Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Console Gaming League Apex New Dawn League Finals. It is our actual finals today, semifinals, building into our final round. I'm Corbeck, joined here in the lovely CGL studios by Donut as my co-commentator, and then the wonderful Sultan taking time out of his day to bring you our spectacular production. Yesterday we saw a round of 16 and then our quarterfinal matchups, and today everything on the line here, playing for the $2,150 prize pool we have for the tournament. Our team's actually already getting into it. Donut, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good, and happy Mother's Day to all of our viewers and to you as well, Corbeck.
Thank you. If I was a mother, I'm sure I would be more appreciative of your happy Mother's Day.
Then, I guess.
I like to think of myself as a mother figure to my Overwatch teammates. Stern, reproving. Anyway, taking a look here at our teams. So our match that we're going to have on stream right now is one of our semifinals. Care to give us kind of an idea of what we're looking at here, Donut?
Yeah, so we have up Infamous and Outlaw right now. We were watching a lot of Infamous yesterday. We saw them take down SRM in the quarterfinals for our couple last matches. And man, they have really picked up the work. We know that they were struggling a little bit in the earlier rounds, but started to pick it up. And then, of course, on the top, we have Outlaws. Here, you can see that both teams are just pushing aggressively. Unfortunately, it looks like Outlaws already has 2 down right here, although he does have the banners to be able to get them up, and it looks like he's got a respawn beacon right next to him. Just taking a look at the kills, we can see we have 8 total kills in the bottom, and 5 total kills for Outlaws up in the top. So it looks like these teams might be neck and neck right now. It's honestly going to come down to who gets the dub here, who's getting the most damage, and of course who's getting the most kills. For those of you who need a refreshment, again, you get 1 point per win or per kill, 1 point per 1,000 damage, and then of course placement points with a maximum of 10 points for a win. And we are excited to see these guys. Looks like they just got the res off up on Outlaw's side.
Yeah, I see that as well. Lithium, I think, managing to get his squad mates back in, and it looks like they're getting, well, at least some decent loot. The blue shield there. Still stuck on the white, though, is the Gibraltar, so he's probably going to want to upgrade as soon as he possibly can. So, as you were saying, it is a kind of best-of-7 format today, so these are kind of long-haul games, all things considered, Donut. It'll be interesting to see. Yesterday, I think we saw a lot of teams kind of, once they knew that they had a guaranteed win in their match, we saw them kind of like push it to the limit in terms of actually coming out with the wins and stuff like that, playing into the bitter end. I wonder if we'll see that today in the semifinals, or if teams will just be a little sharper, a little quicker today.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to hope that teams aim for a lot of consistency. We did see SRM, as much as they were getting pretty high kill games, they kept losing it in second place, which of course they still got the placement points, although they weren't getting the maximum of the 10 points. So I definitely think out of a best of 7 where it is going to be, like you said, a long call, they need to be gunning straight for the dub. And not focusing so much on getting every little kill and putting themselves in dangerous situations.
Indeed, yeah. So it is a different format, and those of you who were joining us yesterday to watch will know it is a bit of a different format from the kill races that a lot of you are used to us doing here, in the sense that these games do prioritize, to a certain extent at least, staying alive. So it is important to kind of play for the end. It's not the kind of thing where you can just slam yourself into a match, get as many kills as you can, and then die. And you see there a little bit of engage by Lithium. Got some shots in, throws out the bubble there to protect himself, and then backs that opponent up into the... Whoa, it's a Mozambique kill, I think. Do my eyes deceive me? I'm pretty sure he killed someone with the Mozambique.
He did. He looks like he was lucky enough to find himself hammer points, and it looks like they might... it looks like they are getting third-partied right here, so they do get one of the kills, although it looks like they're just going to keep pecking at them and not allowing them to get the res. We'll see if he can stick it right here. Looks like he just got off res. Nice.
Again, though, I mean, this is the second time in this map alone that we've seen the folks over there at Infamous kind of get stuck in these situations. They're once more going to have to hit up a respawn beacon here. it's a bit clunky. I'm not sure why it's going down that way, and you can definitely tell that it's impacting their play because look at their loot right now, and they're about to get pushed. I think that's a Bangalore smoke. I'm not sure. That might actually be Caustic. A little hard to tell, but somebody's definitely coming at him right there. Takes some shots, actually stops to loot, but I guess he doesn't have very much choice. That's a good loot box for him to land on, though, Donut. He gets a lot out of that.
Absolutely. He does get the Havoc along with the Peacekeeper right there. It's a decent setup. They are down, of course, one person right here. From what I can see on the screen, it does look like there is a res station, but it's going to be pretty risky to be able to go up there. Oh, no. It does look like perhaps they're experiencing some lag as well. It looked like the Wraith right there was stuttering a little bit. Hopefully, it's not going to impact them that much. On the other side, though, we do see Outlaws just barely wiped a squad, getting really set up. I mean, they are in the best situation they possibly can be in here. You got really great guns, all purple armor, all three of them are up. They just got a knock, as well as having the high ground. I mean, they just couldn't have a better situation right here.
Yeah, very true. All things considered, good job there. Taking a look now, the Bangalore smoke is out here, so it's a little bit distracting. Targets in sight, though, for Outlaws. No hesitation there as they bring them down, immediately refocusing on another target, so not wasting any time at all over there. So we'll just shift these around for my own personal benefit.
Good news for Lithium is they were able to get that high ground away from somebody else. They still are kind of in the same situation of only having two people, although at the high ground it benefited them pretty well. You can also see on the other side, Andy was knocked for Outlaws, but they quickly got that portal out to res right there. So unfortunately, in a slightly worse situation, they don't have the high ground anymore, but they did get a couple of picks right there off the third to last squad. Okay, it does look like they're going to go and grab the high ground again. Very smart move on their behalf. We know that one squad is in there by the destroyed tower. Oh no, Paul fall down. Okay, it looks like he's going back up there.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate of a drop there for Paul, but he should, be able to hop back over and take the zip line back out to the high ground. Quite a little weird zip line network, actually, they've kind of got going there. But all 3 points of that triangle, or that square, not a triangle. That's how you can tell it's like earlier in the morning from getting basic shapes confused. Looks like they might have seen somebody down there. I'm not sure, though. That was a ping. Yeah, sure enough, they've got enemies spotted. Not quite in that area, though, on the far side here of obviously the ring starting to close in, but they have significant ring advantage and a significant amount of kills. It's actually a really solid first round for them, all things considered. 8 kills in the tank there for them.
Yeah, along with the 3 kills for the 3 assists means that they have at least 11, but I'm assuming they probably have a lot more than that. So yeah, you can see right there, they don't really have anything for the longer range. It doesn't look like neither of them are running snipers. So unfortunately, they're going to have to play a little bit passive, make sure they don't get knocked pretty early on. Although if we do take a peek at Lithium right now, just ended up knocking what looks to be a Gibraltar as well. I'm pretty sure there's only 2 or 3 more people alive in their match, so they have been taking out 1 or 2 on each squad. Picks up the Devotion right there. We saw how much work that Lithium could do with that yesterday. Definitely excited to see what he can do here today.
Yeah, it really is a fragger gun. Back over with Paul and the rest of Outlaws here. Really holding a great position for this end of round ring. They will, though, have to move, I think, ever so slightly. If I just take a look at the mini map, obviously a bit small on my screen, but they might have to shift. They still have commanding high ground position, though, until that ring starts to close in, so they got about 20 more seconds to take full advantage of it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lithium's dropping the mortar here and actually playing aggressively into it, which is ambitious to say the least.
Yeah, that was a really interesting move. I think he got really lucky. It looked like he only got struck by one of the mortars. It definitely could have been a lot worse. It does look like he has a caustic in that top building. They're just kind of surrounding it at this point. Looks like his friend is keeping them engaged currently while he's healing up. He's just going to go back up there, and they get the dub.
There. So early dub there for Lithium and the boys. Meanwhile, back back down below, or on the other screen here, Paul and the rest of Outlaws kind of trying to close in and get their own dub. Playing around the edges of the ring here. Again, they do have really good position for this final ring, but there are still 3 squads left in a very tight space, Donut. And there's some shots coming in from just across the map. Gonna take the time to up the shield cell there. Get some of that health back.
Yeah,
actually gets multiple shield cells off. I'm impressed.
Looks like they're in a relatively good position. It looks like, if I can see that mini-map well enough, it is just a very small sliver of that building that they're attacking right now that's in zone. They get an easy knock right there. And on top of that, they have a lot of good cover. They have a high ground as well. So definitely think this is going to be an easy dub for them. They got very good weapons for the close range, the Havoc and the R9, of course. Looked like his friend was running a Havoc as well. So, I unfortunately just missed that scoreboard. On the other side, but I believe it was something around 14 kills, if I saw it correctly.
Yeah, I think you are correct. It was about 14 kills. Just watching them trying to close this out here on the side of Infamous, and they're kind of in an interesting position. I can't really figure out where their opponents are, and neither can they. Oh, there they go. So they've got the spot. Really watching this far left side here, I think they really think someone's over there, and they're actually going to send Paul in, basically kind of to scout it out. I think almost pressure him. Opponents might have rotated away here. Still can't see them. I mean, you know, the time differential, they're not that under pressure on time. The only thing that they have to worry about is the ring itself starting to close in on them.
Bang inside that smoke as well.
What a tight ending. That circle getting smaller and smaller. 2 squads left now. They've lost their Gibraltar, got knocked. They have somebody on site. There's the drop down. Well done. Good finish. A winner has been appointed.
So we could see a confirmed 14 kills if they just have one more, along with about equal damage as their opponents. They should take home round 1.
Let's get a look at their scoreboard when it comes through.
They definitely took
they do
that home.
A solid finish there for them. Gets that 21 kill net, which is really good stuff.
Definitely really impressive on their behalf, considering the fact they are playing in Diamond. They are playing at a disadvantage against their opponents, and yet they still came out on top. A really solid first game, 21 kills with probably around 6,000 damage, along with a dub. Really solid start, exactly what they needed to start the semifinals.
It was exactly kind of the victory you would be looking for, right? You got a distinct kill advantage as well, so a little bit of a confidence boost there too. They're gonna start queuing back in here just as soon as they get permission, and then we can go see how they handle sort of the next round. Taking a look over the top, I think we're looking to get a stream up and running. The folks from Biggest Member are here, but Arctic, I think, have not yet been able to start their games, so we are waiting on that. But in the meantime, we do have this match going, so we have something to focus on here. Let's just take a quick look here at our bracket so we can see what's going on overall in the tournament. You can get an idea of the road that these teams took to get here. Most of our action happening yesterday, the round of 16 burning down into the quarterfinals. Biggest Member coming in pretty strong over both Owl and XRG to get into their spot. Arctic doing well as well. Took down ATF and Reverb, or I should say FZF, sorry. They took down Reverb. Meanwhile, Outlaws took down Arc Flash early on. PB was a relatively easy match for them and then put them forward. Infamous had a bit more of a slog, if I remember correctly, Donut. They were our last map of the day, last matchup of the day, I should say, and they were in a 2-2 at the end before they managed to come out on top and push their way into the semis.
I believe that to be accurate. On the other side, though, I believe Arctic was just kind of breezing through their matches. Same with biggest member. We do know that XEG 18, I think they 3-0'd EGA to proceed into the quarterfinals, and then biggest member, I think, 3-0'd them in the semis. So with Arctic and biggest member both being powerhouses in today's matchup, or in the semifinals, I definitely think it's going to be a matchup to keep an eye on. I definitely think, again, yesterday I voiced that biggest member I felt pretty confident in, so we'll have to see what they can do against the undefeated Arctic. And then as well as what we saw from Infamous yesterday, having a close call while the Outlaws were able to 3-0 their ways into the semifinals as well. We'll have to keep a tab on it.
Yeah, indeed. Taking a quick look there too, so you can see these teams playing in the grand finals, the winners of these two matches. The losers, of course, will go into our small finals, aka our third place match, for their chance to get a little bit of the prize pool. But overall, I mean, it's been an interesting tournament. It's been a long build to get here, and it looks like we're just gonna update our Twitches here really quick so we can get full kind of coverage of both biggest member and Arctic. Biggest member is queuing in, so I would assume Arctic is queuing in as well, which is good. I'm excited to see what we can get out of these two teams. Looks like we will be switching over to that feed as well, to watch them play out their first map. As Outlaws and Infamous, I think, still waiting to get back in on the action.
Yeah, so we can see it looks like Arctic's drop is going to be in Skulltown. We saw a little bit of that action from another prominent team, Pride X. They kept dropping hot there. They did end up coming out with, I believe, a 42-point game yesterday. It was very impressive. I would imagine that we will start seeing that type of action from both teams, both Arctic and biggest member. We'll have to see right now where biggest member is going to be dropping, but we can already see that Arctic Gaming has an idea of where somebody is, and they're planning that attack right now.
Underneath.
Yeah, Arctic with the hot drop. I mean, obviously this did work out yesterday to a great extent for Predex, up until the point where it didn't. I mean, Predex was taking some pretty significant risk, and I think that kind of bit them more than once. But you really, if you're going to drop Skulltown, right, you have to make the kills count. You can see actually Arctic already getting a few good knocks here, a few good kills early on, taking a new kill leader spot already with the 3-kill lead there is Scorp.
Let's go.
Playing that Gibraltar. Now, interestingly enough, they don't have the Wraith, which is kind of the sort of, quote, meta pick for a lot of these teams. They have the Octane. Meanwhile, on the other side, biggest member is running that Lifeline again. So both of these squads are strong, arguably our strongest squads in the tournament, Donut, not really adhering to what would be considered the most kind of offensively, or the most meta-minded compositions.
Yeah, I think the Octane pick is extremely unique.
Oh boy, that's not great.
Let's put down. Oh, that's really unfortunate. We'll have to see whether or not our team can make up for it. They unfortunately don't have the armor advantage here. It is a 2v2. It looks like a 2v1 now. Okay, they do end up wiping that squad. Hopefully they can get that res off and get the armor swaps going before they get pushed by another squad.
Quick res.
They're able to stick that res real quick. Awesome.
Taking their sweet time there, getting the res in.
On the other side, though, we see that Ertz and his squad are just completely sending a squad right now. They have 3 knocks. There's a possibility of either a self-res, or there could even be 2 separate squads. It looks like it is, in fact, 2 separate squads right here. Unfortunately, Blinded does go down. And also Folsey is low. We'll see if they're able to get it out. Lurks is in a good position, though. He does, in fact, have the purple armor right here. Plenty of ammo. It looks like he's got that set up with the R3, R99 right now. What a really solid combo to have currently. Just taking their time.
This is a great little drop down there. I think he caught him looking, basically. caught him in on that kill box there, and they'll get blinded back up almost right away. Oh, that's not where you wanted to climb, buddy. You didn't want to get up there. That's unfortunate, and they'll take kill leader status as well. So both these teams really going hard into Skulltown, though. Interestingly enough, far less squads left in the matchup for Arctic here, as opposed to the matchup for biggest member. I think biggest member maybe got started just a little bit later, but still maybe just a slower paced game for them in general.
Yeah, it does look that way. They have 4 more squads up for them. Realistically, they can take out a whole nother squad in that scenario. So really strong advantage. They do have the armor advantage right here. You see they have double blue with a purple right now, while
Send us a zip up. Send us a zip up.
while Arctic is
Going with that white theming, keeping with the team name.
It's flying in on top of me.
Yeah.
Oh my
That
God.
shield disadvantage, Donut, is really not going to serve them well at all, and I can imagine that that's kind of a priority for them. I mean, they are kind of fragging here, admittedly, in Skulltown, but there you can see they've lost Octane right now. That's a large pick. That's not a good one, especially because they have to get back up onto the spine there and try and get him. He's dropped down. You can see him pinging the enemies over there, but his team's so distant, and I don't know that they necessarily have the resources to close. You can see that they're considering taking that zip line a couple of times, but maybe a little hesitant to do that because they know what could be waiting for them up there on top. Instead, they're just going to take this Wraith portal and see what happens.
Yeah, definitely not the situation they want to be in. It looks like they are trying to do a full rotation, maybe a round, to be able to get him. It looks like they are going to third-party this fight right here real quick. Very interesting pick for the Octane. Like I said, I mean, he obviously is the fastest character in the game. At this point, it looked like the Octane had just pushed in to try and take on that fight. Of course, he's quicker than most, and ended up paying the price for that. So they definitely got to watch how fast the Octane is playing and how much they play off of it. You see Fusion's just going to go right in, but unfortunately Gibraltar does not have a grapple hook, even though some people might wish he does. And so he's playing on the lower end. Does get it a good knock right there. One thing to look out for right here, though, is they have 1 minute and 50 seconds before the ring fully closes, and they're sitting in the storm right now. Is a long way to go with that much time left. It does look like they are going to go ahead and abandon the banner right there.
Yeah.
So if so, it's going to be very doubtful about, or very slim chances that they're going to be able to pull out a win right here. We of course see that Lurk's team is just going ahead and not even flinching at the sight of anyone. Double purple already, along with the blue. 4 kills, 11 squads left versus the opponent's 9 squads left. They're roughly the same amount of kills. So they gotta figure it out, play together. Now, one weird thing is that the Octane just disconnected. I'm not sure if maybe he's having internet issues or what's going on per se.
Yeah, that is a bit strange. Maybe I guess he just had to go take care of something. Who knows? I'm sure they'll figure it out. But they do have this long run back through the ring, as you were saying, Donut. And they're having to use syringes here pretty regularly, I guess, to keep themselves at full. And they better hope here as they move into cave that nobody's trying to gatekeep this entrance. This is one of the good spots for that. In general on Kings Canyon. Again, another syringe down, really draining these resources. I think they kind of just bit off maybe a little bit more than they can chew, trying to take that last fight. I mean, the Octane going down where they did obviously created some problems for them. Good use of the zip line there to close the distance. I mean, obviously they are very vulnerable up here for a few seconds, but it does look like they will manage to land on the other side relatively intact. So they have escaped the sort of predation of the ring there, at least for now, Donut. But definitely with that man down, a significant disadvantage for them in this head-to-head matchup.
I agree. Not only just with the person down, but the armor as well. I mean, we're looking at a combined 300 health to be able to take them both out. Thankfully, Jibby does have his fortified ability, but while he has his fortified ability, the Pathfinder will take more damage, which means that at a 3v2, not having better armor with a low profile status, it's going to be really hard for him to be able to win gunfights, and overall much harder to be able to pull off a dub with a high kill game. So we'll just have to see how they work. You see Folsey does have the Evo, level that up to purple right there. Really difficult situation right here. They have to play it very carefully. You do see that there's a team above and below.
Good shots.
Unsure about whether or not these teams are together or not. If they aren't together, they just have to be careful about which one they decide to push and how they push it.
Nobody's dying.
It was good use of the dome right there, honestly, kind of throwing it out so they could get the cover, throwing in the barrel bomb as well, just get the healing in. You can see Fusion, though, kind of just pushed up through it. The other team obviously has their own Gibraltar as well, who's more than happy to play inside that bubble. Bubble comes down. A couple of good shots right there. They will knock the Gibraltar. And now they just push in, but you can see they're already down ticks on both their shields. Fusion alone up there on the top side. Scorp taking a couple of good hits there. Managing, I think, to finish off this team in the corner. Great job. Honestly, like, just good skill, Donut, because going into that fight, definitely disadvantaged in terms of the shield game. Really have to make those shots count in order to win that one out. And they did a good job of kind of playing around that team.
They definitely needed that win right there. That's going to be huge for them. They now, as you can see, are getting nearly fully decked out weapons along with the armor advantage now. Definitely in a much better position than they were 30 seconds ago. Although, again, with just the duo, they have to be really careful. I mean, we just see Lurchy's squad is not slowing down, just took care of the team at Skull, looking for their next victims right now. So we just got to see Scorp and his duo pull it up, try to keep aggressive while also maintaining the ability to be able to win. And I think also they have to get a little bit lucky. We see that Folsey just went down on Lurxie's team. We do need to, or Arctic does need to hope that Lurxie's team will take maybe
He drops on the outside edge with the devotion and he just hoses two of them right there. Well done. I think it was both the Caustic and the Gibraltar who were holding up inside there, and just a clever little bit of movement there by Lurxie on the lifeline, dropping in and just getting those shots. That devotion, honestly, such a killer. Basically almost at any range, if we're being honest, but especially in those kind of situations. Both those two big boys right there had no idea that lifeline had dropped down on their flank, so well done them.
Definitely agree with that. We do unfortunately it just went down, but we do see Arctic pushing the squad right now. I'm not sure if it's a 1v1 right now. We'll have to see what Fusion can do right here. It looks like he might be going for the res. He is in fact going for the res. Looks like he got another knock right before he started that res too, so I'm sure now at this point it is a 2v1 in their advantage. Fusion pushing it alone against the Caustic right there. Scorp just has to be careful. He is still
Fred site, so there's one knock easily. Very unfortunate for that particular Caustic that you see straight through that gas. They do have to be a little bit careful here to Donut, because the ring could pinch them. Again, they have probably the resources to survive that, but once more they do run into the situation that they could be gate kept going back around. There's the Wraith that they're trying to finish off. I'm not sure if they missed her on their first sweep. That was kind of funny, actually.
Biggest member again engaging another squad. Unfortunately, one of them was knocked and thirsted, but again Lurxie comes out with the Devo and just takes two of them down easily, and of course the Pathfinder was able to mop up the third. Looks like they found yet again another squad. Looks like they're probably going to back up right here and play a little bit safer. Yeah, definitely going to be playing zone right here, playing a little bit safer on the duo side. They do have the kills to be able to play a little bit more passive at this point, but we just got to be careful because Fusion is still sending squads, has a total of 10 confirmed kills on their screen right now versus the 9 confirmed on Lurk's side. We'll have to see whether or not they're going to play res or if they're going to go and play aggressively to try and get out more kills.
Lurks picking up the gold shield there. Unfortunately, like you said, they do have blinded down, so they have to get that to a beacon. Looks like that might be what they're doing right now. Actually, not sure what those pings are for. You can see that blinded is talking to him, so he might be giving him some information. Just gonna listen to their comms really quickly.
It doesn't look. It looks like.
No, I think he's just left his mic on. He's not. There's nothing coming in there. No big intel feed on that one. Not gonna lie. Meanwhile, in a nasty little fight over here in the manufacturing area, is Scorp. Fusion on the other side there. Scorp moving back to his teammate. Oh, I'm sorry. That's artillery base. Thought they might have been at repulsor. It's kind of hard to tell when you're inside the building's good. Just finish off the kill there. Meanwhile, though, Lurk's taking a lot of damage out here in the open. Not a good place to get caught. Drops back into cover, immediately pops the shield battery. They do have someone inside that building. You see Folsey kind of kicking down the door, pulling the whole FBI open up card right there. Out goes that. Disruption there, just this half tick, pops the shield battery again. Good use of the thermite actually by whoever they got pinned up in there. Oh, he's double thermited, poor Lurks. Oh no, has to throw out the healing drone and pop the shield battery, but there's some pressure coming from Pathfinder. Dangerous situation, great bit of play by Lurks there, and the healing drone really helping. Meanwhile, on the other side, the pressure coming in hot. He needs his teammate here to back him up. I don't know where Folsey's gone. Lurks dropping aggressively here, does have the shield battery, so he is full. Kind of skimming, trying to get a little bit of distance so he can get the med kit out as well. That lifeline boosted healing coming in big right there, as well as the devotion damage. Oh, he's got another target in sight.
It does look like they're pinched between two squads right now. The unfortunate thing for them is they are the only duo in the match right now. The rest are full squads, meaning that any fight they pick, they automatically have a disadvantage. I really think they need to get out of that situation and probably go stick or res. Try and get their teammate in as well. You see on the other side though, Arctic just not slowing down, just taking on squad after squad after squad as a duo. It's extremely impressive what they're doing.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no, disaster. Folsey's disconnected.
Only one.
Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. Folsey disconnects, must be an internet issue. Now Lurks all alone here with the purple shields, taking some damage already, just trying to get in cover, still pinched by those squads. 7 squads left in their game too, so I mean a tall order for the win if they want it. Oh boy, Lurks too just running out of kit here.
Definitely think that Scorp and Fusion have put themselves in a situation where they're definitely going to be able to pull out a win right here. If they do put that or pull that out, Lurks and his squad are going to be in deep trouble trying to take this round 2 right here. Looks like he's just going to play back and wait just a little bit before he tries to do anything, trying to play low profile right now. On the other side though, Scorp and Fusion just not holding down, about to toss his ult to seal up that outside right there.
Yeah, I mean, just super unfortunate that that would have happened in such a critical situation as well. And you can see Lurks, I guess, just trying to play this to the best of his abilities. I mean, he does have a respawn beacon he could rotate towards, but it would be very dangerous indeed to try and get blended back. You can see it there on the mini map though, just on the edge of the ring. I think honestly his strat right now, Donut, is just to wait it out.
Agreed. He has to get the placement points at this point in time. I do believe that Scorp and his team are up, only by a couple of kills, but still kills nonetheless. And again, they're just sending this squad right here to wrap up a couple more kills, along with to put themselves in the 2nd place spot. Also, really solid spot for Circle. That Pathfinder has nowhere to go. They, of course, take him out right there. So we just have one more squad left for them to be able to pull out a win right here. If they do pull out this win, Lurks will be at a kill disadvantage, and he has to get the win. So it's a really tough situation they're putting him in right now.
Yeah, 2 squads left, and it's funny how the tables have kind of turned on this one, because just a few seconds ago, really, Fusion and Scorp were the ones who were significantly disadvantaged, but now that disconnect has really, and it just kind of admittedly, the disconnecting kind of is a bad position here, caught as they were between multiple fights, have really put things down for biggest member, and Arctic with the distinct advantage. You can see Lurks there lurking, living up to the name. I think waiting to kind of hop in on this last ring and see what they can do. Obviously, with 5 squads left, 13 players still in the match, Lurks by themselves. It's a very tall order no matter how well he plays the edges of cover, and honestly, where he is given this positioning is not ideal for this kind of situation.
Yeah, we see Fusion right there, struggling just a little bit. Looks like they're playing against the Master right here, which playing indoors is a very dangerous situation. They do end up getting one of the knocks right now. Fusion locked in that corner, of course, gets that kill right there. Last one, and
there's the championship. Yeah, seals the deal. That's a bit disheartening for biggest member. Not a lot they can do about it, though. Again, Lurks just having to play super cautious here. Stay hidden. Still 11 people left in this game, which is absolutely bonkers if I'm being honest, Donut. There's so many people in, and a really solid win there. First place, 21 kills for the folks over on Arctic, and that might actually be uncatchable. No lie, unfortunately.
I believe you are right about that. We have 9 confirmed kills on the screen. I would say probably right now they're around 13 to 15 kills at this point in time. He does, if he wants to get that, would need around 6 more kills. On top of the 6 more kills, he has to get the win. And unfortunately, I just don't think it's doable, especially as a solo. I have no doubt in my mind that if they had Folsey back, very good chance, but unfortunately just having to play that super passive rat sort of style, Lurks, like you said, is just rough for him.
Yeah, and to clarify as well, you know, I saw the comment in there that both teams would have a disconnect. The disconnect for Arctic did happen after the Octane had been knocked, had been killed, and they had to abandon his banner due to the ring. So a little bit of a different situation there. I think he maybe just left voluntarily to go to the training range or something. Oh, good little knock by Lurks, actually playing up on this high ground. And I tell you what, look, he's got somebody on the zip line as well. I mean, obviously under fire here. That ring is closing, and Lurks is such a skilled player, and you can kind of see it in the way he's doing this. So many people, I think, in this situation would kind of just bot out, panic. Lurks still trying to make it happen. He took so much damage coming out of the ring, and you know, I don't think he's going to be able to get the self-revive off here, so that probably is the bitter end of this particular struggle. But it was a worthy effort, I would say.
Maybe he can pop this.
Oh no, can't do it. Well.
So something for clarification for the viewers, it does look like the Octane that was playing on Arctic side in the past round was actually a random. It looks like they might have had a disconnect or some sort of issue with their third, but it does look like that Octane was actually not a part of the Arctic squad.
Yeah, and you can see there, by the way, even if Lurks had managed to clutch that one out, they still would have lost the overall matchup. Did not have the kills there to match what they needed to do. Kind of weird, actually, that Arctic doesn't have a third. I'm not sure how that fits in with our kind of tournament rules, but presumably we'll take a look at that. I actually have no idea. a little bit outside of my scope of my learning here, if I'm being honest, in terms of the tournament administration. So it looks like our other games have wrapped up over on the other side. That's Infamous versus Outlaws. Gonna try and get an idea of what's happened there on the score reporting side of things. Let's take a look there at the bracket again, see if we can get all 4 teams on the screen at the same time. If not, we'll just probably kick over there to the Outlaws versus Infamous match so we can get a look at what's going on for them. They are in the training range right now, watching some highlights, I think, as well, getting a look. So it does look like one team has queued back in.
So it does look like we're getting word that Arctic's third was caught up in some traffic or their car being broken down. That is really unfortunate timing for them. Hopefully they're...
Oh no! Traffic? In this day and age? Are there people driving right now? I guess there are. Unfortunate. That's not good. Well, hopefully he gets back in here and they can get him in on this round. It is a fair point that the Octane's kills would not have counted, but to be fair, I don't think the Octane did very much.
I do believe that we are saying that Scorps and his team did take round 2. So right now, the score is 1-1. That's a really important factor at this point in time, though. Playing a player down at this point in time is just not a good look for them. We'll have to see whether or not they can get the third back in time for matches to count right now. Looks like everybody's just waiting on the word to start at this point in time.
I guess too, that's funny, Donut, actually that explains to a certain extent why they were running that Octane. Neither you or I could really puzzle that one out because we couldn't figure out. I mean, it's not that he's terrible or anything, it just didn't make a ton of sense given what we'd seen from the teams previously, and I guess now it does make sense why they have that Octane in the tank. Brave choice.
Definitely. It looks like his third is back right now, warming up. That might be what all of our teams are waiting on right now. Thankfully, he got back. Hopefully, they can keep up that sort of pressure, though. Working as a duo, that was insane. I cannot wait to see what they can do with full 3-man.
Yeah, they really did an excellent job there as the duo, just kind of cleaning up, and we were kind of splitting our attention on both sides there for a while. Hopefully, too, internet kind of been sorted out over on the other side for Lurks and company, so they don't get another disconnect like they had with Fulzy. You'd hate to see that happen again. All things considered, it'll be interesting too. I don't know what the third here plays for Arctic, whether or not he comes in on that Pathfinder and they go to that more traditional comp. That would leave the folks at biggest member as kind of the only people not running kind of the full meta with that lifeline instead of that Gibraltar, which admittedly is a change we don't really have the rationale for, but seems to be working out with them. I mean, just on a talent level, Lurks is making some huge plays on that lifeline. No idea if he could be doing the same stuff, admittedly, on the side of the Gibby. I will say it's a little bit disappointing. I mean, we did have some interesting compositions running yesterday. What with the Revenant running, that was entertaining. We had the Bloodhound in there as well. Nearly had like full team robot at one point in time, I think, going on, which was quite good.
Yeah, definitely really interesting team comps, but of course our finalists are kind of boiling down to those same metas. Kind of shows you the reason why it's the meta in the first place. The Pathfinder for being able to find zones and be able to get out of quick situations, Gibby to just tank all the damage, and then of course Wraith for hitbox/portal. It's really, really interesting to see that unfortunately none of those other alternative metas were working out.
It's just the way it is, right? Donut, eventually things will come to the top. There will be sort of, quote, superior team compositions. It will be interesting to see whether or not, the new hero Loba changes anything up, or we get to the point where it's much like Revenant when he came out. Everybody's very excited to play him. They play him for a while, and then they just kind of go back more to the standards. We could probably, I guess, spend some time talking about how much Gibraltar has been buffed or changed since his inception to the game, and kind of not necessarily forced into the meta, but shoehorned, for lack of a better word, kind of in there so that he was a more palatable hero. I mean, I remember distinctly a time in which Gibraltar is not a throw pick necessarily, but he was definitely the last kid picked for the kickball team, as it were.
We saw like Caustics were even able to kind of reign supreme in short air or in small areas, such as building Bunker King and stuff like that. He had his uses, but Gibraltar overall, just his bubble and his tankiness was just not enough to be able to help him out. But I do remember the first time that they ended up dropping the Gibraltar buff. I played with a friend and we played the Thick Boy squad, Caustic and Gibraltar, and ended up games, I believe. It was really great to see that type of change. I am hoping, though, in the season 5 we see a tone down of some of the better characters, or at least a buff of some of the underpowered characters, including Octane and Mirage. We just need to see those characters kind of come to fruition, and hopefully they're able to be more of a staple, irregardless of how LoVa changes that.
Well, it looks like Outlaws and Infamous are kicking off their next match, so I guess if we can bring them up on stream, we'll get a look at them moving in here. No huge surprises for what they're playing, of course. The Gibraltar, the Pathfinder, the Wraith, the Robo Chungus, and Big Chungus there, as I like to refer to them. Caustic is Toxic Chungus, of course. Looks like Arctic might be swapping over on their streamer as well, so a change going in there before they hop back into their match.
Definitely think it's kind of interesting. We see they're dropping near almost the very end of ship. I think that might be a strategy that might hurt them in the long run, be out of rotation. It does look like they have around 2 squads with them, so if maybe they're able to seal up those kills and rotate through pit quickly enough that they can get back into the rotations before they're at too much of a disadvantage. It does look like their opponents, though, on Lithium's stream are doing kind of the same, dropping Dam at this point in time. Again, very out of rotation. We did say that yesterday as well, but then they ended up turning it around. I think they dropped a 28 kill game, if I'm not mistaken, and just completely wrapped up that series.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see kind of their early looting going on there, that Havoc being picked up on the side of Infamous. Meanwhile, Outlaws, 2 teammates have white shields, so they did drop kind of slum runoff, as it were, but not getting the loot probably as quickly as they would have liked there, to be honest.
Agreed. Still haven't been able to get any picks in the Slum Lakes thus far. We do know that 2 squads dropped with them. Hopefully they can make that change here shortly. We don't want those kills to run away from them. We do know that in this sort of diamond ranked, especially with the season coming to a close, we had a lot of people trying to make their way to Predator and or Masters. And in this situation, a lot of people like to play very passive at this point in time. Looks like they are engaging them currently. That's great for them. Already have a knock and a thirst right now. There's another thirst. They are playing a 3v1. Should be an easy wrap up for them. On the other side, though, in Repulsor, we are seeing Outlaws, or sorry, we are seeing...
I keep getting them mixed up too. It's alright. Lithium is from Infamous. This is what I know. It's easy. I know. I have post-it notes put on either side of my screen so I can keep track of who's who. Unfortunately, I don't have my post-it note pad up here with me, so I couldn't do that today. So I'm trying to use my big wrinkly / smooth brain to see if I can get this one going. But what happened there?
I have no idea. I think he might have been...
I don't know either. Did he get knocked by someone? It was almost like he ran into the Revenant bubble and got knocked, but I don't think that does damage.
It does. It does, like...
That might have been what happened then.
Very, very small damage. That was just such an odd thing to happen at that point in time.
Just enough. He was very low, to be fair, in terms of health. So that was pretty funny. You don't see that every day.
Definitely do not. We're seeing both squads ended up wrapping up their kills, though, so they are tied at this point in time. We can just see Infamous just straight gunning for the balloon at this point in time to get back into the rotations. Good thing for them. Both teams in relatively same squad positions, 12 and 13 respectively. So as long as they keep playing on the aggression, both of them, we should see this be a very close match.
You know, it's interesting to me that we never really saw, and this is not related to our games that we're watching at all. It's just an interesting comment on Apex. It's interesting to me that the Revenant short, which was really good, admittedly, right? Everybody loved that. Short, we never actually really saw him use either of the abilities that he has in game in that short. I have like. Yeah, I have like no idea what the lore justification is, and not that that matters overly much to a lot of people, but it is kind of curious. I have no idea what the lore justification is for both the totem and the ability that stops other people from using their abilities. The totem, I guess we could maybe infer that he summons in a copy of himself or something, because we did see that in the Loba short. If you haven't watched it yet, I highly recommend watching it. You do see a ton of them, right? Like in a ton of Revenant bodies, basically, in like a warehouse somewhere. So maybe that's what that is. But yeah, no idea how he gets that suppression field. Ooh, good knock there on the left-hand side there for Infamous as they push through the warehouse area here. Or market, as it were. Drops in, gets a couple of shots, knocks another one as well. So just a couple of clean, very efficient kills there on their side. 8 squads left in their match. Might be a 9, pretty sure it's an 8. Ooh, and they got another squad on site. I'm not sure, Donut, if that's the last survivor of the 2 people that they just finished off inside the market. I think it might have been.
Yep, they just ended up wiping that squad, so they're at a 3-point advantage right now. We can just see that Outlaws is still doing looting. Looks like they might be back into the rotation, but unfortunately still not seeing anybody. They need to make that change very quickly before there's too much of a kill disadvantage on their side.
Yeah, they do. I mean, you kind of get the feeling they've spent a significant amount of time kind of looting and wandering. They have 3 blue shields to show for it, so not the most effective process. Maybe the guns that they want to use here, Donut, but they do need to start getting those kills in if they want to remain relevant here, because honestly, on the other side, kind of getting just outpaced, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, they do have 2 squad advantage right now in total of squads left, but if they don't take advantage of that, they're going to get left behind. I mean, we already see that Infamous is inside of the middle zone, just walking inside of second zone at this point, and they can honestly gatekeep a lot of squads. Thankfully, though, it does look like Outlaw is hitting a squad right now inside of containment. Have to wrap this up quickly because they are outside of the zone, and it closes in a minute and a half.
Yeah, you're right. That is a very valid point. They've got a little bit of distance they need to cover to get back into the zone. They do have this team here. You can see that Bangalore airstrike coming in over the top. Gibraltar actually drops the dome there, perhaps almost unnecessarily, if we're being honest, because I think that Bangalore had not quite caught up to them yet. They have a team that they think is in here, and then sure enough, they pop around the window and get some shots in. They're going to hard press it, I think, as well. It was a great, actually, reach and clear. Rainbow Six Siege, eat your heart out right there. Smashing through the door to the room. It was actually really interesting what they did there, Donut. They had Paul kind of kick around that outside edge with the Pathfinder as well. He put in a couple of shots, and they almost used that as a distraction to let the Gibraltar push in from the other side. So a pretty well executed attack. Meanwhile, back on the side of Infamous, they actually are dropping dropping the Sky here. Unfortunately, though, he gets knocked. There's a lot of pressure coming into the bubble. That is not good. Lithium down. His ult is falling around him. There's caustic gas out as well, basically sealing off the dome. In a lot of danger here is Lithium, really losing health quickly, and I'm not sure where his teammates are to back him up, but this is not a good situation.
It looks like he's getting rezzed right now. It is a 2v1 situation right now. They're about to make it a 3v1 situation, although it does look like they just pinged the third party on their way right now. All right, it does look like they were able to kill the last guy from the first squad, so they are just dealing with the third party at this point. However, with that, they now put Outlaws at a disadvantage of 3 kills, so they need, but it does look like Outlaws is engaged with a fight right now. So again, it's boiling down to who can finish up squads the quickest. If they can deal with this third party very quickly, they should be able to go and engage with another squad pretty
pretty fast.
Yeah, and sure enough, they pop back up and immediately start putting fire down range there. Lithium, basically they caught that third party kind of rotating towards them up the hill, and now using the high ground kind of to their advantage. A little bit awkward right there. They were trying to get the Pathfinder back up, didn't quite work out. They throw the dome. There's the Gibraltar with the big res. First slap on the butt. Get his robot teammate out there.
Different squads up right now. They got one sniping from across them, might even be on that balloon right now, and then another squad down low. This is a really bad situation for them to be in. They are outside of the zone. For some reason, this guy's just dropping straight on them after having taken off, and that's just an easy kill for them.
That was maybe a little overly ambitious. That feels like the side of somebody who had kind of given up the ghost there, all things considered. He grabs the Kraber off of his body. Not a ton of ammunition for it, though, I guess. Just the 6 shots. So, I don't know. We'll see if he can make it count. Lithium also running, obviously, the R99. So, decent setup. Drops there off the high ground. Looks like they're going to take the balloon here. Maybe just aggressively reposition. They see that spawn beacon coming in. That's 100% what that is. Let's see if he can yeet that thermite over there. This is
fine. Put it away. Smart move.
Put it away. Yeah, he wanted it though. Yeah, that would have been an impressive throw. About ready to sign Gibby up for the NFL. Whatever that looks like these days. Bangalore Smoke is out right there. They've got a team on the bounce. Kind of caught them in this building. There's the pressure on the outside edge again. Kind of peeking through the windows. Putting the shots in. Oh, get him! He's running for it, and he's got him. And he's got the finisher as well, because why not?
So at this point, they have Outlaws at a pretty big disadvantage. I believe they have around 11 kills in total versus Outlaws. I believe they're at 9 kills. Looks like they are engaging in their squad right now. Get that knock along with the Thirst. However, while Outlaws is engaging, so is Lithium's team.
Oh, using that Kraber point blank there, really banking on his ability to get that Gibraltar body shield, I guess, to help him out with those shots. Pushing up now on this team pretty aggressively. They're going to finish off one of the members they had already downed. Still got this rotation through the canyon. It looks like a Wraith, if I had to guess, by the trail that was left running away there. Now, however, the ring has closed in on them, and they are not really close to the outside edge from the looks of it. Oh, no, they are. Okay, they don't have far to go.
Yeah, they're very close.
It's hard to tell with that mini-map sometimes in here in 8-bit Apex. I keep messing that one up. Say that 5 times fast. It's a tongue twister if ever there was one.
Able to get another knock on Outlaw's side, I believe, still at a 3-point disadvantage. Both teams have 3 squads left, so realistically, if Infamous can wrap up these... Oh, it does look like the last 2 teams are fighting. They have to be quick. If they're able to get the last 6 kills, they might seal it. But if they're not able to get these last 6, it looks like one person was just thirsted. They might be in a little bit of trouble.
Cream Puff, I see you there in the chat. So this is actually the finals for this tournament. This tournament is over. We will be doing more Apex events. We will be doing more Warzone events. You can join our Discord if you just hit the Discord command in the chat there. You can also follow our Twitter, but you sign up via either going through our Discord or our website. It'll link you there. But yeah, do join the Discord. Check it out. There you go. CGL community, that'll redirect you towards our Apex Discord. We also have a Warzone tournament coming up not that far in the future, but we'll talk a little bit more about that later, because you can see this respawn ship dropping in basically on top of the head of Infamous. They're trying to snipe the person as they drop. Oh, I missed it. That would have been awful. Like if he had gotten that. That's just cruel. Dropping the mortar though, and that's wide out there in the open. Brutal mortar. I know that he hasn't necessarily gotten any knockdowns off of it. He certainly did damage with it.
He did get a knock. He did just get a knock.
Nice. But he's knocked in turn. Well, that's not good.
2v1. I'm sure they're able to... Oh, just knocked another person. Might be a chance for self-res right here. sticking the res, of course. But on the other side, Outlaw's at a pretty big disadvantage. They have one knocked at this point.
Down. Lost him. Not going well over here for them. That's a really nasty gun battle there. Tight firefight did not work out for Paul at all. Paul has to drop the shield cell, and you can see, I'm not sure if that Gibraltar is the one that they were engaging or if that's a third party coming in on this fight. They do recover the banner and start to back up.
So it looks like they're re-pushing. They have to play this really smart. We see that Lithium's team just dropped a 21-point dub. It looks like they're around 5,000 damage, so they probably got a 36-point game right there. It looks like Andy just completely wipes them inside that building, and then of course Paul is there to stop.
There's the third party coming over the top. Yeah, good job by Paul, actually. You're right, Donut, kind of shutting down the push in from that third party. Dropping the mortar as well. I'm not sure both Gibraltar's mortared there, or if that was just Andy who did that.
I think it was Andy who did that. We'll have to see what they do right here. They are in kind of a tight position. I haven't spotted a second or third player thus far yet, so it might be a 2v1.
Yeah, I just saw that Gibraltar who pushed them, but they've got pretty good positioning here. You can see the grenade coming in through the window. Doesn't necessarily fuss them. 2 squads left. They do definitely need to clutch out this win. I really don't know, to be honest. Like you said, Donut, whether they're going to be able to catch on kills and damage just based on the score that was put up by their opponents. But if they want to have any chance at all, obviously they need to finish this out strong. Pops out, takes a quick look up there on the roof, closes the door almost immediately. Difficult situation, to be honest, because by now you've lost sight lines. Your opponent, however many there are, could have easily rotated and closed out somewhere else.
Agreed. It looks like they might just be sitting there trying to get a little bit of extra loot. They are, yeah, it looks like they're in a pretty bad spot now. They are on the circle of the edge of the circle right there. Are going to rotate up a little bit. But overall, they are still at the disadvantage of 2 people. Still just seeing the Gibraltar there up top. I'm not sure whether or not it's a 2v1 or maybe even a 2v2.
Using that R99 like a laser at range, really impressive there from Paul. Paul has those golden shields as well. Summoning in the Gibraltar airstrike, I guess that's just to give them clearance to get some healing in their opponents. I'm not entirely sure what that was for. Oh, pushes out of it. Why would you do that? No, gimme. Oh, well done, though. Good shots. Good bringing them down. And now we'll get an idea of the scoreboard here coming out of this.
You are the Apex champions.
Definitely impressive on both sides. I mean, it is just insane to see win after win after win from both sides. Unfortunately, there's not.
Oh, so close.
For this round.
Oh yeah, that was real close though. Admittedly, you don't get much closer than that. All things considered.
It looks like the kills or the third party along with the res that Infamous was able to push off of was definitely clutch for them. It was just really unfortunate in terms of how many or the rotations that were happening.
Well, that concludes that particular game series there. They're going to be back, of course, best of 7 here. Did mention some of our upcoming events, so just a quick opportunity to discuss those really fast. We have tournaments coming up on a number of different games here at the CGL, plenty of for you to watch. On the 16th of May, we will be doing an Injustice 2 tournament for all of those who are involved in the fighting game community. Please consider signing up on our website, consolegamingleague.com/FGC. On May 23rd, we will be having a kill race tournament for Call of Duty Warzone. So those of you who are a little bit more battle royale minded, there's a good opportunity for you to flex your chops. As per usual, all of our Call of Duty or all of our tournaments in general, including both of those ones just mentioned, do not have any sign-up fees, no entry fees, free to enter. Happy to have players in. And then, of course, if you're interested in some of our Overwatch content, do keep an eye open. We do Friday night Overwatch every Friday night, full broadcast team, full stream, highlighting some of our console watch talent and getting it out there for your viewing pleasure. So lots going on here at Console Gaming League. I am Corbeck in the Console Gaming League studios, joined by Donut on the comms and the wonderful Sultan, who's taken some time out of his day to bring us this production. Thank you so much for doing that. He's also responsible, I should add, for all of our wonderful graphics and overlays that you get to see on the screen. So an absolute champion there, helping us keep everything going. You are watching the finals of our Apex New Dawn League tournament, $2,150 prize pool on the line. Currently, we are in the semifinals, building up to our grand finals. You can see Infamous and Outlaws there waiting to queue into their next game. And just taking a quick look at our other teams, trying to get an idea of where Arctic is at right now, but we can see Lurks and company have gotten a ton of kills here, but unfortunately Lurks with 13 kills, 5 squads left, kind of in a dangerous situation. And there you can get a good look, I think, at our bracket. And you can see, building up biggest member, Arctic, Outlaws, Infamous, the winners of that, of course, going on to the grand finals, best of 7, and then, of course, our small finals, the third place matchup, will be happening concurrently, but we'll be bringing you all that grand finals action, so plenty more to stick around here and watch with us for the rest of the day. Of course, if you have to go somewhere you can't catch the end of the tournament, you can find all the VODs of every event that we do uploaded onto our YouTube channel, the Console Gaming League YouTube channel, and all that fine content there for you to consume as well. And now that I've gone through that lengthy pitch spiel, Donut, welcome back. Taking a quick look here. Unfortunately, I still don't think we've really locked down a bit of a stream for Arctic. I was informed that they had switched streamers, but I'm not sure that the stream that was provided is working. Okay, so it does look like we have all 4 up on screen right now, or at least we have visibility on all 4, I should say.
Yeah, so we can see, just for our viewers, it looks like Lurks is kind of in the same situation, and he unfortunately just went down, placed 5th place in that round. He was unfortunately put in a bad situation where he was left alone yet again. Very unfortunate for Lurks. Looks like his team just might be playing a tad too aggressive, might have to pull it back, can't afford too many more mistakes. I believe they are up in this series right now at 2-1, but they probably are not going to win this round, so it will probably be tied at 2-2. Currently we have Stutz and his team representing Arctic, and they now have their 3rd back, and they are in a situation where they are 1v3ing for the dub right now, with a lot of kills. I can see it confirmed 19 kills on screen currently.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate situation again for biggest member, who honestly at the beginning of this, Donut, I would have tapped as one of our favorites, probably the favorite to win. But Arctic really not slowing down, showing a ton of skill here in this matchup, and there they go, snagging another championship, as it were, and well earned. For sure. Meanwhile, of course, Outlaws, Infamous have dropped back in on the action, started on their next matchup. Welcome to all of our viewers. Thank you so much for joining us here today, taking some time out of Mother's Day to watch these games with us and see how this all plays out. So Outlaws and Infamous have dropped into their next match, 20 squads left respectively, though that number dipping a little hard there for the Infamous folks on Lithium.
Definitely. We apologize. We have a small technical difficulty. The Outlaws and Arctic streams are supposed to be swapped. Our Arctic just finished up their game there in the top right with the dub, with a lot of kills up there. They ended up being able to get that dub ended up getting a very high kill game right there. On stream right now we have the Outlaws and Infamous game. Again, I believe they are tied at this point in time. And so they definitely they gotta hold on to the consistency. They have to consistently drop kills, and they have to consistently get the wins. And we saw earlier that they were struggling with getting some of those wins. I believe there was a low placement earlier, so we'll just have to see if they're able to hold on to that. Both teams again dropping pretty passive, trying to get the loot up before they start engaging squads. We saw that ended up burning Infamous last round by not being able to get enough kills and keeping Outlaws on their heels. So we'll just have to see what they're doing. I can't tell if Infamous is pushing a squad right now. They are having a lot of pings. Yes, the Wraith unfortunately just went down.
So it does look like that the scoreline here, I think, is 2-1 in between these two teams. Just checking through what we have reported here. Match 1, Outlaws versus Infamous. Outlaws racked up 37 points. Infamous coming back with 16 points, didn't quite tie it up. So they might have the advantage here. We'll get a confirmation of the scores going on as we push forward. Now we're back looking at same matchup here. Situation maybe a little bit grim on the side of Infamous there. You can see they're taking a lot of damage. Really not a good situation, and they will unfortunately drop Lithium, who took a ton of damage, and unfortunately his team really cannot work back to him with one of them down. So it will just be the lone Pathfinder trying to hold it off. Meanwhile, on the other side, 18 squads up, still plenty of runway, but honestly, Donut, pretty disastrous for Infamous there. That is not a good start to this at all.
Yeah, at this point, it looks like the Pathfinder is pushing back in, probably to try and get one of those banners, or even to try and mop up this squad. Unsure about his strategy right now. Looks like he is deciding to push, and he is going to lose that fight. Really unfortunate at this.
Wow, yeah.
As long as Outlaw drops a single kill, they will take this match.
Oh, that's not good for Infamous. That's a really early bow out there in this best of 7 format. Not what you like to see at all. I'll send them back to lobby. That's regrettable. Not much more I can say about that. It's just bad. I mean, it's a bit of bad luck, right? That definitely plays a role. Just kind of a rough drop, all things considered. And I mean, it is something we were talking about earlier, Donut, that in this format, it's not necessarily a kill race. Placement does matter. You do really have to be careful, I guess, about your life and how you spend it. Your survival is kind of a priority in a lot of these situations. And I mean, it was a bold, aggressive play probably from the Pathfinder to push back in like he did there. But at a certain point, when the timeline doesn't matter, do you just keep the Pathfinder around and see what he can do? Does he play that a little bit more cautiously and see if he can sneak back in there and get those banners? Stuff for them definitely to discuss here in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just where they went wrong is team shotting. I think one big problem that most teams have when it comes to trying to play ranked or these kill races is not team shotting. So you got a Jibby pushing up. That Jibby might be alone, or his friends might be shortly behind. Everybody should just focus that individual, put him down. Immediately, it's a 3v2 advantage. Even if they pull back to heal up whatever damage they took from the Gibraltar and bait the res, I mean, you just have to team shot, put one of them down, and typically the first one to put somebody down is going to be the winner there. And unfortunately, just in that situation, they were spread out. You saw that the Pathfinder was on the other side of Dam from the Gibraltar, and Wraith was up much further ahead, and that was just their huge cardinal sin right there, and what sent them back to the lobby. So it looks like Paul and his crew are just playing passive. I think they know they just need the one kill for the dub right now, and they're just playing extremely passive for it. Don't want to make the same do the same
yeah, make the same mistake. you gotta play a little bit more cautiously. I think too, part of the problem, right, we could say, is that teams are probably used to a certain style of kind of like aggressive play. Usually for these top tier players who really do have the skill to consistently win the gun battles, win the 1v1, right? The idea of hiding, the idea of playing a little bit more cautiously, I just don't think comes naturally to a lot of them, because it's not the play style that they're used to at all. So when they are kind of put in those situations, you're wrong-footed, not just because of the fact that you're in the 1v however many situation, but also because that's just not the level of coordination and kind of play that you're used to in Apex. And I mean, I know we have things like solos and stuff like that, but I mean, for these guys that 3-stack a lot of the time and run these coordinated teams, it is such a not normal situation in so many different ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's just probably what you're probably familiar with Overwatch. I mean, one person slips up, pushes a little too aggressive, or whatever. You just tell the entire team or your fraggers or DPS, you know, just full send that person, take them out, boom, 5v6 situation, and then at that point, just that one person missing, you typically are able to just steamroll right through them. So it's kind of the same situation for Apex. You take one person down, make it a 3v2, you are almost certainly going to win that fight, as long as you're of equal skill.
Indeed. So considering that particular set is kind of over right there, we will be swapping back over to Biggest Member and Arctic. They are hot dropping in right now. Biggest Member has just launched into their game. Arctic is in the process of dropping in. So we'll get a look at how they're doing here on this setup.
Yeah, we already see Biggest Member is engaging with the squad already at Skulltown. I mean, honestly, just the way these guys are playing is they're getting all their best loot immediately and not really struggling with most squads along the way. Because the second they have that advantage, you know, they have plenty of meds, they have plenty of ammo, they have weapons they like, they have good armor. At that point, it all comes down to team coordination and just a little bit of RNG. So you see the health drone go down right there. Foolsy goes in to be able to get the easy cleanup right there. Armor swaps. I mean, these guys are just absolute monsters.
Getting a look there of that engagement. Lurks getting some good shots in there, really taking full advantage of the Prowler. Doesn't have the select fire on it though, but you wouldn't know it from the way he's using it there, getting those burst shots in, doing really well on that. A little bit of fire coming down off the top deck there from the G7 Scout. Meanwhile, on the other side, Arctic just trying to put pressure. Both these teams hot dropping into Skulltown, so just trying to kind of collect those kills. And I mean, they have been very close. They've had a couple of bad runs, at least Biggest Member, kind of some bad luck. Things didn't quite go their way, so definitely something for them to prove here. Do keep in mind, of course, that is the best of 7 format, so there's a lot of games still to come for both these teams, and for us as well, if we're being honest. Oh, Stutz unfortunately kind of walked into that one there. I don't think he quite liked it that much. Funny enough, it should be noted too, for those of you who weren't here at the beginning, Arctic actually did start this without one of their team members. They had to queue in just as a duo in their first match. Still managed to pull out the win, but this is their complete form now. They've Voltroned up. They got Stutz back, who unfortunately couldn't make it to that first one.
Yeah, so I mean, we already see on Biggest Member they have the purple armor. It looks like an Evo as well. Really solid guns. R3. We saw how well he Lurks does with that weapon along with the Prowler. I mean, these guys are just ready and kitted. We will, however, see an advantage on Arctic side. They have 16 squads left, and I believe they're just under maybe 1 or 2 kills. And so if they're able to move fast enough, they now have a kill advantage, or a potential kill advantage on their side.
Yeah, you can see they're kind of just moving through market there, collecting as much loot as they can. On the other side of the ball, kind of slow pace actually a little bit from both these teams right now, kind of in between engagements as it were. Funny enough, they have both ended up at market, which
right here.
I don't know if that was that's just good players rotating.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out. I mean, you see basically a lot of the same strategy. It looks like at this point, biggest member has found another squad to be able to go and engage, but you definitely see a lot of these same rotations. Dropping skull, rotating market, and then from there, a little bit of a switch up depending on where circle is going, but overall, a lot of the same movement, and that points a lot to the almost equal skill between both of these teams. Really solid. I mean, they did get the knock right there, but they were able to pick it back up immediately. And yeah, they're already still fully kitted, not really grabbing much out of those loot boxes at this point.
Taking that digital threat though, needs that for sure. Lurks still, I don't think, has the select fire receiver for the Prowler, so still using it in the burst mode, but then again, it's proving pretty effective for them here. Meanwhile, Arctic really kind of looking for an engagement. I think they finally spotted another squad close enough that they can start to move towards it, but it is taking them a significant amount of time, Donut, to get this far, and you can see actually Stutz will pop the portal here, I think, just to close this distance a little bit faster. You know, we were saying earlier, time is not a factor, but there is the greatest pressure perhaps is just that dwindling number of squads and the need to actually rack up some kills here. And you can really see Stutz just burning rubber to get over to this squad, and maybe they might even be walking into a third party here, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so they're definitely third partying this squad right here. Almost thought he got his kill stolen, but thankfully he didn't. It looks like they're just coming in here to mop up, gets 2 knocks, 3 knocks immediately. Thirst 1, gets another knock. Oh man, these guys are just coming in here. It looks like they're about to get this last guy. Maybe he's holding them off with a Havoc right now. On the other side, though, we do see biggest member already engaging with another squad. If they are able to wipe this squad, it'll keep them at a 4-point advantage thus far. So they just got to be really careful.
Yeah, you do have to be super careful here, but I mean, they did a good job of kind of coming in and closing down on that. And again, you kind of see the efficiency of these guys and their ability to play, right? They had their clear sort of target in mind. They executed. They came up on that, I think, as well so fast that there was really very little the other team could do about it before they were suddenly just getting mowed down. You can see up there that Lurks has, I think, gone into something. They've got these Watson fences, so they're trying to play a little bit cautiously around those.
I believe they just wiped the Watson who set those initially.
They've got another squad right in front of them.
There it is. And then dealing with that, it also looked like Arctic got in their own fight at this point in time. With that kill, I believe at this point, Lurks and his squad are up by 3. Looks like they are engaging another squad already again. These guys are just getting incredible rotations at this point, and I think that Stutz and crew gotta definitely pick it up, try and still not only fight quickly, but also find fights fast enough to be able to catch up.
Well, right as you said that, Stutz getting the kills, the knocks there, really actually putting in some work on the other side. You can see there that Lurks has taken kill leader. Unfortunately, Blinded has gone down, so the team kind of coalescing to get the pick up there. Stutz himself has also gotten kill leader, so they just walked into a fight and got a good couple of kills out of that as well. Again, these two teams very close to one another right now, actually pretty much neck and neck. Not necessarily in scoreline, but certainly in the context of this match. Currently kind of playing the edge of the ring is biggest member. I think they're just gatekeeping this a little bit. I'm pretty sure we got a ping just a few minutes ago on somebody who was up on top of that tower, so they might be looking for that.
Looks like they're disengaging from that though and trying to look for other squads. Good thing for Stutz, they have found another crew fighting near where they just were. Looks like he's rotating back already. I think they're able to mop up that squad. I believe both teams will be tied at this point. But we just have to hope, they have to hope that Lurks and crew also don't go and find another team to go and fight while they're engaged with that.
Big hope indeed, and I mean, obviously, right, they don't really have control over what the other team is doing, but you can see Stutz actually taking that portal, drops in. Oh no, Oh, see, that's the danger of taking the portals like that, right? Like, you don't know exactly what you're gonna pop out into, and unfortunately, I believe that lifeline might have been a lifeline that knocked him. Just kind of had a better positioning, and you can see though that he will close down on that lifeline and bring her down, so they do get studs back up. I don't think obviously anything too perhaps terrible about that. It just has highlight one of the key dangers of that kind of aggressive follow-up. But of course you have your team with you, so it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, so it looks like while Arctic was engaged with that fight, biggest member was able to go and find another squad. Man, they're just keeping just ahead, just barely, but it's really helping them. They are dropping down on squad Fullsy, just full sending that right now while Lurks and Blinded catch up. It does look like Fusion is having somebody hit him right now, so they can keep just behind them if they're able to wipe the squad fast. Oh, actually getting pinched. We're possibly looking at two different squads. If they're able to wrap up both squads, that'll be big for them to be able to keep ahead on the kill potential.
Guys, they're ass.
Taking the full heal is Stutz, so getting himself up here. They do obviously have these engagements right now. Biggest member does not have any engagements on their stream, so a little bit of an opportunity to close that gap or even surpass it here. They're gonna push in really aggressively on this squad, kind of playing this big sort of open area, which is interesting. I mean, they rotated over here because they were pursuing that particular opponents. Now they have others in their sight. Great knock there from a distance. That R99, kind of a laser, and I don't know if this individual that Stutz is currently dueling here on the backside was a member of that team or not. Looks like he was, because when he was knocked, the rest of the squad went out. Looks like they're immediately getting third party though.
Yeah, unfortunately on Lurk's side, it looks like all team members are down right now. Really not a good situation for them, especially where we see Stutz and crew is just still slaying out. Just got kill leader with 8 total kills right now. I mean, these guys are just going off, and at this point, Lurks and crew fell into the same problem that they've kept having, which is that both members keep going down prematurely prior to the final fights. It does look like he might be able to get both the banners. He still does have a team around this area right now. Just really got to play stealthy to be able to get those banners. There's a respawn beacon right there. If he's able to pop that off efficiently, both team members can possibly get some, if not all, of their loot and try and get back into this fight before Stutz and crew are able to catch up.
Yeah, and you can see Lurks just playing very cautiously here. Knows what he needs to do, kind of scouting it out before he pushes up to that beacon. I think he's worried that he's got somebody watching it, which is probably a viable sort of or intelligent fear at this stage. You can see Lawrence, our tournament administrator, has just posted the score updates there in the Twitch chat, but we can just bring them up here as well.
One guy. They respawn right here.
So Outlaws tied with Infamous at 2 maps to 2 maps, and then biggest member Zero Arctic 2, possibly building. Oh yeah, almost certainly building here into biggest member Zero Arctic 3, considering that the respawn timer just went out for both of the other members of biggest member.
Man, this is just really unfortunate to him, because we know that Lurks has been consistently the one leading in kills on his team, the one consistently aggroing, and the one consistently surviving the longest. Definitely hope that his team can hopefully pull it together, so that way Lurks doesn't have to do so much of the heavy lifting, because if they're just not able to do it, again, they're not going to be able to get those wins. If they're not able to get the wins, then they're just not going to be able to move on to the finals.
Shit. Path might have died.
He did. He bled out. Look at kill.
Okay, I need.
Yeah, it's been kind of a rough go here for biggest member, honestly.
Yeah, Bubba cams.
Kind of not at the level I guess we saw them at yesterday. We didn't see these situations developing, and I'm not sure what has exactly changed during the
Do we
course
have
of
light
that
ammo?
time period,
I
but
need
something
bats.
clearly has
Anyone
kind of
got
put them
light?
off their game just a little bit, and continuously leaves Lurks in these situations where he's kind of soloing, trying to keep the dream alive, as it were. Meanwhile, on the other side, as you said, Stutz and company just not even slowing down here at Arctic, really looking like possibly, I would say, the strongest team on the field right now, just in terms of the way that they've been collecting kills, despite a few maybe minor bumps and bruises. Donut, nothing has really slowed them down.
Yeah, I mean, they were slaying out when they were a duo, and they're definitely slaying out as a trio right now. I mean, just not stopping. We see 12 total confirmed kills on screen. I have no doubt that it's higher than that, probably in the 20 range right now. Still 8 total people left for them to be able to kill. I unfortunately think that there's virtually nothing Lurks can do at this point to keep up, even if he is able to get a win and a few of the kills along with it.
On me!
Yeah, I mean, it is exactly the situation that we've seen before, truth be told, where they have got into these spots where they can't get back. Lurks, even by himself, even if he got the W here, is not going to be able to equal the kill count. And you can see down there Stutz just continuingly slaughtering really that R99, basically a laser in his hands at most ranges. And you can see his teammates pushing forward too. Fusion just took kill leader with 10. You can see 9 there on Stutz's screen. No idea how many Scorp has, but based on our previous kind of view of Scorp, he's been slaughtering quite well, so we know that he's probably up there too, all things considered. But unfortunately, both of our maps this round have kind of been a little bit of one-sided affairs, not entirely the fault of the teams themselves, rather just a little bit of bad luck. And you see Lurks engaging right there. Honestly, his aim even looks a little bit off, so I can't help but maybe wonder if there's a little bit of a mental thing going here as well, just the sense that these situations have felt a little hopeless. Lurks doing a good job, though, playing this one out. Meanwhile, back over Arctic Gaming, kind of continuing their rotation, pushing in, looking for their next sort of target that they're going to descend on. Lurks, as you can see now in that smaller window, still trying to fight this one out, taking a lot of damage, and will go down, so that ends biggest members run. Scorp has 7 kills apparently, according to somebody in the Twitch chat. So yeah, that's definitely sealed that one, and just kind of a bit of an upset here, I think, really for biggest member. I don't know how else to describe it, don't I, honestly.
Yeah, so it looks like, you know, they're in a 3-0 situation right now. At this point, they have to reverse sweep. They have to get 4 straight wins in order to be able to do it. But I think really with the momentum stacked right now behind Stutz's and crew, I don't see much of an out for them. Again, I predicted for them to be able to win, and unfortunately I might have jinxed them.
Thank you.
Yeah, lest we remember the picks from yesterday, huh?
The best we can do is farm damage.
So we'll have to see what they do. Looks like he's gonna drop the Havoc right here, go double R9, just gonna completely slay out with both of those weapons right now.
It's not.
You guys think we hit balloon or just chill? I think we need
Let's
to
just chill. I think we should get the highest ground possible.
So, considering that match has kind of been put to bed, all things considered, Arctic Gaming, pretty much no way they lose that. So we're gonna swap over here. Yeah, it's probably something to do. I can see that contribution to the Twitch chat, and I will agree. It probably is something to do with their lobbies to a certain extent. I think maybe they also admittedly, I think, have made a couple of sort of minor misplays. I mean, if we judge based on the style that they were running yesterday, they're not quite playing as well as I would say they did in our round of 16 and our quarterfinals. Yeah. Kicking back over here to the other side, we're going to take a look at Outlaws versus Infamous, which is our other match. They both just started dropping in here. These guys tied 2v2, so pretty tight stuff for them. Of course, everything here is a best of 7 matchup. So the impetus really, I guess, to continue closing out. Obviously, in respect to our other matchup, that does mean that they are at their last kind of push there. If biggest member loses, they are out, and Arctic will have punched themselves a ticket to the finals. These two, however, engaged in a much more neck and neck race, Donut. So we'll see what they can muster here. This drop kind of over towards closer to a repulsor. Both these teams actually dropping in a similar location. As we said, Donut, you were saying earlier about the rotate, like the very similar rotations coming out from these teams.
Yeah, really interesting. To be completely honest, I never really get out to Hydro Dam, so it's really interesting to see both teams dropping out there. Definitely got to pick up my notepad, try and figure out some tips from these absolute legends. Looks like they're already dropping on a Outlaws right there. Just gonna mop that up real quick. Looks like they did get 2 kills right there. Really solid start off.
Wanting to call it pipes for some reason, even though I know it's called Hydro Dam. It's got big pipes. I don't know. I know. Big pipes, man. It's pipes. I don't know. It's the eternal problem with video game callouts. Everybody has their own own idea of what things should be called. Pipes. I know it's not called pipes. I know it's Hydro Dam. Accurate. Yeah, you know, that's a top quality comment, top quality call-outs there. Clearly the reason why I'm so good at Apex.
So it does look like Outlaws is getting engaged with yet again another fight. Very worrisome on Infamous' side. If they are able to seal up these kills right here, they will be behind by around 5 kills, even though they have the same potential kills right now. We don't want to see them go too far behind. But then again, we did see last time Lurks and crew were just completely slaying out, and they just played too aggressive and ended up costing them the match. So we'll see what they have to do here. We got the Wraith portaling out right there, not able to land any shots. They are going to play passive right here, take their time on this fight. And while that's happening, of course, we see that Lithium and the Infamous squad are engaged on a fight as well. Really solid. Oh, he just went down. It is
really solid up until he wasn't. It's kind of a bit of a weird situation for him now because he's in the supply ship. I think that's the only sensible decision he can make, is to drop out right into the gun lines of another team, though. I don't think he quite expected that to happen. Somebody was pushing him up in the supply ship, though, so he really did not have a lot of choice. And now he just has to try and survive, and the amount of stuff that is being thrown at Lithium right now is ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, he has no health.
I can't even believe that. I counted at least 2 grenades right there. There was at least 2 grenades that got thrown in. Some other stuff as well. Just kind of burying him under a wave of projectiles. Gibraltar living up to the name there and standing strong through all of that, or crawling strong through all of that, I guess we should say.
One thing I'm really worried about is I can't tell if it's 8 or 9 squads left, but they still do not have any kills on the record right now, while on the other hand, Outlaws just cleared up 3 squads, so they are at a roughly 8-point lead this far in, with a 3 squad kill potential advantage right now. They again go down. The Gibraltar just isn't working. I think the biggest problem that he's having right now is that Gibraltar is trying really hard to run the Evo shield, but as we can see right there, it's still not at a purple phase. He decides to swap out for the white shield right there. Definitely think that's the move right now, since they're engaged in a fight at the moment. Pulling out the Sentinel, very interesting move right here. Still extremely low while getting pushed by a whole nother squad right now. I'm going to go ahead and toss down the ult right there while getting...
Oh, no.
Again.
Lithium has been down 3 times here, and honestly, this city sort of river center that they've taken these fights has just been disastrous for them. they have been in a perpetual state of being third-partied for the last however many minutes. And again, Lithium just keeps getting knocked. He hasn't really had the opportunity to use any of his health kits and keep himself up. Yes, the score for these two, of course, as we said, 2-2. So very close here, but it's been a rough game for Lithium and the Infamous folks. Lithium in particular has just been getting slammed. But again, they're still kind of stuck here in River Center, and they just cannot disengage from this, Donut.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing he's really struggling with it right now. It looks like they got a little bit of breathing room. Oh, never mind. They're already getting pushed by their squad. Lithium just really trying to a gun to be able to work with at this point. Goes ahead and picks up the flatline. One thing that's worrisome though is he only, as we just saw, has 60 total bullets. For that flatline, and if he keeps constantly getting pushed the way they are right now, I don't know if that's going to be enough. Gonna go ahead and go grab some more ammo. That's a good move on his part. We'll just have to see what they can do. I believe they are still at that 5-point disadvantage right now. It looks like 6 squads left versus the 9 squads left in the Outlaws game. They definitely not only have to get kills, but they got to do it rather quickly.
Good play though, coming up behind him like that. Unfortunately, they trying to get this Mirage, who's used his ult, I think, to kind of piece out of there. I think they will track him down though. Yeah, sure enough, underneath. Good shot there with Sentinel as well on the slide. Great little bit of action in general by Lithium. I mean, he's got the talent for sure. In answer to your question, RX Nars, these tournaments are not invite only. They are open to anyone, no entry fee. This is the culmination of our league, so this is the grand finals for a league that we've been running for Apex for a while. We will be coming with more Apex related content, probably another kill race coming up for you guys. We will have a Warzone kill race on May 23rd, all of which are free to enter. You can keep abreast of all that information by following our Twitter and especially by joining our Discord, following our Instagram, and we'll keep you updated as to signups and how to do them. But there is $2,150 on the line here for these teams. Currently in our semifinals right now, both these squads trying to battle their way in. And I do appreciate the fact that Lithium Donut is kind of staring at that Gibraltar bubble. There's the 2 Gibraltars facing off. Like when you have one cat outside and one cat inside.
Yeah, looks like he's able to get the red Evo right here, but in a really bad situation. You just saw that he doesn't have any solid meds right now. Extremely low. I mean, virtually like a one-tap to a majority of guns right now. Gonna start healing up. Unfortunately, the Pathfinder went down. Looks like Wraith might be in the same direction. Extremely low on both sides right now. Gibraltar's gonna jump in there to be able to help. Oh, able to clean it up. Oh, that was very clutch of him to be able to do. Very solid. They just need to be able to heal up at this point. I think at this point they might have a kill or 2 lead on Outlaws right now, but Outlaws has 7 squads remaining versus the 4 remaining in Infamous's game. So as long as they can keep it up, maybe even seal up the remainder of the kills right here, they might be able to take over this map.
Yeah, and truth be told, I mean, this kind of constant battle that they've been waging here around River Center has really taken its toll on Infamous and company, right? They're so low on resources right now, and you can see them kind of desperately trying to get these loot boxes in prior to the ring closing, just getting whatever they can out of them, and there comes the ring to sort of zone them out. But they have been in pretty much a constant fight for the last, I don't know, almost 5 minutes, I would say, stuck in this area, just kind of getting pushed again and again and again. Taking the portal there, it looks like they might be heading back up towards the high ground. That's a really sensible decision here, Donut, to try and get a little bit of a commanding position on the edge of the next ring, or at least somewhere where they can look down onto it, around it, and maybe get some kills, and honestly put that Sentinel to good use.
Agreed. One thing that almost killed it for him then there, or at least for Lithium side, since that's the only perspective we have, is inventory control. You saw that he had 4 stacks of syringes, which, as most Apex players know, is really not what you really want to be having inside of your inventory, especially with a small backpack space. So you saw him having to waste a lot of time looting and relooting and dropping things and picking up different equipment and things. He's really got to be able to get a manage on that, because it definitely could have cost them the game right there. Thankfully, they were able to get out. It looks like they are pinging a different squad on top of Watchtower right now. At this moment, though, we see Outlaws is engaging a squad right there. Unfortunately, they just went from 7 squads to 4 squads without getting a single kill. They're going to wipe up this squad right here, though, to be able to get 3 more. At this point, I believe they are at a 2-point advantage. 3 squads left in both games, so it's really going to come down to who's able to clean up the best, and definitely want to make sure neither team chokes the win right here, or else they are going to lose the map.
Cancel that.
Well, I mean, they've got decent positioning, as it were, kind of in containment. I think they want to take the Watchtower there, truth be told. And that might have been, I think they were using the Sentinel to scout, and you can see they are taking the zip line to get up there onto that particular area, the high ground. Gibraltar already readying. The throw gets hit just a little bit, and this is an aggressive push into the mortar, which is interesting indeed. Oh, got hit really bad there. Oh no, he stopped to grab the Kraber, and he actually got to dive off the side.
Oh.
Was a unfortunate time to stop and loot that Kraber, I must say.
Is able to somehow survive that right now. It looks like the third party is not quite here yet. It looks like they're able to stick the res. It's going to give them a couple of seconds to be able to heal up and things. On the other side, though, it looks like they're still looting all of those bodies. A lot of good loot there. But like we said, if they're not able to, it's got to come down to who's able to get the most kills. Lithium was able to just barely wipe the squad. I believe they're now up by 2. So if they do not get out all of that loot, they might end up costing the game.
I'm getting a chunky hit there with the Kraber at range. And I mean, this is admittedly very good positioning for this gun. That being said, though, he's taking a lot of damage from whoever's shooting up at him from the ground floor, and he's definitely kind of lost track of his targets. You see he's finally got the looky-loo there on that particular individual who's firing a Peacekeeper rather forlornly. Managed, I don't know if he landed that one actually. I don't think he got that hit, don't it?
I don't think that right now they need to be playing the sniper gang. I mean, he just took 2 pop shots and wasn't able to land either one of them. I think if they continue at this rate, they're going to end up missing out on 2 to 3 kills. It just keeps getting beamed by that charge rifle. Like, that charge rifle is just a really solid gun to get chunk damage off of. And he keeps trying to get the land with the Kraber, but if he's just not able to land it, they're just going to waste all of their meds up there on the Watchtower. On the other side, though, it does look like Outlaws is tracking down a team right now. If they're able to wipe up that squad, they just...
Oh, there we go. He finally got it. He's been at it for a while. He finally got the hit, and they're actually going to take that as the opportunity to just get hyper aggressive here. They're going to push straight in. You see that Bangalore smoke, I think, going out there trying to get the res on the teammate. Not going to give him any time to do it. Fires at that Pathfinder as well, trying to clear him out. So admittedly, Donut, I'm not sure that this was like the best particular strategy. I do agree with you. They waited for a really long time to get that Kraber knock before they decided that they were going to get aggressive, but now they are getting aggressive. You see he takes the Prowler, gets a couple of hits in, throws the dome down to isolate. Lithium in danger, gets a couple of shots in. There's the what I assume is the third party starting to come in here. Taking a lot of damage, just admittedly, honestly, just taking a lot of damage. Like, that's...
Now he's left outside. He has a Wraith block.
Oh boy.
Extremely low. Looks like they're able to finally kill off the rest of that team. Now they're at a, I believe, 5-point advantage right now. We have...
Oh no!
Down.
He got domed as he went for the Phoenix kit. His teammate desperately trying to save him right now. There we go. Great job. Absolute hero stuff right there to bail Lithium out of that situation.
Agreed. If they ended up choking that dub, I definitely don't think they take the map, but they are able to get it. I believe with a 7 kill lead, so it might even come down to the damage right here. 19 total kills. Just some rough math here. Looks like total of 5,000 damage. So it looks like it might be a 34-point kill or 34-point game for them. We'll have to see what Paul and crew are able to do on the other side right now. See if they can get it. Extremely close matchup. It's 2-2 in the series right now, and this map is very close.
Yeah, these two teams do look very evenly matched. So that first place with 19 kills is very solid. Kind of a difficult situation for Paul over here. And the rest of the folks at Outlaws having to play this sort of really long distance game, and it's a situation almost that's a little familiar in the sense that we saw their opponents doing something very similar to this. I wonder, on the other hand, this ring really, actually, I was going to say maybe the ring will force them to move in, but honestly, Donut, that ring advantage is basically kind of just encouraging this play style, all things considered.
Agreed. I mean, as much as they do have a decent zone advantage right now, it looks like they just lost that zone advantage, though, when towards their opponents. If they do not rack up, or if they do not kill both squads and allow one squad to kill off another squad, I think they're going to end up losing the map. Definitely got to have a change in strategy right here, get a little bit more aggressive, and maybe stop on the sniping game.
Recharging the shields there in preparation for what might be a push. That smoke was shot up there, I think, specifically to allow the other team that they're facing off to transition between buildings here, and sure enough, you can see them putting some fire into it. Smoke coming out again. That might be an indicator that the third party has gotten involved on this long-range gun duel. So much smoke actually being thrown out there. I think you have to make that assumption at this stage, Donut. Really need to push up if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, they're
running out of time, honestly.
They're outside of zone at this point. Both squads are at a huge opportunity to be able to hit each other. They definitely have to do something different right here. Looks like grenades are being exchanged with one another, and at this point, they have to switch up the strategy.
Yeah, they can only be so cautious here for so long, and I mean, now they really don't have a choice. The ring has closed in on them, or will close in on them. It's the countdown starts now. They have to make the decision to push forward. Like this is getting to the point where I just don't know how much longer, or admittedly how much longer, or exactly what the point of this positioning is, Donut, because they're not really doing anything here but just poking down and maybe using a few resources. Like if they had managed to get a knock in here somewhere, which is I think what they're waiting for. Ooh, ow, oh boy,
oh yikes, yeah, not good. Gets a pretty decent cover, but again, at this point, they are now in the open where both squads have a really good sight on them, having nades thrown at them. They're all crouching behind the rock. It's really not a good situation for them. They have to just pick one squad, have to push them, win that fight, and somehow not get third partied. You see that both the squads are now shooting at each other. Are they trying to shoot through the glass window? I don't believe they're able to do that.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the play is. I mean, I will say, okay, they do have a way to close this distance if they wanted to. They have the portal.
Agreed.
They could theoretically portal forward here. I mean, it would be probably not the ideal scenario that they're looking for, but they could certainly do it. And again, they're starting to run out of time. I mean, they got 46 seconds left. This rock is providing them with a decent amount of cover. So they have the opportunity, I guess, to play this cautiously. Oh, there you go. There's the push. Pathfinder takes the zip line up to the roof. They have to get aggressive here. You can see they're just going to play the backside of the door. They are fully shielded up, so I mean, they can really make this stick. They're actually going to get involved with the firefight of the team across the way, which forces Paul to pop those shields there to get him back up. Going to use a syringe as well.
You have to be careful. They're just a few seconds away from getting third party. An entire team right underneath their feet. It looks like that's what Paul's trying to wait for right now, or trying to keep off.
Oh, hello.
Looks like they're going to go ahead and portal behind that rock right there. along with the bang ult. It looks like they just threw their game to try and help them right there, but man, they're in a bad situation. They now don't have really any good cover away from the team that is now outside, able to get third party. I don't think this was a good strategy by them. I really think that probably 2-3 minutes ago they should have just picked one squad and pushed that squad. But now they're in this situation. We'll have to see what they do here.
Yeah, they're just getting roughed. No. I'm pretty sure that's a devotion that's firing in like that. Okay, gonna use the portal here. Now that is an interesting choice. Hello. Oh, oh no!
This gives them a direct link into the push and they're down.
Oh. I will admit, I think I understood 100% what Paul was trying to do there, which was the very, and I think very legitimate hope, right, that he could get to that bottom floor, use basically the ring and the staircase kind of to create a little bit of an area, a safe area where he could res his teammates. I do not think he expected to run face first into the entire enemy team on that first floor, like, in all fairness.
I agree. It looks like
unfortunate.
The scoreboard, even if he had been able to get the dub along with all 6 of the remaining kills, it just wouldn't have been enough to be able to win against Lithium. So it looks like it is now 3-2 with Infamous in the lead.
Yeah, indeed. Definitely unfortunate. I feel a bit poorly for him, to be honest, because I think that was a very smart play. Like, that was the play to use that portal the way he did. I just think you can't obviously account for that kind of silliness. Of course, it is best of 7, so we're kind of maybe starting to close in towards some of these teams getting the win, moving on to our finals. We will take a quick break in between the semis and the finals, of course, since we have been going for a while here with these matches, but just waiting now, I think, for all our teams to queue back in. And funny enough, Donut, no surprises, but literally everyone running the same three legends. Probably shouldn't blow anyone's mind, all things considered.
Slurps is, instead of running Gibraltar, running Lifeline.
Oh yeah, you're right. I missed that. I thought he was Gibraltar for a second. I thought he'd given up on the Lifeline, but boy, no, the man likes his Lifeline. He does. he likes that little robot. Really helping out.
So it does look like it is 3-1 currently between Biggest, Outlaw, and Arctic. And then on the other side, the teams that we just watched, Infamous and Outlaws, it is a 3-2 lead in favor of Outlaws. Wait, no, sorry. In favor of
Infamous.
Infamous. I'm struggling with that. But it looks like
we are. That essentially means we're moving on to match point for both of these matchups. In these two. Once we get to go ahead and get them back in, we'll see what we can kind of get out of them. Both these teams obviously kind of playing here. The losers will be going over to the small finals, the third place matchup. Meanwhile, the other teams will be moving towards their grand finals matchup and their shot at that significant portion of that 2150 prize pool that's waiting for them.
So it's it, Ivan, where you're asking where's the Watson. So these guys, as much as they are playing in ranked and Watson is typically preferred for ranked and scrims, they're also doing a kill race inside of ranked, which means that they have to play aggressive. And since Watson is purely a defensive player, and also with their low profile 5% damage increase, with also having such a large hitbox, Watson isn't a really feasible character for these team comps. That's why we're seeing the Gibraltar for the aggression and the Wraith for the aggression and all of that.
Indeed. Well, we're just waiting for the go-ahead from our staff here to get these matches back online. Quickly, just so you are aware, you are watching the Apex New Dawn League finals here for the Console Gaming League. I'm Corbeck, joined in the CGL studios by Donut. That's the other wonderful voice you hear describing the action to you. And then, of course, Sultan in our production, handling all the wonderful overlays, transitions, replays. That's all him. He's doing great. So thank you so much, Sultan, for taking your time out of the day to do that. If you're interested in more of our Console Gaming League events, we do have more fun stuff for you on the way. On May 16th, we have our Injustice 2 tournament. You can find out more information about that by going to consolegamingleague.com/FGC or by joining our FGC Discord. On May 23rd, maybe a little bit more appeal to this audience, we have our Call of Duty Warzone tournament. $150 prize pool, free to enter, kill race format. Plenty of opportunity for you to join. You can find out all about that on our website at consolegamingleague.com/COD, at our Twitter at consolegaminglg, or through our Discords, which is easily the best way to stay in touch with us. There will be possibly a bigger Call of Duty sort of invitational coming down the pipe as well, and there will be more Apex in the future for you to join. Of course, if you're interested in our Overwatch content, every Friday night, as part of our ongoing multi-tier tournament series, you can watch Friday Night Overwatch, where we have the best teams on Console Watch right here on this Twitch channel, 8 p.m. EST. Honestly, normally casted by yours truly, and a rotating cast of some of our best casters here: Bullskunk, Billy, Sultan, Swift, and Skate Action. So plenty of action here on the CGL for you to watch. But now back to the Apex here. Now that we've done our necessary plug of all our content here at the CGL, this is of course big prize pool, big money on the line for these teams. It looks like all of our, or at least two of our squads, biggest member and just blanked Arctic. I don't know how I keep forgetting that one. I tell you what, it is not a good day. This is what I get. I was up late last night. This is my payback for not getting enough sleep, is that I keep fumbling Arctic Gaming and Infamous here. But Arctic Gaming and biggest member have started to queue in to their games, so we'll get an opportunity to view them and see how they do here. This is match point for these two. Arctic does have the advantage here, 3-1. We saw some play coming out earlier from biggest member. We said it wasn't really in accordance. We saw it wasn't really in accordance with what we had expected from biggest member based on their play yesterday, where they were dropping huge point bomb games, right? They were doing very, very well. Today, we've kind of not seen that. There's been a lot of, not necessarily dysfunction, but usually it ends up being Lurks kind of left alive after his two teammates get taken out, and they kind of all scramble a little bit and try and figure out what to do, and it's kind of permanently put them at a disadvantage. But that being said, Donut, they have now fought their way back for at least one game, so they are in a position to maybe get that reverse sweep in.
I know that we didn't display the game that biggest member had won, but just so that way the viewers are aware, it was actually, I believe, a 7-kill game at 12th place, and Arctic placed like a 17th placement with only one. It really wasn't just an absolute monster pub as we've typically seen a biggest member, at least yesterday, although we can still see the reverse sweep. They have to wrap it up. They have to get the wins. I mean, their strategy is pretty nice. They typically are not struggling early game. You see, they typically like to drop Gauntlet. Boom, 2 purples, a Hemlock, an R9. Like, they're getting really good loot. The only problem is they keep playing too aggressive and just not playing for the win in the late game. So I'll have to see whether or not they're going to switch up that strategy or not. On the other hand, though, we see that Arctic, double purples, also decent weaponry as well. They have a squad on them already. They knocked one, did a finisher on them to be able to grab the extra shield, and so they're already going to be at an advantage just a couple of seconds into this match.
Yeah, it was a good start there actually for Arctic dropping into the Thunderdome. Really solid loot all across the board. And looking back over here on the screen, sorry, somebody's messaging me. I don't know why people choose to message me on Discord when it's pretty obvious. Like commentating a game, can't help you right now, but sorry. Gotta watch these guys try and beat each other out here in Apex. Oh, hello. That was a bit of a drop in there for Lurks. Found a Mirage. Oh no, got pinged on sonar as well, so that means that there is a Bloodhound somewhere nearby. Mirage trying to exit that area, finds the Mirage, finishes him off pretty quickly. Now just has to be cautious about that Bloodhound who is lurking somewhere in the nearby area. Also, that's a really cool looking skin for the Prowler.
Oh, teabagging it. Oh no.
Why? Why?
Sure.
Oh, get the mental, trying to just boom the mental of the guy who's already been downed. He's just trying to help out that dude's opponents in the next game. That's what it's all about. His speed of bro.
So it looks like they also got another solo right there. So it does look like they might have a 1 point advantage right here, although as you just saw, Stutz is getting detected right now on drone, so he is going and aggroing a team, it looks like right here. They're able to get a full team wipe. They will have back their kill advantage.
Yeah, indeed. Both teams have rotated into Skulltown, and you know your talk about these teams rotating similarly really come true. Look at that R99 play, by the way. Things like a laser in the hands of somebody who knows how to use it. Yes, caustic gas came out. I'm not exactly sure what happened to the caustic. Whether he ran back into Skulltown, he must have done so, and you can see some shots coming in there. Stutz will use this raid portal just to get a little bit of distance, pops up into the caustic gas. That's bad luck.
I need a gun. Alright, we're good.
Dropping the mortar there as well, I think, just to get clearance, basically, give them a little bit of breathing room and get them out of that caustic gas.
Caustic gas, or not caustic gas, Gibraltar ult right there. It looks like they might have 2 squads on them, one on top of the bones, and then one on that building that they're aggroing right now. If so, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble right here. Oh, takes 2 nasty PK shots. He's going to go ahead and reposition. What a beautiful zipline. Oh, it didn't work the way he thought it would.
Nailed right now.
Certainly did not, and Stutz immediately popping the Wraith portal there to get out of danger. Well, not the portal, the teleport, to get out of danger, kind of trying to reset. It's been an awkward kind of Skulltown fight for them, if we're being honest. Donut kind of a little clumsy at times, and not necessarily that they don't have control over the situation, because I think that would be a misplay, just probably not as smooth as they would have liked, and you can see that's kind of contributing again as well, because Fusion just got knocked here. 14 squads left. Don't know how easy it'll be for them to get back to the Pathfinder. And currently Stutz just doing a bit of a runner here. I'm not really sure if he's going to gather more loot or he's pressing an enemy.
I think he's going for loot. It looks like that his blue shield was completely broken and he didn't have anything else. Also, it looks like he's going to go ahead and put down the portal. Not sure if he's going to use that as an escape route for himself or if he's going to try and give Fusion right here an exit. Doesn't look like he's able to get it close enough for the exit for him. On the other hand, though, Lurksy and crew just able to wipe up another squad there at the end. You can see they're distancing out. Again, they had this problem earlier where they get a little bit too aggressive and too kill hungry and took a loss because of it. So they'll just have to be careful right here, while at the same time their opponents are still inside of Skulltown, looking like they're struggling just a little bit with some caustic gas right there.
Yeah, putting those down relatively easy. That was kind of a cheeky caustic placement, I think. That might indicate that there's somebody up at the top of that building, but I'm not sure by now. Might have rotated off. But I think one of the biggest problems they're facing right now, Donut, is they have spent a significant amount of time in Skulltown at this point. Right? They've been here for a while. They have gotten, I think, a couple of kills, but they've not really started to rotate. I mean, they've kind of locked themselves in with the loot that they've got here, and admittedly, the loot has not been terrible, but Stutz still only has white shields, and sure enough, I think he might have sightlines on somebody up on that roof. Looks like a Pathfinder. Is pinging the heck out of him, that's for sure.
Drop down no matter what.
I don't know, but full squad comes a running. Looks like they're just gonna.
The boys are all here for this one.
Get on top. I have it. Yeah, molting. Molting a little far.
Oh, legend has it, if you just ping an enemy, your Pathfinder usually appears within 5 feet of them.
To start off the fight, hits one for 59. Looks like their own ult right here. It's gonna stun the Wraith real quick, but it looks like they got. Oh, yep, there it is.
There it is.
Close for them.
All right. Well, again, the kills. Oh, hello, Bangalore.
Hello.
Goodbye, Bangalore. Well, destroyed that Bangalore as well. A little bit unfortunate. I don't actually know who was more surprised there, Stutz or the Bangalore, though I will tell you Stutz responded a little bit faster. Let's just put it at that. Not a lot you can do when you're in that situation either, with that Peacekeeper straight in your face. In all fairness. Meanwhile, Lurks has actually gotten in a fight here, gotten a good knock, gets his teammate back up with the res. The lifeline shield actually coming in quite big there, because you saw that they were getting pushed from that side. This team not playing well at all into them, and Fuzi more than happy to just clean up those kills. Lurk got a little bit involved in the action as well, taking down old Vicious Virtuoso there, which is I like that name, that's a good one.
Yeah, doing a good job thus far. I lost track of the kills on both sides. I'm sure it is relatively close though. We can see the games are almost identical at this point. 9 squads left in one, 8 squads left in another. However, it looks like slightly more beneficial. Oh, never mind. They got a whole nother squad there. I was gonna say.
Yeah, yikes. Lurk's taking a lot of damage here as well. Does manage to get the knock though, playing around kind of just the outside edge of this ring. And honestly, to be honest with you, Donut, this is looking a lot more like the team that we saw yesterday from these guys over here at Biggest Member. They are kind of engaged in a bit of a range duel, but this is kind of the more, I guess, precision oriented, kind of like just playing together really well that we saw, whereas earlier today we were getting a bit more, I think, just mixed signals, a little bit more of a mixed performance.
Agreed. Now, something I want to point to is we can see that Lurks with that Prowler again actually has the select fire on the gun, and I'm unsure whether. Oh, never mind. He just swapped it to full auto. I was going to make a point of the fact that he was using burst, but not so much anymore.
How many kills? I have 7.
Yeah, he's over to full auto. I can't really blame him, right? That's like the strong suit of the Prowler. As someone who likes burst fire guns, I for one can just not get anything done with the Prowler unless it's in full auto, which is always kind of interesting to me.
We're frying, bro.
Don't really know what the point of having a submachine gun that does burst fire is, but what do I know?
To be fair, the Prowler on burst fire actually has a higher DPS than the full auto. However, the full auto version has less horizontal recoil, or sorry, vertical recoil, but has more horizontal. But while in burst mode, it has virtually no horizontal recoil. So by many pros, they typically will use the burst fire modes. It's much easier to align the shots while also having a higher DPS.
It's interesting. I did not know that. The more that you know, knowledge is half the battle right there.
Definitely. It looks like they are able to just easily wipe that squad while Arctic is in a relatively bad situation. It looks like the Gibraltar is down right now. Oh, what a laser with that Havoc. Takes down a full red shield along, or in a single clip right there. Looks like he's just going to be able to camp these guys out while they get the res. Really good play on their side. Going to thirst that kill real quick. Looks like Stutz might be dropping down onto him right here. Oh, what a hit.
I'm coming.
Boom. Easy wrap up for them, along with a red shield for them as well.
Any bads?
Yeah, well played indeed. Getting those picks very early. Early putting themselves ahead now. If you look at the 5v6 situation, so the squad numbers relatively similar. Obviously, the kills on screen a little bit different, but not significantly so. So I would assume these two teams are quite close. Of course, keeping in mind here that if Lurks and Crew kind of lose this one, they are out. They do get a chance to play in the third place match, but they do not get their shot at the top of the prize pool. Some shots coming in there, not really enough to make much of a dent. Arcs are out.
I'm gonna just break that door, I guess. Oh, now they're getting a ton of grenades in there. Looks like he's gonna go ahead and race out of that. Turn around, get on that high ground. I think very smart move. Don't want to get trapped in with all the grenade spam. Looks like, oh, just a laser with that havoc right there. Takes down one person, makes it an easy 3v2. They get another knock. It is now a 3v1. Probably just gonna wrap it up here. Boom, there it is. It's another 3 kills. They are down to their last 3 squads in a very good position at this point, running comfortable guns. It looks like Lurks and Crew, though, struggling just a little bit with the caustic gas right there. I definitely think that if they want to wrap this up and seal the deal, they definitely need to keep on the aggression, make sure that they keep getting the kills, because it looks like Stutz and Crew is not slowing down.
No, and certainly not. Obviously, the kill potential for Stutz, Stutz and the rest of the folk there at Arctic will be going down the less people that are in the lobby. But obviously still kind of a lot of pressure on biggest member right now to come back after their initial performance here, and they've done well this map. They have done really well. Whether or not they've done enough is hard to say, and I don't think there's a situation, Donut, in which they can't. They have to get first place. They cannot finish without that first place.
I agree.
Or they will be completely out of this.
I do not think that Stutz and Crew are going to choke it. They haven't choked thus far in these types of situations. They've almost always won in these top 3 positions. On top of that, I think that currently Stutz is on the lower end of the kills right now for his crew, which is good news for them. That means we only have 6 confirmed kills on the screen, which is lower than Lurks, but being not the
Look at this, dropping in aggressive. I love that little bit of play there. Now, can they finish this off? Fulzy actually taking most of the shots from Lurks to the back of the head, for better or for worse, but they will finish off that squad, so that's another 3 kills to add to the total. Lurks jumps up to 6, I should say. Now back over, they do have an engagement here. The folks at Arctic trying to get up on the high ground here, secure this part of the spine.
Drop that back down on him.
He's portaling. That's an enemy. Not mine.
Gotta be careful about zone right here. Looks like in a relatively bad position. Not sure if this is his ult or somebody else's. Looks like it was somebody else's. Oh, put himself right here. Lost his armor, doesn't have his face, and is in the open. Looks like he's able to pop that off. Oh, gets a clutch bubble to protect him from the thermite.
Oh, that was real close. Woo! That came in just at the last second there. That was big saves by Scorps, let's be honest.
Looks like they just got the knock right there, making an easy 3v2, playing aggressive right here as they normally do.
Did he kill Gibby?
Looks like just one sitting in the back with the Havoc.
He doesn't see me.
Gonna all go ahead and back up. Not sure if that's the play right there. I'm not sure if they're repositioning or trying to disengage in total. On the other side, though, looks like Lurks is getting aggressive right now against this squad, trying to third-party them right now. Hopefully it's not too late. It looks like 2 people are already knocked here. If they allow the full team to get wiped, I'm unsure whether or not they can pick it back up to be able to get enough kill points to win this match.
Yeah, it looks like this bubble dancing Wraith is just causing them a lot of problems right now. They will get them down, and you see all that caustic gas popping out. So they do get, I think, a knock and at least 1 or 2 kills in that one. So, or they get at least 2 kills, I think, out of that.
They got all 3.
All 3. Okay, so that's good for them. That definitely keeps them in the hunt. 3 squads left in their game right now. And again, these 2 teams, very even keel right here. All things considered, you're going to throw out the drone for the healing. Oh, I think they might have... Oh, that was the death totem there. Look at that. Good drop. Great, just great bit of play there from Lurks to get down and get aggressive.
blinded a little bit low, and they're gonna seal the deal. That is all three of those kills right there. That's really big for them. Looks like they can take their time, heal up completely, and now just have one more squad they have to conquer. On the other side, though, Stutz and crew are having a little bit of an issue. Stutz was just knocked, barely got res. Gonna go ahead and pop off that med kit right there, reload both of the weapons, along with finish up his healing as well. Just gonna take a second to be able to recoup right there. While on the other side, it looks like they're finishing up their fight right now, and they got it.
Yeah, there's the championship. That was exactly the game they needed to stay in this. Biggest member putting in the performance when it counts. Coming in big right there at the end as well.
We can bait out a bubble and then I can ult. We can get a really
I'd be interested to see what their scoreboard reads as, at least their total kills.
They also have Gibby.
If we can
What a play. Wow.
That would be huge.
I
really don't want to push anything.
28, 38 total points. Looks around a little over 5,000 damage, possibly even 6,000 in total. So they definitely got anywhere between a 44 or 45 point game right there. Very big for them.
Massive game for them, and exactly what they needed in this situation. So that if they can win this one, it'll bring the total score here up to 3-2. So really kind of pushing the limits of the best of 7 format. Can maybe mark us up to a 3-3 if the pattern continues. Meanwhile, Stutz, Scorp, Fusion over here on Arctic, kind of in their end phase, their end game, as it were, of this particular map. A bit of an awkward last ring, a lot of open space. Now that Gibraltar all coming down, I do not think that was theirs. I think that's the opposing Gibraltar. You can see that little bit of shield overlap there. Stutz playing very carefully around the outside edge of those two bubbles. The other Gibraltar ult, which I think was theirs, coming down now. There's the push. Good kills all around.
Last squad right here. Looks like they're playing full aggro on them.
Less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, they want this finished. They just want this done and over with, and they got a good flank there. Great damage from the Havoc, and they'll finish off as well. Now, I guess the moment of truth, looking at these two scoreboards, we'll know right away if this one is going forward or not.
I'll be shocked. Honestly, I'll be shocked if Lurks and Crew's 28 kill game isn't enough to be able to take them into the next map.
God damn it,
20 kills. Oh, a lot of, yeah,
I shouldn't have to play a second
lot of
game
action on Stutz's side, but just not enough to be able to seal it. So it is going to go from a 3-1 to a 3-2. We'll have to see if they can reverse.
Keeping us busy. Keeping us invested, that's for sure. Fascinating. Well done. Honestly, well done to the folks over there at Biggest Member for pulling that one out of the bank. Keeping this alive. Taking a look back here at our other teams, maybe we can get a score update on where Outlaws is standing currently versus Infamous.
Outlaws look to have dropped 14 points in their last match, at third place with 8 kills. Don't have a reported score yet for the Infamous team yet. We're waiting on that. Oh, sorry. Yes, we don't have Infamous's score yet. We're just waiting on them so far.
We are waiting on the score from Infamous. Taking a look here.
Oh,
our score reporting chat.
Just barely reported. They got 33 points. So Infamous does win over Outlaws. I think it was a
4-2. Pretty sure.
Was it 4-2? Okay, yeah, I believe that is accurate.
Yeah, I believe it's 4-2. We can get maybe a final score roundup, and for now, tentatively at least, barring something that we're not aware of, we can say the Outlaws, it looks like, have maybe pushed their ticket or punched their ticket forward to the finals.
It looks like it's 2-3 right now.
Oh no, never mind. 2-3.
Yeah, it looks like they're even queuing up for their one.
Yep, they are indeed queuing up, doing whatever they can to prove us wrong. At this point in time, we need a big scoreboard. We need like a whiteboard somewhere here in the lovely CGL studios. All Arctic and BM. That was a 44-point game there by Biggest Member, by the way, versus Arctic's with a 35-point game. So those two teams really firing on all cylinders, actually, truth be told. Both looking absolutely savaged here. And we're looking now at the Foursquare. We'll focus in on this Arctic, or this Outlaws Infamous matchup, and we'll get a look at what that's going to look like as they're dropping in to this early match.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're doing the same old strategies. We have Outlaw dropping at the very edge of the ship. Looks like they had only 6 people in ship when they decided to drop, which means they're now on the very east side of the map compared to everybody. While on the other side, we have the same old strategy going ahead and going to drop Hydro Dam, or as Quebec likes to call it, pipes.
There are pipes there.
There are pipes. Wow. They decided, it looks like Outlaw decided not to engage very early and actually decided to go swamps. They are very out of the rotation right now. They were originally going to drop labs. I don't know how I feel about that. It is
that's an odd decision. I don't know if there was something they saw that kind of spooked them, or maybe made them think that they should go this way. You're right, they're very much out of the rotation. Meanwhile, their opponents very much, quote, in the rotation, as it were, coming out of Hydro Dam, doing their best kind of loot everything. You see Lithium actually getting that loot tick there, seeing what he can get out of that. But yeah, a bit of a awkward start there.
Oh, I do need that actually.
Yeah, agreed. We'll have to see what they can do. I mean, we're talking, they have to be very fast in their rotation. As most people know, Swamps does not have good loot. You can see they're running. He doesn't even have that much ammo, even though he's loaded a lot of buildings. They all have white shields. It is, I don't think it's really the best start to the game thus far, but we'll have to see what they can do with it. We've seen previously that, in fact, not Outlaws, but Infamous, with their Hydro Dam rotation, felt like they were really out of the rotation, would have a bad start, and then ended up turning it around. So we'll have to see what they do here.
It's fine, eat it. I got a blue.
There's a purple one right there. It's right
yeah,
there.
they're definitely in a situation where they're going to have to try and work this one around. One of the other problems just coming out of Swamps, too, is that there's just not a lot of kills to be had. Fortunately, their game really honestly doesn't seem to be going quite that fast. They are down to 17 squads, but still, as opposed to the game that Infamous is playing, already down to 14 squads in their matchup, so maybe a little bit faster paced setup there, but you can see they're already starting the rotation out of Hydro Dam. Lithium pushing into the indoor area, moving up the stairs. Not sure what he's pinging right there, actually.
I don't know either. I don't know if he's trying to signal that somebody's above them. Or
I don't know how they would know that.
Let's come and loot this after it's looted.
No, I guess. Okay. It does look like Outlaws is engaging a squad right here, possibly. They've been looking at this building that they're pushing up on right now for a while.
The ship came from
the only other squad in Swamps.
Come from Slums?
Yep, it looks like there is, in fact, another squad there. Looks like they're just all going to get on the high ground real quick. Paul's struggling to figure out how to get on top. There he is.
They're pushing, yeah, they're continuing, they're taking the zip line. That's definitely a Pathfinder made zip line. Whether that was their Pathfinder or an opponent, not entirely clear. But you can see they've got sights on somebody on the edge of Hydro Dam, which I assume is going to be their rotation route here, Donut, right, coming back off of Swamps through Hydro Dam. And wow, they have a hike based on that map. They've got a ways to go.
It's gonna be rough for them. We also look at the kill potential right here. So far, Infamous has not seen any people or has any kills, while on the other hand, Outlaws has 16 potential teams to take down. So that's going to give them a little bit of an edge right here. Slowly starting to make the rotation. Again, because of the poor loot inside of Swamps, it looks like they're having to take their time to keep looting inside of Repulsor. I'm not confident in their ability to be able to place a really high kill game. Unsure about whether or not Infamous is going to be able to pull out a high kill game either.
Yeah, they both seem to have kind of started with sort of weird rotations, and neither of them are hitting squads. Though even as I say that, Lithium does get an engage, does not get the better of that at all. Though, is knocked almost immediately by that I believe it's a Pathfinder. It might have been a Revenant. A little bit hard to tell. It is a Pathfinder. There's the pressure coming in both sides. That Pathfinder did perhaps not expect that, but there comes the rest of the team. Very nearly disastrous situation. Good turnaround there. Unfortunately, they've dropped their Pathfinder as well. Oh no!
Oh.
They've just been knocked out of that round. Oh my!
It is though 3-2 for Infamous. So if they do this round, which all Outlaws need to do is drop 1 kill.
Wow, that's bad. That's disastrous there for them. Fortunate, you're right that they do have that that buffer, that 1 game, because lordy me, that could not have gone any worse for them in that situation, and hopefully they can just kind of tighten up their mental a little bit and come back on that one. So just the 1 kill that needs to be picked up here by the folks over at Outlaws if they want to keep it on, and I can't see how they wouldn't be able to do that, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, sending him right back to the lobby. Looks like a pretty dangerous situation right now for Outlaws. They do have a squad right there. 1 goes down. If they don't get a kill, it's going to be really worrisome. Oh, they are able.
No, did they get one? They did. Yeah, they did. They got 1. It might be the only one they get.
Might be the only one. He's locked in a closet. Oh, he is able to knock another one. Is he able to get all 3 of them? Oh, he's not able to get all 3 of them. Although,
no. What happened? Oh my God! Both these teams just kind of not great. Wow, that's a big number right there. That's a big old predator.
Yeah, definitely, it's getting that time of peak time. Everybody's done talking and hanging out with Mother. Time to hop on and put in the pred grind, I guess.
Hanging out with Mother. Sound like the guy from Psycho. Jeez. That's pretty funny. Gosh, that was a weird set of games. Not gonna lie, that was real odd. Not what I expected at all. Truth be told, they probably they might be jumping back into the queue. No, one team's still kind of waiting out. If we can let's just hop over and see how Lurks and Stutzy's here doing on their particular matchup. So that match I think will be tied 3-3. By the way, the Outlaws Infamous won, and then we'll switch back over here to biggest member in Arctic Gaming. We'll drop back in, I think, on the other 2 when they start to re-queue in. But for now, we'll take a look at this.
So it's going to look like they were in roughly the same situation. Have 2 confirmed kills on one screen and 1 confirmed kill on the other. Relatively same armor. Well, I guess now they have triple purple. They did have 2 purple and 1 white. But Lurks and crew have triple purple, and it looks like they have 2 blues and a purple on the other side. So with this, I mean, we don't know the official kill count thus far, but we can assume it's relatively close right now. Thankfully, nobody's taking out early game, and they're just all getting ready to pop stuff.
That's admittedly quite funny.
Goes down. Oh no.
Yeah, Stutz did get taken out early there. Looks like Lithium is requeuing, and we might be seeing, we should be seeing shortly thereafter Pulse Slays and the rest of the squad there for Outlaws requeuing as well.
This might be big for Lurks and crew to be able to do their reverse sweep. They got 1 person up right now. Fusion off running away from the team right now.
Oh no!
It's just finished. Oh no. Let's see how many they have. confirmed kills right now. It doesn't look like they have enough damage to be able to get a point for damage, which means that it looks like Lurks and crew do not have to try very hard to be able to finish this up. They have the 2 confirmed kills right now. I have no doubt they wiped a squad, so they're probably also at 3 kills. Just simply need to get enough damage for a point for damage and or a kill.
Wow. Disaster, basically, for the 2 squads that were in our leading in our respective semifinal matches.
By fall 3, it is now going to officially be 3-3.
Crazy. What we can do is we can switch back over to Outlaws and Infamous. Biggest member, looks like they will be able to walk that one in relatively easy, barring an unexpected disaster. Outlaw and Infamous now tied 3-3. So deciding match here basically for them. Whoever wins this one gets their chance to go to the grand finals. You can see the drop in coming here for the folks from Infamous. Lithium landing there on Hydro Dam with the rest of his squad. Typical rotation here. Meanwhile, on the other side, well, we'll see what they want to drop in, but going in, getting the loot as quickly as possible. Going to leave that EVA 8 in favor of picking up a flatline. Gets the Peacekeeper as well, so pretty good early game setup there. Needs some shields though. Pretty desperately, actually. 2 members of the team don't have shields right now, actually.
Thankfully, dropping in such a passive spot like Pipes or Hydro Dam or whatever you want to call it, there's not too many teams that are going to drop there with them, which means they have a little bit of breathing room to be able to take their time looting. Not super important to be able to find shields. Okay, he does finally get a shield. They all have white at this point in time. We'll have to see what Outlaws does. Again, Outlaws is typically dropping at the very end of the ship path. In this circumstance, towards the end of the ship path, they have Water Treatment, Thunderdome, and Hot Skull. We'll have to see what they decide to do here. With the way their opponents are playing, they can probably drop passive and be just fine. Looks like they're going to go Water Treatment here. With 2 squads, maybe? Possibly only 1.
I can carry it if you want.
Yeah, Water Treatment does seem to be the play. So for the first time in a while, actually, in the last couple of matches, these 2 teams will be on different rotations, which is kind of interesting because the last couple of games they've kind of all been rotating out of Hydro Dam. So over to Water Treatment here, get some loot early on. Is Outlaws, Infamous, kind of in a bit of a weird spot.
And a thirst.
Oh, did they really? Looking to see what they see here. I'm going to turn on their comms really quick.
Yeah, well, we need better shields, man.
Oh, can you understand? Because
I totally forgot that they speak.
It's like, I speak a little bit of Mandarin, but pretty sure those are 2 different countries and languages. Oh, they have 1 knocked on their own right now. It looks like both of them are relatively low right now. Paul pushing aggressively, gonna try and finish off this race. It's the last one standing.
Oh, get him! There we go.
Oh, nice. There we go. So they are automatically at a 3-point lead already this early in the game. I can't really see the amount of squads left. Looks like they have 18 squads. Oh, looks like Infamous already pushing their first squad as well. Immediately gets a kill. Looks like they are third-partying a squad right now. Full aggroing that. Again, really bad shields right now. Really bad shields. Looks like they're actually looking right now.
Right above here.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, like right up here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Donut. I think they are looking for better shields. Oh no, comes up into the top of the gunfight, has to run back into the dome as quickly as possible. Gonna swap out the shields, but the pressure's still there, playing the bubble dance just a little bit. But it's a 2v1, 3v1 even. His team needs to come back and help them, or help him, or this could be it.
And they get it, they seal it.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, and possibly
a third party.
If this is a third party, this might be the end. They do end up getting those kills right there. Looks like they're looting right now.
I'm getting them out of here.
Yeah, they do have the third party incoming. I'm gonna go ahead and check their comms as well.
I don't know if I can make it. They're gonna finish me.
Alright, I'm gonna get some coffee or something. Oh, these guys are.
Oh no, okay, Lithium is out.
Kills.
Or
Go
he's
for placement. We
down.
can get kills later.
I don't know if the rest of the squad's still here though.
To get this banner.
So okay, all right. So they've still got Panjam up. They still got the Wraith in there as well. So they can keep playing this. Obviously, Lithium going down the Gibraltar, being taken out of the equation, is kind of unfortunate, given that he's a key sort of support here.
To the banner.
But Infamous not in a situation that they can't recover from, basically.
Yeah, one thing that's worrisome is typically in a situation like this, it would be just fine as long as they had a kill advantage. But at this point, just go ahead and go and grab the beacon. It sounds like they're planning to just extract immediate.
Yeah, just get out of there. Get out of there. I'm gone.
Yeah, not a lot else they can really do in that situation. Like they kind of need the Gibraltar back in if they want to be, you know, obviously at peak efficiency. Looking down on the bottom screen, Paul still kind of looting. Does have Evo shield now, which is good for him, but his two teammates. Oh, finally it looks like a blue is coming in there. Andy though still on whites, but I guess it's the Gibraltar maybe the best member of the squad to still be on white shields at this time. And also admittedly only 15 squads left in their game, which is still kind of early days, all things considered, for that particular match. So maybe not as much pressure there. Definitely okay to just do what they're doing right now, which is collect some loot. That being said, Donut, if they are too slow for too long.
Optics here.
Oh no, it looks like
Sorry.
went down.
I'm so sorry, man.
Wow, yeah. There you go.
Advantage right now. All Outlaws have to do is wipe a full squad and they will take that stuff. Not enough damage for a damage point right now. So all Outlaws have to do is play it nice and slow, not make the same mistakes. I mean, it already looks like one of them is pushing ahead pretty far. They'll have to play it safe.
Raga, 2 kill costano 600 euro, costano queste 2 kill, per favore.
Go ahead and or never mind. Their comp's not very helpful. I remember that.
Un team dobbiamo uccidere. Un team da 600 euro, attenzione.
Getting a look here at the rest of the squad on Outlaws, so a little bit of the pressure off here by the fact that their opponents have already been kind of beaten up, but they still have to make this one count. So they will have to get some kills here, so they, you know, potentially could still lose this.
Non voglio andare lì in mezzo al drago gigante che ci stanno 40.000 persone di solito.
I do not. I cannot confirm one way or another how many points Infamous got. It was an early release, and I think they got 5 kills if I remember correctly. Somebody, one of the viewers might be able to clarify, and I'm sure the score report will come up shortly. Oh yeah, you can see their match score. They placed 11th. Yeah, it was not a particularly hot game. Yeah, they got 5. So a bit of an unfortunate performance there from Infamous, with 5 kills and an 11th place finish. Not what they needed here, kind of with everything on the line to close this one out. Outlaws still playing. So they need some kills though. 13 squads left in their match. 1 kill on screen right now. That's Paul who has the pick. We don't know about his 2 teammates, Lorix and Andy, but it has been kind of slow going for them so far this match. They haven't really done a significant amount of damage or gotten in a significant amount of engagements. That being said, 12 squads left. They really just need to get a couple, and it looks like they might finally have some enemies on site here on the edge of the ring, trying to gatekeep it just a little bit. Okay, a couple of shots coming in there on Paul, still up. Contact has been made. Good shots coming in right there, pushing them back into the ring. They're gonna throw that frag grenade out just as cutting off the rotation there, which is a clever little bit of play. Paul gonna take this opportunity to boost his shields as well. the ring has finally caught up with them, but obviously they have the advantage to rotate back, which is exactly what they will do. Basically try and set up a little bit of a chokehold around this entrance and hope that they don't get gate-kept in turn, because there's another team over there. They drop a couple of shots in, can't quite get them finished off. Great hits though coming out of Paul, who's going to start throwing every grenade he has. Gonna push up with the G7 there, a proper G7 warrior. Now back into the trench line here to heal up. The rest of the team with him as well, so they know that there's an enemy squad kind of rotating out there to their right. And that's where they're gonna go, pushing forward, trying to catch them on the transition. Couple of good shots in there, forces the Wraith to use her teleport ability, I think almost right away. Coming into the tunnel, and again, really gatekeeping the edge of the ring, not letting anyone come through to them. There's a portal to their back, and actually Paul is going to push up into the ring. The temptation has to be there to push that portal, but really don't know if they want to do it. I think they're going to hold off on that. Paul now trying to get some kills here. Gonna do a quick, I think, just check across the board and see how our other squads are doing. Lurks and so biggest member in Arctic, Lurk and Stutzy squads have dropped in. They're just starting their match now. 15 squads left in the match for biggest member with no kills yet for Lurks. Meanwhile, Stutzy and company, literally Stutzy has a grenade and purple shield, so that's the start of that match with the full 20 squads. But then back over here to Paul, who's just trying to close this one out. All the Outlaws need to do is just get a handful of kills here. They have 9 squads left in this match. But again, kind of in the tail of this entire match here is that they've been really struggling to find solid engages. They had a couple of opportunities to take engages, as we saw a few seconds ago, but they couldn't ever quite finish anything off. And now they're entering into this rotation through Thunderdome. Oh no, they're going to back out of that actually at the last second. Instead, going to prefer to play kind of the hydro area there, kind of rotate around. Water treatment plant or runoff, as it were. I never can remember. I'm not doing well with geographical place names today. let me be honest. It looks like Donut is having a little. If you're wondering why it's just me talking, Donut is having a little bit of trouble with his mic. He's just trying to reset it so he can get back in here. Hopefully, we'll have him rejoining us soon enough. Paul using that syringe there, just going to bring the health total up to full. Andy still on white shields though, which is actually a significant issue. He's been on white shields for a long time. So hopefully he'll be able to get back on there. Donut will be rejoining us shortly. Like I said, just got an update from him that he's working through his microphone situation. So we'll watch the end of this here, and once we have a confirmed kind of end to this match, or at least confirm that they get enough kills where they've clearly carried it away, then we will switch back over to Arctic and Arctic and biggest member. Finally, they're getting a bit of engaged here. Paul putting a couple of shots down range, getting that G7 in, doing some good damage. They need to finish off this entire squad. So there's 2 downs very easily enough. There's the 3rd down. That's 3 eliminations. Not sure how many kills that brings them up total to a squad, though I will say I do believe that puts them, that might just have put them ahead. I remember Donut before he left was saying that they just needed to get 1 squad wipe based on his calculations. So whether or not that is the case, I can't 100% confirm.
No, esatto, la finale giocare la facciamo
Rotating back now through Thunderdome. Or not Thunderdome. I call it Thunderdome. I know it's the pit. See, gosh, just not. I'm terrible at giving directions too. Looks like Donut has been able to rejoin us. Hello, Donut.
Hello.
There we go. So Donut, we just saw here on the stream, and I know you were busy fiddling around with your mic, so I might not have been able to see it, but we just saw Outlaws, I think, pick up 3 kills right there. Based on your calculation, was that enough to put them over the edge?
Yeah, they just needed a full squad wipe to be able to take it. So it looks like they were able to do that right there. I was trying to keep an eye on it while I was trying to fiddle with the mic. So yeah, I mean, at this point, they also probably have enough damage to be able to keep it. I would say, to be safe, they at least need 1 more to be able to lock it in on the off chance that my calculations were just wrong. But I'm pretty sure we're going to go ahead and probably move on to the finals.
Well, might be kind of a bit of a shocking news actually coming out from the other side. Biggest member currently in the lobby, so it does look like they only got a handful of kills before they were eliminated. They might have
both teams are eliminated.
Both teams are eliminated. Wow.
I'm gonna go ahead and check out our Discord. Let's see what's going on.
Get the score reports there, because that is quite a development, all things considered. Biggest member put up 9 points before they got eliminated in 10th place with 7 kills. Waiting on the score report from the other side now.
It is close.
That's going to be very close.
I'm waiting to see if we'll go to a summary on stream here. Might just be gonna hide it.
Don't think we don't have a recap from Arctic. If they just clicked over to summary, maybe we could get an idea of what's going on. I mean, they did get taken out with at least 13 squads left in the game, so not as much potential from them. Woo. It's going to be close, no matter what the end result.
Yeah, I don't know, because even with the 9 points, they placed 10th. And I'm sitting here looking at Stutz' stream, and they were eliminated before 15th place. I really think that biggest member might have taken it.
It's quite fascinating, honestly, that the squads here have kind of tapered off, all things considered. I guess, admittedly, they have played a lot of Apex this morning already before we get into our grand finals. I mean, we have been going since about 10 o'clock Pacific, so 1 p.m. Eastern. Really kind of shocking, and you do have to wonder, I guess, just does fatigue set in after a certain amount of time when you're just doing the same thing over and over again?
Yeah, definitely. Still not seeing anything being reported. This is worrisome.
Keeping us in suspense here.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get in contact with one of the players right now. Biggest member took home the 7th map and is going to be going to the finals. Insane.
Oh, that is amazing.
Insane. A reverse sweep. Wow.
Is that the confirmation? Do you actually have the confirmation from one of the players on Arctic? Is that for sure?
I got confirmation from our head admin Lawrence.
Wow. Shocking stuff there, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, crazy. Not what I would have expected at all. And honestly, I don't think not what Folsey expected either, because Folsey looked like he popped out of the lobby. Might have been done for the day, but now he's back in. So we can say thoroughly and good punching their ticket to the finals here are the boys from Biggest Member. Not for lack of trying on the side of Arctic, because I will tell you that was some close combat by those Arctic folks. Not giving that one up easily, but in the end, kind of a series of bum matches from both teams, and it's Biggest Member who comes out on top.
Absolutely insane. And then, as we can see here on stream, with Paul spectating Laura right here, looks like they have 8 confirmed kills, which is higher than what Lithium and crew for Outlaws had. So that is your matchup, ladies and gentlemen. We were going to have Outlaws against Biggest Member. Absolutely insane matches. You know, it's odd because you'll see both teams frag out and it'll come down to just a handful of kills. As we saw earlier, it was like 21 to 16 kill dubs. And then on other times it's like who wasn't the lowest, kind of, in terms of being able to do kills, you know, just a handful of kills being able to make the difference. It's absolutely insane.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Outlaws getting into the finals. It will be Outlaws versus biggest member for their shot at the prize pool. 2150 there, a significant amount of cash money up for grab. Of course, that doesn't mean that Infamous and Arctic are done for the day. They will meet each other in our small finals, our third place matchup. So they do still, both teams still do have a chance at getting a piece of the prize pool. We will be taking a quick break before we hop back in with our finals. Just a quick overview before we do. Let me just plug CGL really quickly for you. Let you know that we do have some events coming up here on May 16th. We will be having an Injustice 2 tournament. For those of you interested, you can find out more information on our website, consolegamingleague.com/FGC. On May 23rd, we will be having a Warzone kill race for you to enter. You can find out information about entering at consolegamingleague.com/Call of Duty or COD. Please also do join our Discords. It's the easiest way to stay informed. Follow us on Twitter at Console Gaming League, or at Console Gaming LG, and of course you can find us on Instagram as well. Finally, I will say, if you're interested in Overwatch, you can see our Overwatch content every Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, here on the CGL1 channel, bringing you some of the best talent in console watch. I'm Corbeck here in the CGL studios with Donut. Sultan handling our production, taking a goodly chunk of time out of his day to bring us all these great overlays and replays. We're going to take a break here, probably about 10 minutes or so, just to reset a little bit, get everything set up for this final matchup, which we can officially say, be biggest member versus Outlaws there for the final. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Console Gaming League Apex New Dawn League Grand Finals. We are finally there. I'm Corbeck, joined here in the CGL studios by Donut, my co-caster, and then Sultan on production, bringing you all the fine overlays, replays, and what have you. So plenty of exciting action here, Donut. We just finished up our semifinal matches, and they were a trip, man. We saw both these teams taking it to the house, both of them going the full 4-3, and a little bit of an awkward ending. I think there, at least for some of the teams involved. What do we make of that sort of rundown that led us to our two teams here, which is going to be biggest member and Outlaws squaring up?
So again, it was what we talked about early on about like the strategy the teams have to have, and that's consistency. You don't always need to be dropping a 28 kill dub, as we've seen by Lurk's team earlier, but you also don't want to be dropping, you know, a 4 kill loss, and that's kind of what really killed it for Arctic, who is now in our losers final right now. Is that they didn't focus on that consistency, and just for the 2 matches, they just didn't get enough of a kill output, and then the other 2 matches, Lurks and crew just stepped it up. I mean, we saw them drop that 28 kill dub. We thought it was close, and it really wasn't even anywhere nearby. So really just interesting twist. I mean, we talked about earlier as well, where I thought, you know, oh crap, I doomed Lurks and his team to losers, and then they just reverse sweeped. I mean, that was just insane.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it was a reverse sweep, but it was also a reverse sweep that came kind of in an awkward way, for lack of a better word. I mean, we did kind of have both these teams in that last 7th map laid a bit of a goose egg, for lack of a better word. It just so happened, I think, that like you were saying, consistency wise, Lurks and the boys from Biggest Member were kind of able to get just a slightly better finish. We definitely saw in those last couple of games kind of a bit of a disaster coming out of kind of the corner of Arctic, more of a form that we had seen from Lurks at the beginning of the semifinal round. But they turned it around, certainly, and I mean, it was definitely them scrabbling back from the edge of despair and getting back on form to kind of what we would expect from them based on their play yesterday during the round of 16 and quarters. On the other side, Infamous, was going for a bit of a underdog story. The big win back in. Definitely not one of the strongest teams in the pool, but they've done really well to get as far as they did. They took it to the full seven maps there. Unfortunately, couldn't quite figure it out. At the very end, kind of had a little bit of a misplay, and Outlaws will push ahead there, but it wasn't so much a reverse sweep in their case, was it, Donut? It was more of a steady back and forth between those two teams.
Yeah, you are correct. I think initially they were up 2 for Outlaws, I believe, and then Lithium and Crew for Infamous were able to get, I think, 2 more, and then it was 1 from each. And then lastly, we saw Infamous just start off too aggressive. The Gibby went down on the first fight, got thirsted. They played a little bit, they played their cards a little bit too much, tried to grab the banner and go for res, and ended up getting pushed outside circle and finished off. And then we saw Outlaws just completely smash that record and go in. I think they ended up on a 24 kill win. So definitely, I think that on Paul and Crew's behalf, they have been, I think, the most consistent team there. They haven't had a lot of times when it dropped and died, but Lurks has been fragging out. When they win big, and when they lose hard. So I think they need to meet a middle ground, have that consistency, have that frag ability, but also, get the dubs, focus the dubs, get those, win those, and you'll be able to take home $1,000 today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, $1,000 is on the line. The total prize pool for this tournament was $2,150. $1,000 for the finals. Second place, of course, gets some money, and then there was the third place game that will be starting concurrently to this one. But we'll be focusing here on these grand finals. It has been a month, or over a month, I think, Donut, of build up to get us through to this point in our new Dawn League. It has been a journey. We've had a kind of a fun round of 16, some crazy quarters, good semis, everything that you wanted here. And then we drop into this one. So plenty of action to watch here. Looks like they're readying up in their lobbies. Hopefully we'll get started dropping in here soon. That third place game, I think, kicking off shortly as well. You can kind of follow that at those individual teams. Looks like they're having to repopulate their lobby here, getting at least on the side of
I think they're
Outlaws.
just verifying the servers real quick for our staff. Everybody's playing by the rules.
Those things, those rule things, they can be important.
Look at these stats, though. Aren't you impressed by these stats? Right?
Yeah, they are very impressive.
Flexing right now, 10 kill KD, insane.
And keeping in mind too that this is not like Lurk's biggest account, right? Because we've had everybody who participated in this tournament, we required them to make their own CGL accounts specifically for the league. So this is technically like Lurk's backup account.
That's correct.
for what it's worth. What a fragger, yeah. And all with that life, most of that with the lifeline, which is even better.
Just insane. So it's really, really impressive what Lurks and Crew has been able to do. Like I said, they definitely have the frag ability on their side, while Outlaws has the consistency. So we'll see if they can pull it back. Really hoping that we don't see too much riding on the back of Lurks, because we know that in previous rounds he's had to solo try to win with getting picks and stuff. So. We will make sure also for all of our viewers out there, we will be updating you on the scores for the losers final. We'll do our best to report it there, but we are going to keep on the grand finals until it finishes, so that way we can keep you guys in on all the action.
Yeah, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. One team dropping in already. It looks like Outlaw getting the early air drop here, though that doesn't necessarily matter in the long run. But you know, fair enough. Good to be ahead, as it were. Meanwhile, on the other side, still stuck in the queue there, waiting to get into Diamond 3 lobby. Take a quick look there at the rundown, and I mean, obviously we were talking about the stats that Lurks was flexing, but the boys over here at Outlaws on their CGL accounts, no joke either. Donut, good large kill numbers across the board for them, so nothing to be scoffed at all.
Definitely. We'll have to see their strat if they're going to switch it up. They have consistently dropped at the end of the ship, in which this case it looks like relay, like wetlands. Oh, no, sorry, I was reversed. It looks like pit, slum lakes, and runoff are going to be at the very end. Looks like they are going to do a slum lakes drop here. I mean, to give them credit, this isn't the worst strategy. It does help to basically push in one general direction. Oh, they're going to actually go off their track. Looks like they were pushed off by a Pred team right there. Going to go ahead and drop a watchtower.
Pushed off by a Pred team. Oh yeah, that'd do it.
That would do it. They definitely, with the consistency that they hold, they don't want to be dropping and dying immediately. That would be a really bad way to start off the finals. Again, for those of you who are unfamiliar, our finals is a best of 7. Again, it is going to be made up of your points, which consists of kills, 1 point per kill, damage, 1 point per 1,000 damage, and placement points, which caps out at 10 points for a win right here. So it's just going to be a culmination of how well these guys frag out, as well as how well they do placement-wise.
Indeed, long queue there. Unfortunately for for biggest member. If you have their team comms, if you heard their team comms, Donut, you could actually hear them talking about it. But meanwhile, kind of getting into the action, the rotate coming into artillery base here. Just kind of collecting what loot they can. Looks like I can't tell if they're going to head back into artillery base or go towards watchtower. Looks like they are going to go back into artillery base there, which you know, is a fair play in this situation.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't tell if they saw a squad at Watchtower. I don't think they did. They're taking a look right here in artillery, making sure they don't got anyone on them. They do, in fact, have people on them. So this will be their first engagement. It's a really solid start, too. They do still have a full 20, full 60 squad, or full 60 people in lobby. So this will be possibly the first blood of the match and of the finals.
Oh, Thermite going in, but there's a Bangalore who's got him in a bit of an angle as well. Throws out the smoke there, and it does appear that they kind of lost track of their target. Now, if you see up on the high ground, there on top of the building, there is somebody. So they're popping the shield cell early on. White shields there for Paul, the other two on the blues. Kind of a bit of a dangerous situation that they've gotten themselves into here, whether they like it or not. A lot of healing going on either side. Gibby gets knocked early. Savage shutdown. Can the Pathfinder save them? No. Oh no, eliminated early on right away. Savage takedown, and that is not what they wanted to see here before their opponents have even had a chance to queue in.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and turn on the comms for Lurks. It looks like they were watching their opponent's stream as well and just saw them get taken out. So they know they need to go in for 1 kill.
That's just highly unfortunate. That's just real unfortunate.
It's not the way you want to start off finals, but I mean they have 6 more matches to be able to make up for it. So
see it through the screen. I can see it.
I hate streaming.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem there as well, you can't let that, and you'll see actually they're starting to queue in right now, finally, on the top deck. You need to not let that, I guess, affect your mental game. It's hard to imagine, right? You're coming into the grand finals, you've got so much money on the line, kind of going in like that and just getting, I mean, admittedly, just getting dumpstered right out the door. Doesn't do you any favors in terms of just how you feel and how confident you are, but I mean, they're a good team. They earn their place here. They just have to keep that in mind.
You want to play it out? Why?
I think, you know, it's not out. I guess it's not necessarily outside of the realm of the possibility that the same thing could happen right here, though. It does look like biggest member is going to go in for kind of a hot drop towards Skulltown, or maybe towards the arena over there.
I'm not playing serious.
They have a gauntlet.
We have a team gauntlet.
Gauntlet.
They do have a team there with them. One kill and they win. They need to not get overly ambitious.
Wait,
I hear them on their comms. They are having a great time. They're excited about this, although they just don't want to become too big-headed. You know, just get a kill. Let's confirm their dub, and then we'll have to see if they want to play out the rest of the game. They are currently talking about whether or not they want to keep playing it out.
I want this kid to hit this middle part, but he's not. They're rotating right side. We need Lurks to get armor. Or get that armor up there, Lurky.
Yeah, because throwing a couple of grenades there, I guess, just
I'm gonna push these guys.
kind of creating maybe a little bit of space. Getting what loot they can, sure enough, pick that up. They've got the Havoc, so I mean, honestly, they could do this relatively easy. Fullzy's got his purple shield there. There's the shots coming in. Lurks going for the second jump, gets up on the roof.
They got the knock.
One knockdown, trying to get that other one, and they finish him off. So that will, I think, secure them the victory here, at least on this first map. And sure enough, they'll get a second one there as well. Whole squad's taken down. So honestly, they have cleared it out and they have won this first round.
Yeah, they gotta be careful. Problem that the Apex community has that you frequently see on Twitter and other social media platforms is just the huge egos. That typically works against them. So we just want to make sure that they stay level-headed, they hit that consistency and everything.
Yeah, no, Blind and I are like kind of wired in. I'm not gonna lie.
This is what happens. Like,
yeah, it does look like they're gonna play this one out. I don't know if we have kind of an official rule in terms of whether they're just supposed to come back to the lobby here, or whether they're just gonna play this one out. But
they are allowed to play it out. So
but I'm saying, like, I don't
from their comms, it sounds like they are gonna play a little aggressive.
Doesn't matter. Get the match over with.
I can't really blame them. They did sit in queue for longer than it took for them to win the map, to be fair.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't know the rules to.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's also good. I guess opportunity for them to get a little bit of practice in as well.
Well, not throw, but you know what I mean. Just like so that's viable right there. So I don't know about like intentionally jumping off the map though.
The ring's closing in one. We're not very close.
Oh, okay. I've just been informed by one of our head admin, Lawrence, that there is actually a prize for the highest kills per match in finals. So that is what they are gunning for at this point.
That'll give them a little bit of an advantage, I would say, in that one.
Man, that's pretty much what we're doing anyway. We're just destroying everybody.
Agreed. I'm unsure whether or not this is just highest period, or if this is based off of...
Are we playing this serious or not? Like, are we just
told it's on average. It is an average, yeah. So definitely they already have an advantage. I'm unsure whether or not finals means for losers finals, winners finals, and maybe even semifinals. We'll just have to wait and see on that. If I was a betting man, which we learned yesterday is not a good thing for me, but if I was a betting man, I would say that Lurks and crew might even have it with the amount of kills that they put on. I think they've had the highest kills that we've seen in the final or today so far.
Usually we
with
have
the
like
28 kills.
Fuming.
I think that was the highest out of just about everybody. So we'll have to see whether or not they can keep that fire going. You know, maybe if they don't necessarily win the finals, they can at least take home not only the second place cash but also the kills per match prize.
Yeah, that would be, I think, a decent decent thing that they could do there.
We also didn't do our normal thing, so that's probably why we're not finding people.
Take a quick look here. We'll just watch them play this one out, see how far they can go and how many kills they can stack up. I mean, obviously, we didn't expect kind of such an abrupt ending there, but these things do happen. I mean, it is the nature of the beast that every once in a while they'll run into a situation like this. I mean, they're in a decent setup here, Donut. You know, blue shields, purple shields, kind of getting, I think, towards the guns that they want. Only 11 squads left in their game, but already Lurks does have those 2 kills. I know Fulzy, I think, was in on the action as well earlier on. Just kind of stacking up ammunition here. And admittedly, almost, like you said, moving more towards maybe a kill race approach to this one, since they know that they already have the placement win in the bag. It's just a matter of how many teams they can take out. Now, keeping that in mind, Lurks, Fulzy, Blinded, we know from previous experience, and our kill race is very strong. Players in that particular format does not want that extended mag for heavies, which, you know, fair enough. He is running an R301 and an R99, so makes sense.
Of course. It'll actually be interesting with Season 5 coming around the corner. Going to take down most, if not all, of Skull Town and a lot of other additions coming to Kings Canyon. It'll be interesting to see not only the changes in ranks, but also what we will see for the changes overall for our kill race tournaments. You know, with Skull being gone, what's going to be like the new pot drop? Is it going to be the new zone that comes in, or maybe it's going to shift? As you probably know, in season 2, Cascades was a pretty good hot drop to be able to land, and then Containment took its place, and there's not actually that many people who typically go to Containment. So it'll be exciting to see the changes in our tournaments and see what that has in store for us. So it looks like in this fight right here, both
not great
down. It's a 1v1 right now. Lurks doesn't have the shield advantage. His enemy actually has red. He's got to play kind of safe right here.
Yikes, and they do have the peacekeeper.
Oh, and he's stuck. Oh, he got out.
Oh no, okay, that was dangerous stuff there. Looks like somebody's been eliminated. I don't think that ends that 1v1. Popping the shield cell really quickly here, so just taking the opportunity to kind of get that back. Going for the res. I think maybe the Wraith is blocking out the door. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, that was good play by the Wraith there as well. Goes for that res. Oh, the lifeline shield actually coming in big right there. Funny enough, he's going to get the res again with the door blocked. Very clever.
Wraith also got a res, so is now a 3v2. You saw Fulzy right there get hit for quite a lot. He's coming back with a heal drone right here.
Oh, underneath. Good shots. Good shots on. Blinded taking a lot of damage. Blinded taken out of the fight entirely. Dropping onto Blinded makes the misstep though. I think he was trying to hit the balcony. Couldn't quite do it. There's the Gibraltar pushing into the dome. Getting right up in the Gibraltar's face. Well done, Lurks.
Very bad. Oh,
I mean, you gotta admit, Lurks being their primary streamer is definitely a very entertaining show. This guy just does not stop. And he is definitely a very clutch player when it comes to the 1v situations. Very, very impressive on his end. And I'm sure that we'll see a little bit more going into the finals. Okay.
What is this?
I'm not sure what he was attempting to do right there.
He's being absorbed into the vortex.
To each his own, I guess.
I absorbed too much.
Yeah, I don't know either, to be honest. That was a bit of a strange, but that's okay.
It's done.
I wonder if Lurks is having some type of issue. He keeps like looking at weird directions and doing odd things.
What is happening?
Yeah, it's possible he might be having some connectivity problems, I guess. Gonna take the zip line back up here. Rotate up kind of the entrance of wetlands.
Oh my god.
We already have one out. But yeah, I just want to keep it going.
Trying to come to a settlement, it looks like. Trying to figure out where exactly they're going.
Just lagged out.
We have decided, I believe, to go into Storm to be able to get the res off. There's not any res stations close to them that are in the circle. That definitely looks like he's going just outside the circle right there to be able to get it. Looks like you might have heard somebody is turning around to be able to link back up. Oh, and Fulzy disconnects.
Just ape him. Let's just get into the next game.
We've seen this before. Yeah, thankfully they've already sealed this one up.
Yeah, they really gotta keep that in check. Hopefully Fulzy can maybe with the time that Lurks is buying be able to do something, maybe reset his router or something like that. But they do not want to see that happening when they're in the middle of a very close game. As we saw actually earlier, they did end up losing a match because Fulzy did end up disconnecting. They were as a duo pub stomping, or not pub stomping, but
stomping to be sure.
Very well. And then when he disconnected, suddenly Lurks had to play, well, like Lurks. Just having to try and sit in bushes and in corners, trying to do his best to be able to survive as long as he can. So thankfully this situation, they have it wrapped up, but let's hope they can get that fixed.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, it is obviously fortunate that it would happen in this particular situation, so they'll have the opportunity, I guess, to get that kind of settled. But you're right. I mean, it's not the first time that they've kind of had this problem. So hopefully not a problem that they're gonna have.
He needs to be focused at all times.
They're gonna have repeated a couple of times, but nonetheless, we can kind of see Lurks play this out. Lurks is entertaining to watch, so there's that. And he gets into a gunfire right away there, and he's being obviously far more cavalier about this, and will get taken down. But we know that Lurks can do really well when he's in those situations by himself. Unfortunately, not able to kind of show off as much as he would like there, but well done nonetheless. And I guess by dint of good fortune, they have won that first map, got a decent amount of kills there for it, and then they'll push through to the next setup here.
And an update on the losers final, we have the first matches submitted on both sides. We have Arctic coming in for a total of 10 points, 8 kills with an 8th placement. And then Lithium, representing Infamous, got a 24-point game, including 15 kills and a 2nd placement. So looks like Infamous is going to take map 1, and Biggest Member is also going to take map 1. So we'll have to see how both of these matchups work.
Looks like highest average KPM. Oh, so they get a CGL hoodie out of it. Very exciting.
It looks like Folsey is back, though. Hopefully, we're hoping that the internet stays solid. Definitely don't want them losing because of a bad internet connection.
Yeah, you know, these are just the kind of downsides, right, of kind of the online format, and just unfortunately, just in the world of esports in general, the online format, kind of the inevitable at this stage, the way things are going. But we do our best with what we've got. Both these teams, I think, getting ready to queue in here, getting the final ready ups from the party. Looks like they're waiting on Blinded and Andy, respectively, to get ready to go.
One thing that's relatively interesting is we have a PS4 team and a Xbox team for the finalists. Maybe that'll settle the debate.
Oh yeah, I never really thought about that. That is a very good point. I think actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Biggest Member are the Xbox team, right? And they were the only Xbox team in our semifinals bracket, if I remember correctly.
I believe you're right, and I know they weren't the only Xbox team in the round of 16, although they were one of the only ones. It's actually very interesting how the majority of the comp scene on console left is actually on PS4 and not on Xbox.
Interesting. Well, waiting matchmaking here. Looks like Lurks and crew, they have entered matchmaking. Meanwhile, Andy just readied up, so now Outlaws will go into matchmaking as well, and they can get started going into this one. Oh, sorry. I love Twitch chat sometimes. It's just amazing. You're not a mod, I don't think, on the Twitch channel, so you can't.
No, but I did see it. I did see it right before. I just
love it.
Interesting.
It's beautiful. It's the way of the world. It's just great. Anyway, looks like there might have been a little bit of hesitation. I think we are maybe talking about, I think there's being a bit of a discussion of data centers as well. It appears that some people are saying in the various chats that I can see that there has been some problems with the servers this morning for Apex in general. So maybe we're discussing that, taking a look.
I think the big problem is that both teams are just trying to queue, and with Diamond, you're only theoretically, I know that there's some exceptions to that, but you're only theoretically supposed to queue up with other Diamonds, Masters, and Predators, because that is literally only 1% of the entire Apex community. It makes it very limited on how many people there are at a time. We unfortunately pick very specific servers to be able to limit ping advantages and also to try and incentivize teams actually clashing in match. One team is EU and the other is NA, so they will not, I would think, hit each other in match. Although I think we were just discussing having them being able to move so that way they can queue a little bit faster, since these are unpopulated servers, or not unpopulated, but less populated servers.
Yeah, that definitely has something to do with it. Looks like, once again, Fulzy going into the matchmaking here, kind of getting these weird little, I think, just checking various things on the stream down there for Outlaws. Don't want to lose track of them. You know, funny enough, last time when we watched these two teams queued in, it took a significant amount of time for Biggest Member to get queued in, as opposed to their opponents. Looks like they're still waiting on Andy here. I'm not entirely sure why, but looks like he's ready. Okay, so the matchmaking will begin for them. Oh, it said starting server. I thought for a second they were going to get queued in immediately. Outlaw getting all the Outlaws starting to get all the luck here tonight, but I guess that is not entirely the case. Pretty funny if they did, though.
That would be funny. It's actually kind of interesting. It looks like, I mean, now Lux is going to queue in first, it looks like, but why is it? It's not even giving them amount of players in queue. It just keeps going between matchmaking and third server. So I wonder if they're literally the only people trying to queue into a ranked match right now at that level.
I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that that would be the case, but I mean, I guess it's possible. Might have obviously not a problem that we necessarily anticipated here, not something that we can necessarily change either, so we just kind of have to let that one roll, and hopefully we'll get a game queued up soon enough.
Hopefully. Is there anything you're specifically excited about in the video game world coming into the remainder of 2020?
I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on. Obviously, as somebody who has the Xbox, I'm looking forward to the Xbox Tower Box, whatever they're calling it, the brutalist architecture Xbox coming through. I am looking forward to that, and it'll be interesting to kind of see the next generation of games coming down the pipe. Now, it looks like Outlaws have finally gotten to their map with their lovely little Mirage background. I do so.
One players in queue for lurks. It is not liking these guys right now.
Yeah, they're not popular. I don't know why. The rest of Apex clearly afraid of them. It's the only answer. The devs trying to slow down, respawn. Oh God!
There it is.
We gotta let them slow down. But we will get at least to see Outlaws come in hot here. You see, obviously, the Wraith, the Pathfinder, and presumably the Gibraltar. No big shocks there in these finals. The standard outfits as well. Does look like maybe they might have found a match. Sure enough, they have, finally. So after a little bit of waiting, we will get both these teams loaded in here. And that is a scary thing to see. I don't know if you saw that as well, Donut, but there's some big predators in that particular game there.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. To be completely honest,
terrifying.
Though, to be completely honest, when it comes to those types of predators, the biggest things about them that make them scary is they are a 3-stack that play with each other very frequently, and it's also the time that they play. As you know, I believe actually Lurks is a predator on his primary account, and I have no doubt that if we gave these guys another month inside of Season 4, with them still grinding, they would easily make Masters. It's really just a time-based sort of grind. Lurks, as you've seen, has had no problems taking out bigger teams since he is a predator himself. I'm sure that it's probably very similar for Outlaws, much as they are like a scary sort of team to have as the championship. I have no doubt that with some proper teamwork and strategy and a little bit of luck, they'll be able to easily take them out.
Well, let's hope that your vote of confidence counts. You can see Outlaws have dropped already into market there, just grabbing some loot. Gonna pass over the triple take. Not really what they want right now. The Hemlock.
Even as a secondary.
Yeah, even as a secondary. Hard rejection for the triple take, which is one of my favorite guns in the game, but that's okay. They are playing in the finals of the new Dawn League. I am noticeably not, so
I am actually convinced with that weapon, anytime I pick it up, I'm hitting 20s every single shot, and then somebody picks it up and they hit me for 96 twice in the head. And I'll go and look at their stats, and it'll be like a level 13 bot or something like that. I'm convinced that gun, you are better with it the worse you are at the game.
You might be onto something there. Truth be told,
I have no idea how that gun works.
Kind of an ugly initial engagement here for biggest member. They do walk out of it with the win, but nearly went pretty badly for Lurks there, who used a ton of ammunition out of his gun, was nearly falling back on the wingman secondary, for which he doesn't have that many bullets either. Here in the gauntlet, they kind of got a bit of an awkward setup, but it does look like they have gotten past that initial hurdle, gotten those initial kills in as well. 16 squads left in their game, 17 in the other one. Good bit of rotation here out of market, and just doing some looting there on the side of Outlaws, just trying to collect what they can. Presumably, I think Paul probably wants to sell down that Hemlock. He hasn't really been using it at all today.
Yeah, I'm gonna use it.
Got the R99 in the pocket, which he has been, I think, a lot more comfortable with now. Yep, Sonar's coming somewhere. Bloodhound, there's a grenade coming in as well. Oh, that's a lot of grenades. Oh, Lord. They've lost their Pathfinder, and the Pathfinder they lost inside the building.
They got a knock. They got 2 knocks. It is now a 2v1 at this point. Looks like Gibraltar is flanking right now. Gonna run into him. Oh, missed
on the stairs. No. Oh boy. Not good.
Andy, it's a really bad situation. A 1v1, but doesn't have the helmet.
Oh, well done though. Well done, Andy. Huge save there. Gets the teammate back up as well. Basically, just firm pat on the ass. Gets them back into the match. Amazing. Actually, that was a really dangerous situation. Honestly, what it was, Donut, was it was that grenade wave, I think, did the majority of the mess up there for them. And once they kind of lost Lorix inside like that, situation became a lot more desperate.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like it wasn't even just detrimental to our perspective right here towards Paul, but it did, like you said, impact their Pathfinder Laura pretty significantly too. Really nice play. That was pretty clutch. It does bring the score total for both sides to 3-3, I believe. So it's still anyone's game. It looks like 15 squads still left in Lurk's game, with 12 squads left in Paul's game. So we'll just have to see. They do have a small advantage. To be fair, though, Paul and Laura both have purple armor right now. And it looks like a slightly better gun setup. So we'll just have to see what they can make do, whether the kill potential will help or if the loot helps.
Yeah, indeed. So after a bit of that kind of heart-stopping moment there, they do seem to have recovered okay. Everybody stabilized. They got the shields that they need. still want to get Andy something maybe a little bit better, obviously, than the blue. But other than that, you know, all in all, probably not the worst fight once they manage to scrape themselves out of it. Over on the other side, biggest member might have a target here coming out of the cave complex.
Yep, they see him.
They sure do. Stream froze for a second there, so we maybe missed something. He's got that Prowler again. He really does favor that, actually, Lurks, when he can get his hands on it. The R301 out now, though, because we are going to be at just a little bit longer distance. And again, good couple of shots there. Didn't quite, I think, break those white shields. Yeah, not worth the pursuit, I think, is ultimately the decision that they made. Better to rotate back towards the ruins bridges there and just push up onto the high ground towards tower, by the looks of it, if I had to guess.
Yeah, so listening in on the comms, it sounds like they found another squad. They're engaging at this moment right now. They gotta really be careful, though. Look at the distance between them right now. If something bad were to happen, say Folsey gets knocked or something like that, it would be extremely bad for them right now. And he does get knocked right there. The rate is also extremely low. They just have that sniper up top just taking pop shots, keeping on the leverage. Even though it is a 2v2, it looks like they are backing up. Hopefully they're not. Oh, no, they're dropping the portal right now. Oh, unfortunately, Folsey is not able to get to the portal in time. Again, just like I was predicting, they played too aggressive. They lost a player. Here's to hoping they can go back through the portal to immediately grab the banner. They can probably dip back into caves to be able to get the res as well. We'll have to see what they do here. While that was happening, though, it does look like Outlaws was able to clear up another squad, possibly even engage in a fight right now. And with that, they are up by 3 points with 10 squads left.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough situation, and I agree with you 100% about being split like that. Unfortunately, the person who was farthest back, right, is kind of your support character in this situation, could not get Lifeline into that fight at all. And also, the high ground advantage on the tower was no joke. Kind of camping the end of this portal now. You see that somebody's actually taking it. They're one of the other squads has kind of popped through it and used it to their advantage, and now the portal does look to be fully gone here. They do retrieve the beacon, so they will be able to get their teammate back in. Whether or not, though, they choose to get aggressive on that team on the backside, I'm not sure. I mean, they know that at least one of them was knocked when they went through the portal, so if they did want to kind of push back into them, they could.
I don't know. They got to be pretty decisive here. It looks like they're going to maybe go on the aggression right here to be able to try and get a few more picks. Not sure if I agree with that move. One of them goes down and suddenly a 1v however many. Does look like they're backing up to be able to go and get the res. We'll just have to see what they're doing. On the other side, though, Outlaw still slaying out. Just got another pick. Possibly even a squad wipe, didn't catch it completely. But if they keep on the offense right here, especially where they're having to res right now the Pathfinder, they might be able to make the kill lead so significant there's no way to come back on it.
Yeah, so they'll get the res on the Pathfinder, but as anyone who's played this map would tell you, resing in Canyon is so dangerous.
Right,
this is a great illustration of why that is. It really forces you into a choke. It feels like a highly flankable point as well, and in fact it'll cost them blinded, so they trade one teammate out for another. The only problem is, of course, Folsey doesn't have any gear, and they are just hauling out of there, and they're going to leave blinded behind. I don't even know if they're going to be able to get that banner. They still are getting chased. That is very true. Folsey splitting off to the side there, maybe regrouping with the team, but that's very unfortunate because I think blinded they have just perma lost. I don't know how they could work back to him at this stage.
Me either. I mean, with a 90-second banner time, I'm sure at this point they're probably thinking about disengaging and possibly going back to loot that body. And even if they are somehow able to recover that banner, where are they going to res him? Is really the important question to ask. So we'll just have to see what they do. They're still at the kill disadvantage. They do have more kill potential right here, but their loot is not good. Folsey still doesn't have armor, while on the other hand, Outlaw's engaging in a fight right now, full purple, fully geared, and ready to slay out.
Yeah, and truth be told, I mean, we've definitely seen Outlaws just being really solid, but even as I say that, a little bit of a dangerous situation here. They'll use this Wraith teleport to kind of redirect at least Paul to a better position from where he could get the shield in, and it does look, unfortunately, like we've lost Donut here for a second, so we'll just carry on, but you can kind of see Paul dropping fire in, and it's another battle in River Center, and River Center kind of has been one of the more dangerous places we've seen people go. Oh no! Paul gets flanked! Kicks out the far side. Yeah, he will get the shield battery up, but still a dangerous situation indeed. Now Paul getting back, has to coalesce with his teammates here. They need a heal. They're kind of out in the open here. Good use of the zip line there, I think, just to try and get them out of danger. Really nothing they can aggro onto here. You can see that Andy and Paul, both of them actually really low in terms of health. Andy's actually going to stop here and get the heal. Paul's going to push up with the Rift. And you can't help but wonder if that's just an opportunity there, I guess, to get Andy back into the fight a little bit sooner. Paul going for the med packs here, just trying to get himself up, and again, they're not going to stop moving here, Donut. I think they're pretty worried about pursuit.
Yeah, definitely. They're going back. It looks like they're not even pushing a squad right here. They're just trying to get into a good situation. My guess is they're probably also watching their opponent's stream right now, seeing that they're down a person. And yeah, I mean, you can see right here, Lurks trying to think about what to do. Push the res, hold back there. Looks like they're going to go ahead and push the res. Folsey just full sending it right now, committing to the fight right here. While on the other side, Outlaws in a bad situation. Looks like they're getting pinched right here between a Bangalore and a squad that was behind them. They're going to go ahead and take the low ground right here to be able to try and maybe heal up a little bit. Gonna go ahead and pop off that bat right there. Andy trying to keep up the weight up top, ends up getting a knock right up there, gets another knock. It is now a 3v1. Oh, you gotta love those clutch plays, being able to bait your team. Perfect. They just wiped that squad. Looks like they are getting third party right now. Andy does lose the majority of his health and is
now he will get knocked. At least he fell over the edge. I mean, that is a small, maybe silver lining to that. If he was able to get down. Oh, he took the portal. You're right. Drops in there. Tries to get a shot. Oh, no. Out as well. It's just Lorix left, and Lorix will go down. Oh, and that's a bad situation for them to end on right there, all things considered.
Well, it's not the worst situation. They do have 10 kills, a 6th place placement. It looks like they have enough for 3 points on the damage chart there, so they will have for a total of 13 points. On the other side, though, we have 4 confirmed kills for Lurk's team. However, I know that they just knocked 1, maybe 2 extra that weren't on screen, so I'm pretty sure right now they're sitting at about 6 points, not including damage. So we'll have to see what they can do. They have 11 squads left. They can get really picky on who they want to aggro right here. But unfortunately, they're still in a bad situation. Low ammo, low meds, poor armor.
So like,
yeah, I mean, kind of all eyes over to Lurks and Folsey right now. I mean, the pressure on these two to make it stick. You can obviously see there that Blinded is completely out of this one. Can't be brought back in due to an unfortunate kind of getting caught in an ambush when they brought Folsey back. That white shield is, I think, honestly the scariest thing about this Donut, if we had to be honest, because
especially on a low-profile character.
Yeah, you're entering into to the end game here, really, as you start to get these squads down and down and down. You need to get a good placement here, and with the white on the Pathfinder, that's just not ideal.
Gonna go ahead and turn on their comms here. Let's see if we can get an idea of how many kills they're sitting at.
You can see there's some fire coming in from Skulltown, so they know that there are people over there as they just kind of running along the line of this hill. Trying, I guess, maybe to loot. If I had to guess, I would say that's what Folsey's doing right now, just going in and raiding, trying to get something better, at least for his shields, if not for his gun. Unfortunately, there's a squad right there ahead of them. You could see the pings coming out. Gonna make the effort here, Lurks, to get up on the high ground. It's worth pointing out too, Donut, that with the Wraith gone, they lose a relatively significant aspect of their mobility as well. No longer can they really use those portals to close distances or kind of reset fights or get injured teammates out. Good shots though here on the high ground by Lurk. Couldn't quite finish off that Gibraltar, but certainly did a lot of damage. Now Lurks is actually going to get aggressive here and kind of push up, which is an interesting decision to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. They do have to get inside zone, which just sounds like the reason why they did decide to push up right there. They're still being really decisive about the fights that they pick. Looks like they're going to go ahead and engage this guy right here. Oh no, loses his armor immediately.
Oh my lord! By the absolute hairs of his chinny chin chin there, he'll get out. Unfortunately, they'll lose Fulzy. Oh, Fulzy just completely destroyed, throwing out the heal drone again, and boy, I don't know, where have we seen this before? Truth be told.
We'll have to see what he does.
Oh, good shots, good shots. That's a bit of a damage there from that grenade, though. He's still in this. This is not outside of his capabilities as a player.
Flanked on both sides. Is he able to get out of here right now?
Lurk's ducking inside, and he is not burned down there. That's rough. What you gonna do?
We pulled up to a third party, and there's 4 teams, and
so that will bring an end to their run. And I think if we go back and look at our scores, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that almost might mean that Outlaws might have taken the second match.
I believe so. I'm waiting right now to wait on confirmation for them. It does look like on our finals bracket though, or sorry, losers final bracket, we do have Lithium coming in for map 2 with a 22 kill game and a second placement versus Arctic's 7th place with only 7 kills. So it is now a 2-0 in favor of Infamous on the losers final.
Yeah, and you know, pretty surprising, all things considered. Arctic, one of our strongest teams, yet Infamous kind of the underdog there. It looks like they're angling to get a decent 3rd place finish if they can keep that up. Meanwhile, kind of a rough series of games here from Biggest Member and Outlaws. Not what we've used to seeing from them, and not what they're used to really in terms of their abilities.
Agreed. You know, they overextended. Fulzy end up getting knocked, then they have to trade out the player for blinded. And then when that happened, they were at a loot disadvantage. Fulzy, to be completely honest, kind of made the same mistake. He pushed in, you know, technically to be able to try and flank, but he also overextended as well, and there wasn't much Lurks could do in favor of him. So we'll have to see. Definitely got to rein in Fulzy. Big Pathfinder, you know, it's very quick and fast, but Lifeline doesn't have a lot of movement abilities, so you just gotta rein it back just a little bit, allow your team to be able to catch up with you, and like I said, team shot them. Make it a 3v2 in favor of you, not a 2v3 in favor of the enemy team.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see, everybody starting to ready up again in the lobby, so we will be dropping back in. You are, of course, watching the CGL Apex Legends New Dawn League Finals here. I'm Corbeck, joined here by Donut as my co-caster, Sultan in our production booth, bringing you all the good highlights, stream overlays, all that goodness. It's been a long day here so far. We did get started about 1 p.m. Eastern, and we've been churning out ever since. This grand finals here is a best of 7, $1,000 on the line between these two teams. Overall prize pool for this tournament, $2,150. There is also a KPM prize in these finals as well. It's a CGL hoodie. So a lot for these gentlemen to play for here, as it looks like we're about ready up to start matchmaking, at least on the side of Biggest Member. Still waiting on Andy here in the other lobby before they can hop back in. I do believe Outlaws won that last one.
Outlaws won.
So So the score now 1-1 in the best of 7, and you know, in the semifinals we saw these teams taking it to the house both times. I mean, 3-3 matches in our semis, and we might be seeing it here again. Though, as I was saying earlier, I think Donut really kind of unexpectedly rough performances from both of them. This might be their chance to kind of turn it around. In the last setup we saw when we were watching Arctic versus Biggest Member in the semis, it was a couple really rough games for Biggest Member, and then they just hit a really amazing game and kind of just flipped it around and drove it to the house. It was very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't seen that performance yet here in the finals. In fact, I wouldn't say we've seen the best potential out of, or the best out of either team's potential. We know that both of these teams are absolute slayers in ranked, but they're getting bad drops, bad blue, and just bad luck overall. It looks like they might have gotten a slightly easier team to go against. You know, we don't have the full 3-stack Preds here in Lurk's team. Looks like they're going to stick with the same strat. Their strategy is typically to go into Gauntlet, rotate into Skull, and usually to rotate towards Market, and then circle wherever after that. It does look like they got a lot of squads next to them. Looks like probably 2 to 3 teams dropping Thunder. They're deciding to go ahead and peel off to Thunderdome. We'll have to see how that works out for them. They were dropping Thunderdome, or sorry, not Thunderdome, Skulltown yesterday, and were fragging out pretty well there. So they're pretty comfortable in both locations. I'm sure it's not going to impact their performance.
Yeah, the hot drop to Skulltown has been one of their sort of favored maneuvers, actually, basically by all our teams here in these finals. But not maybe quite what they wanted, though. I don't know, got the Peacekeeper here, the triple take. That's a fun combination to have. And some minor shielding as well.
Yeah, I mean, they do have some teams there. It looks like they don't have the best weapons, shooting at somebody with a charge rifle right now. Looks like he's going to go ahead and try and drop in on this guy, take him out. Unfortunately, he's got blue armor. Looks like a PK as well. Got to take it really careful. And he's getting charge rifle. Doing some work with that triple take real quick. Just not able to land too many shots right there. Looks like Folzy's going to come and give him backup though. Just completely melts him with the Havoc. Makes an easy 3v2. On the other side here, we're watching Outlaws do their typical strategy. They're watching where everybody is dropping and then picking a spot. Looks like they're going to be trying to land in the town just outside of water treatment and then possibly rotate into Skull. So again, they like those later rotations. Oh, wow.
That's not good.
Blinded go down on
Blinded down early. And they missed the triple take shot as well. It's going to drop in really aggressively here. Oh no, they've lost Blinded actually completely. Great job though by Lurks, at least to get that kill back in. They've got this Wraith down too, so they will eliminate the squad. But it does cost them. Blinded so early on, and that is going to impact all sorts of things, Donut. That's rotations and looting, both just taking a really early blow.
Well, actually, they have the red station just right there, which it looks like Folzy's going to finish up for. They do need to be careful though, knowing that how many people are surrounding them both in Gauntlet and in Thunderdome, that when they res, they don't allow Blinded to get pushed too hard and Thirsty immediately. If Blinded's able to hit the ground, maybe loot a box or two and get some decent loot, I'm sure they'll be right back into the position they were before. The good thing is, though, they're starting this off with a kill advantage already. They have the 3 extra points. That's going to be able to keep their enemies on their toes, or heels, per se, and we'll have to watch how it works out from here. He is able to get on the ground safely, though.
I didn't see anybody.
Yeah, Lurk's picking up his R301 that he's a fan of there, and yes, sure enough, Blinded is back in, so maybe not as damaging as it could potentially have been. They're quite fortunate, I would say, Donut, that they didn't really get anybody pressing in from Thunderdome or from Gauntlet. That being said, Folzy really pushing up hard with that Pathfinder. I think looking for a potential engagement for them here. Lurks and Fulzy both have decent shielding, and there you go. Sure enough, they do have that engagement. Another lifeline laser down by Lurks, who will pop up to the high ground here, coming in trying to finish off that Pathfinder. Oops. There's the Pathfinder dropping down. We'll get them out, but Fulzy, speaking of Pathfinders, in a bit of a dangerous situation. Taken a lot of damage, but seems to have survived it, and it's just a good opportunity for them to collect some loot here and basically bring Blinded back up to speed.
Oh, and look at that. He ends up getting his R9. He's now going to run his really popular R9, R3 setup. That's huge for them. That's 6 total kills. Kill advantage. They are similar squad potential. On both sides, we have 15 on Outlaws and 13 on Lurk's team. So if they just got to keep on the aggression, play it safe. Lurks, or not Lurks, sorry, Fulzy was pushing up a little far ahead in that previous situation. Thankfully, wasn't taken down or even damaged very heavily. But just really need to keep it up. On the other side, though, we see that Paul is lagging behind his team members. Probably anywhere about 10 seconds behind. They gotta really keep it careful, especially running through that open area that they're about to get to. They just don't want to get pushed right there and then immediately be put at that disadvantage.
Yeah, you could tell Paul, you know, trying to catch up with them as quickly as possible, and they're kind of changing their directions a little bit, which is going to let Paul get back in with them. You saw actually Paul throw down the golden helmet there for Andy earlier on. Sensible, given, you know, the Gibraltar and their relative positioning and things. Now they're pushing into Skulltown here, so maybe a bit of a late rotation into Skulltown. They're firing at something. I don't know if they maybe caught somebody in a respawn, or no, they've got somebody up on the high ground of Skulltown. So a couple of shots downrange with the wingman there. Didn't quite clip anybody. You can see Lorix actually swinging back over the edge of the ridge.
They actually see somebody right there.
Yeah, there we go.
Stop.
Squad right there. A couple of shots in. Good switch over to the R99, and they will wipe what was left of that squad.
It looks like they only got 2 out of the 3 kills right there, so they are at a 4-point disadvantage right now. They also have less squad potential. They only have 9 squads remaining, while Lurks and crew have 13 remaining. So they got to play a little aggressive here. Looks like they already got another knock there at Skulltown. 2 knocks now and a thirst.
A little bit of an exchange of gunfire here by Lurks. They do have somebody on the outskirts of the town here, and they will take them down. So that's another squad wiped out by them. So good job there. And you can see that Fulzy has taken kill leader with 5 kills. So we can at least confirm 8.
They have a total of 9 kills thus far.
9. Okay, so Blinded has the 1, which I guess makes sense considering that Blinded was kind of taken out early on, had to rest back in and whatnot. 8 squads left now in the game here for Outlaws, so their squad potential ticking down, and they are kind of at a deficit in terms of kills. So that's not particularly great for them. Another golden helmet. A lot of those lying around.
They definitely got to stop the loot runs and start finding squads. They're 2 minutes outside zone. You just got to peek at the map right there. All the way on the opposite side of the zone. This is not looking good for them.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. They've been so focused on looting here that they've kind of missed a step. That being said, though, Lurk's catching a face full of caustic gas right there. Kind of backs up, resets. Looking, I think, to push back in, pops that caustic trap a little bit more cautious now, goes up, gets the death box, purple shields, and an extended light mag, both very valuable things to come out of there for him. Now Lurk's pushing around the outside edge with Fulzy. There's a portal, gets the Evo shield as well, plenty of light rounds, Anvil receiver in the... I think he took the Anvil receiver, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, he sure did. Makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, these guys are just wiping through kids, still have half the lobby for potential victims. On the other hand, we're just seeing Outlaw struggle to get inside of the zone.
realistically, Outlaw just has to stop the looting. They're still trying to get little tad bits inside of the storm, and they need to bull or beeline it straight for zone and start finding squads. Because at this point, I believe them only being at I believe it was 9 kills. No, I think 6 kills in total. While on the other side, we have Lurks and crew, I believe, a little bit above 12 at this point in time. With that being said, you know, that's a pretty huge difference, especially where Lurks and crew have more kill potential available to them. To be fair, though, even though they have 2 more squads, they only have 1 more person above. It's 23 people remaining in 1 and 22 remaining in Outlaws. So maybe they'll see some reses pop off, which of course will bring in a lot of pressure down on a specific area, maybe even give them even more of an advantage.
Yeah, that's a very valid point there, Donut, about the respective populations of their lobbies, both actually tied at 22, so that gap not as big as it would seem in terms of continuing potential, though definitely Outlaws, like you said, on the slower foot here. I mean, they're pretty well kitted out now. I think maybe they could get a little bit better sights and a little bit better stock for this R99 at least, but certainly not enough where they can't go in and frag. Now, they're tagging containment, and I'm not sure if that's where they want to move to, or they think that they've got somebody over there. Was that a gunshot that just came in there on ball? Might have been.
I was uncertain. I couldn't see.
I saw a little flash. Meanwhile, on the other side, though, Lurks and company have just closed down on another squad again. And, man, Lurks is playing like a man possessed over here.
There it is.
Doing a good job getting that res in as well. And, you know, funny enough, we joked about the lifeline earlier, or at least I did, but the lifeline shield has actually come in clutch a couple of times there on those reses. Perhaps nothing that a Gibby Dome wouldn't have done in the same place, but still always entertaining to see those abilities popping off. Now Folsey getting one down and getting the finish there as well, kind of cementing his kill leader status. And you can actually see on the giant board behind him that Folsey has 9 kills to his name right now. So at least 13 kills in lobby. Bit of a dangerous situation. Great push on the side there by Lurks to get in and get that wipe, and they'll get blinded back up. Poor blinded, just having a bit of a rough game in general, honestly. Hasn't quite repaired himself yet, I feel like, from that early down.
Yeah, I mean, like, these guys are just shredding the lobby right now, having a little bit of hiccups here and there, but nothing that they're not overcoming right now. Oh, what a complete laser, just trying to get that guy out the balloon, and there it is. Just another kill right there. These guys, as much as they have 5 squads left with 11 people, they have killed virtually the majority of people that have gone missing since we last time brought up this topic. I mean, at this point, I don't even know if it is going to be possible for Outlaw to be able to catch up, considering the fact that they're just getting all of these kills. They are, in fact, pushing on another squad right now. I think they're third-partying this, individually fighting it. 170 right there.
No.
Pops that.
Andy's down, though, so that is a bit of a mistake. Throwing that thermite through the front door. Great little bait play by their opponent.
1v2.
Oh, no. Not good. Not good. Portaling out. Yeah, that's just reasonable. Trying to get out. Unfortunately, I think he's going to get pressed through the portal there. Sure enough, you saw a little bit of damage. He's going to have to back turn here. Gets the shield battery in. Andy, of course, getting taken out entirely. Wants to go for the res there, but you got to watch that portal.
Looks like he's going to be able to stick the res. He's going to allow Pathfinder to be able to heal up right here. Really not a good situation for them. They didn't get any of the kills right there. Another squad was wiped while they were in the middle of fighting that. It is not a good situation. Another 2 squads are fighting. Looks like they just got the knock and thirst on that. It's not a good situation overall. Now they have to be able to go back and res. Granted, they are next to a res station, so maybe they can clutch it up. Looks like they're going to go ahead and play on the offensive right here, actually. Oh, nope, is deciding to go back for the res. We'll just have to see what they do. On the other side, though, looks like Blinded and Folsey are trying to scout ahead for another team. Of course, Lurks with no movement abilities and just lagging behind a little bit. Looks like we caught a third party happening right now. Hopefully Lorix doesn't actually get caught in the middle of that right now. Looks like they're deciding not to res at that current station, instead going to go down to wetlands.
Indeed. Rotating over towards wetlands now. Meanwhile, over there at I think that was an airstrike. Sure enough, it was. Gibraltar airstrike coming in on the top deck. Found a good little place to hide, actually, did Lurks, all things considered. They've got this Gibraltar dome underneath them. I don't know if there's actually a Gibraltar in it. We've never really gotten a good view of it, at least from Lurks' perspective. You can tell that he wants to push it, and sure enough, yeah, it does look like they're out. Now ping's coming in from the roof here, so Lurks does have to kind of eyes up. Gets a couple of tiny shots on that Pathfinder, but there's a whole fight going on the roof above him right now. Pushing along here. Yeah, Polsey is going to push it. Great eliminations there again, and really full form here, I would say, coming out of the biggest member boys. This is what we would basically expect from them, and this is the level of the play that we're kind of accustomed to in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, just completely slaughtering the rest of the teams. You got one more squad that's right there. They're trying their best right now to get inside the stone. Looks like Blended's going to go down, or Blinded's going to go down to be able to try and fight that, keep them on the aggression and stuff. Just one thing they got to watch for is not to get too aggressive. Don't get a second placement right here. You guys have got the kills to be able to secure a dub right here for the map. You just got to get the dub. You see Folsey go down there, is extremely low, messes up his grapple. They do got 2 knocks right now, so it is a 3v1, and it looks like Lurks is going to finish it up as he always does. Perfect.
That Wraith is pissed. She tried to slide cancel me, and I still pumped her for 120. That is so tough.
Well done indeed. Of course, these 2 squads left there on the side of biggest member, 6 squads left in that game. Biggest member going and looking like they're going to put in one of those monster games that we saw from them a little bit earlier today and yesterday as well. Definitely a lot more spicy than some of the rough matches that they have seen so far. Paul getting up on the high ground here, getting some kit, takes some damage though almost right away, has to kind of fall back, and they've actually lost their Gibraltar, got knocked inside his own bubble though, so they will, I think, have the opportunity to res here. You can just see those difference in res times, by the way, between when the Gibraltar reses and when Paul is forced to be the one who does the picking up. Oh, hello, that's an octane. Okay. Burned out of the sky. Oh, anti-air defenses right there from Paul. Beautiful stuff. A little bit of skeet shooting for your daily Apex game. That was impressive.
It does look like Lurks is closing in on the very final team inside of his match. Just completely sending it right now. Getting ready to fight him, seize him. Folsey, of course, about to grapple in right here. There it is.
And easy championship. Let's see how many kills they put up.
That's happened twice now. Like,
curious.
I'm as well. Outlaw still let 2 squads die that they didn't kill. I'm really worried about whether or not they're going to be able to catch up, especially after that fragging game.
Yeah, we
that is a fragging game. Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Like 5,000 in damage as well. It's going to be a total of 39 points. We gotta hope to see something coming out from Andy. I also believe we don't have kill farming ban. They do have a res station right there. We'll see if they want to decide to utilize that. Though with it being a ranked game, it's far less likely for them to actually get off res.
They're about to get airstriked here as well. So that's a bit of a
and one's knocked to a Devo. No. They have to be careful pushing this Devo right now. You know, as we've seen earlier, the Devo's nothing to mess with.
Gonna use the teleporter honestly just to clear space here and give Andy, I think, a pathway to retreat if he wants it. You can see that they actually, I think, managed to res Lorix, but Lorix is super low. Now you can see that gunfight just using this portal, I think, to kind of come back, regen some of their health, but there's a pressure there. Andy's down, Lorix is down as well, and that's the whole squad. So Outlaws is taken out 4th place with 7 kills. So that means the 3rd map in the series will be going to biggest. member, which I think puts them at 2-1 overall in the series.
That is correct. It is a 2-1 right now.
And you know what? Honestly, looking at those kill totals, there was no way that they were going to catch them. Biggest member was really putting in one heck of a game right there, all things considered. With a 4th place and only 7 kills left, I just don't see how they were ever going to equal that.
So just an update for all of our viewers on the losers final. Lithium repping Team Infamous comes in with a 31-point total for round 3. That includes a 1st place along with an 18-point kill game. And it does look like that Arctic is deciding to bow out of the losers finals, and that means that your 3rd place team is going to be Infamous.
Congratulations to Infamous. They will claim their $300 part of the prize pool there. In 4th place, Arctic, even though they're bowing out, they will get $100. So, you know, not walking away completely empty-handed for their play in the league. Still, this match here ongoing between these two teams, $1,000 on the line. 1st place gets the 1,000, 2nd place gets the 600. Thank you so much for joining us. You are watching the New Dawn Apex Legends New Dawn League finals here, grand finals, I should say, on the Console Gaming League. I'm Corbeck, joined by Donut here in the casting booth. Meanwhile, Sultan handling all of our production. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to do that, Sultan. Waiting for these squads to queue back in. Also a good point in time to mention some of our socials here. To be sure to follow us on Twitter, on Discord. You can find all the VODs of our matches, including today's Apex Legends Grand Finals, available on our YouTube. We also have an Instagram and a Facebook. All ways that you can stay connected with the Console Gaming League and our upcoming events. You can find all the information about that in our panels here on the Twitch channel or via our various Discords and our website, consolegamingleague.com.
Also going to update our viewers. We were talking a little bit before. Lurks and Crew, during the 1st match, even though they won, they decided to continue pressing to get as many kills as possible, even though they won immediately after the 1st kill. That's because we are giving out a prize for the highest kills per match average during the finals. That includes semifinals and grand finals, and Lawrence, our head admin, went ahead and got us the averages before grand finals. And that leaderboard was with Arctic at the top at 17 kills per match. Biggest member coming in, or sorry, no, Outlaw coming in at 2nd place with 16 kills per match. Biggest member at 3rd place with 14.25 kills per match, and then finally Infamous in last place at 11.3 kills per match. With Arctic going ahead and bowing out, they most likely are not on the top of the leaderboard now, and with that outstanding performance for the 24 kill game by biggest member, it is probably pretty neck and neck right now for Outlaw and biggest member, so we'll have to keep a tally on that.
Yeah, definitely pretty close. Unfortunately, Outlaws struggling just a little bit. Kind of a bum game there for them, to be sure. And whether or not, though, I think the key here is can biggest member maintain this fine form. I mean, we've seen them, you know, put in these amazing performances, but there's kind of been this lurking every once in a while. They've had these really like not good games, and if they start hitting a string of those not good games now, that would be absolutely disastrous for them.
I completely agree. Sorry, I have something in my throat.
It's okay, buddy. Don't worry about it. We have been going for quite some time now, so that's all right. All the Apex action you can handle here. It does look like Outlaws are queuing into their game. Actually, both teams getting relatively quick queues, which is beneficial considering we saw biggest member sit here on the screen for almost like 5 minutes earlier on.
Honestly.
Yeah. So it's good that they'll get the fast queues in. So the score currently 2-1 in favor of biggest member. It is a best of 7 matchup. So you know, biggest member with the slight advantage haven't quite sealed it out yet. Outlaws just need to kind of recenter themselves. I think they've had, just, you know, some bum setups here. There was that first match where they got taken out really early on. Last game was just really slow-paced, Donut. I think they spent far too much time in the loot phase of their gameplay. They were just looting inside the ring, outside the ring, looting, and then when it finally came time for them to press it and actually get kills, it was like they couldn't, I guess, seal the deal, for lack of a better word.
They weren't taking down people not only quick enough, but also in the quantities that they needed. They'd take out one, and then they'd have to back up to be able to heal. They got the res off, and then of course they'd heal up. And then suddenly it was a 3v3 again. Then one of them got knocked and thirsted, that as we saw towards the later end relay. But we see right here, they're deciding to pull off. Looks like they're going to go airbase for biggest member. You saw there's probably 3 people dropping on their typical drop spot of Gauntlet. They're going to go ahead and try and loot this probably as quick as possible, and I would assume try and turn right around and take back their loot from Gauntlet. On the other side, though, it looks like Folsey and crew are going to go ahead and drop on Gauntlet. They looks like they have maybe 1-2 members coming with them.
Yeah, they're hot dropping Gauntlet right now, just trying to collect as much loot as possible. I don't think there's anybody really contesting them. It wasn't exactly the same situation as Outlaws there, who unfortunately opened that loot box and find 2 extended light mags, which is, you know, that's a bad one to open up to. So they got the Prowler and the Havoc there as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, a Hemlock and an RE45 as their early guns here. You know, not a lot of opponents on either side, but as you said, they are rotating back towards Gauntlet here on Outlaw's screen. Outlaws lasering with that Havoc. Look at that.
Oh my god. Damage at the same time, but man, he's smoking. There it is. Gets the purple armor real quick. Then decide to thirst those 2 kills. Here comes in the last one, and that's the wipe. Nice execution on both sides.
Need to recharge my shields.
Looks like on the other hand, Lurks and crew just finally finishing up. Looks like they're going for the balloon right now. Gonna decide on their rotation after that. Still have plenty of squad potential there. They are down 3.
They've got a target.
Oh,
look at
they
that.
are engaging. Oh, Folsey going in aggressive as usual, ends up getting hit. Looks like he's gonna back off to pop off the Phoenix.
Lurks in a bit of danger as well. Actually got clipped twice. I think from down the end of the runway there was where that fire was coming from. And sure enough, yeah, you can see the bullets coming in. And Lurks needs to play this very carefully, actually, taking those early hits. Not in a good position if he gets downed up here. That's for sure. He'll drop down into cover. No shield batteries, I think, for him to recharge either. So he's going to have to kind of just push this one. You can see Folsey, I think, was engaged in a little bit of a fight up there on the high ground. Good shots on the R301. Not enough, though. Lurks gets knocked down. Folsey does get a kill here. Now they're going to close back in. Folsey with blue shields now. Blinded here, basically kind of warding off that attacker. Oh, no. Blinded taking a couple of shots. Blinded forced to teleport here. Just runs for the hills. They need Folsey to rotate back and help him out, Donut.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right here, it's a 2v2. They have to work together, and Folsey
now it is not a 2v2 anymore.
Thankfully, Folsey is able to win his fight, so it is now a 1v1. It comes to a question of, does Folsey have enough heals and the ability to be able to close this out? Because on the other side, Outlaws is ripping as normal. They just wiped a whole nother squad. They have a purple armor already. Folsey thankfully has that Phoenix to be able to finish up. Now, one thing that he does have to be, that Folsey does have to be careful is not to allow this guy to grab the banners and immediately use that res station. He uses that res station, the closest by res station, I believe, is in Midtown. That's going to at least be a minute and a half worth of rotation.
Well done, Folsey.
Easy. Just gonna go grab both of those, gonna respawn immediately. It's as if nothing happened. They do need to be careful about any third parties or any noise this is going to attract. But if they can get back up on their feet fast enough, they should be able to keep inside of this game. They are at a kill disadvantage. I believe right now it's somewhere between 7 to 9 to 3 in favor of Outlaws.
Yeah, it was a bit of a dangerous situation there. Of course, they're going to get everything from those loot boxes, like you said. It was like nothing happened. The funny thing was, their opponent there actually kind of messed themselves up because they went in to burn down Blinded, who was down, you know, was knocked, and that was what allowed Falsey to know exactly where they were, and just go back and watch the column. I don't know if that was like kind of a petulant thing, like they were afraid they were going to lose, so they just killed him.
Yeah, it was definitely little Timmy wanted to get his rank points, so he's just going to quickly curse to be able to keep up above. So definitely worked in the advantage of them. I mean, it's like nothing happened. They're all kitted up and looted just as if nothing happened. They did lose a little bit of time. Still got massive kill potential. Has 5 more squads in their game than Outlaws do, but they need to get around 6 points to be able to catch up. So we'll have to see what they do right here currently.
Yeah, Lurk's kind of stuck with this Hemlock, and we know that he can use it for sure, but it's not his preferred gun. He really wants the R301. Now that's Blinded, taken down early on at range. You can see there's some targets up there on the high ground. Now Lurks has to use this Hemlock. Great shooting with it, though. The man doesn't need the R301, if we're being honest. Great shots coming in. Oh, no. That's not great. No, they won't be able to get the res off because there's an airstrike coming in from the Gibraltar. They're forced to roll back.
Going to res.
It's not something like...
Not a great situation. Getting up on the high ground there so they can put in some damage. They'll need to recover the banner here. Honestly, if I was in their position, I'd very much be considering kind of taking the Pathfinder zipline and getting for the hills. You can see the Pathfinder pushing up on him right now. Not a good situation for Lurks at all. Hasn't really gotten the opportunity to heal. Does have the drone he could throw down if he can use it. Now he's closed in from all 3 sides. And that is gonna end that one.
But
we'll see whether or not Folsey's able to get out of this situation.
71 from a charge rifle, 57 from a G7.
Oh, the teabag. Oh no.
Aggressive.
Somebody is not happy about Folsey, or sorry, Lurks, and his performance, I guess.
Folsey basically is just peeled off here and run away. I'm not sure that he even thinks that he can get back there and get the recovery, or whether he's just basically trying to buy time so that he can grapple back over to his teammates.
Well, he does have 1 banner, which might come in handy.
He does, you're right. I just noticed that he does have Blinded, the banner for Blinded, so he could at least res one of his teammates, and they could just duo it here. Still 15 squads and 39 people left in their game, so you know, not completely out of the woods. Obviously the respawn timer taking down here for Lurks, so it might be kind of the rare situation, Donut, where Lurks is the one who's taken out, which is something that we haven't actually really seen. Usually Lurks is the last man standing in this squad.
Yeah, I mean, at least they got the banner. That's really positive news. They might be able to get a res. Now, my prediction for this match is the only way that Biggest Member is going to be able to take this map is if they run into the same situation again where their opponent's Outlaws frag out for early game and then just choke it mid to late game to the point of where they have a medium amount of kills but not the placement points, and then hopefully Folsey and Blinded make a good enough duo to be able to pull this off by themselves. We did see...
Oh no! Folsey's getting shot at in the ring as he tries to go back. He's getting really shot up here. His shield's nearly cracked. He's desperately trying to get back to this respawn point in the ring, and it really is a matter of how aggressively whoever's been shooting at him wants to push. He's going to take an opportunity here just to get at least 1 shield cell in, maybe make it 2 before he goes in for the res.
I need to go like all the way around through Gauntlet.
Yikes.
He's going to res here, though. It doesn't look like he's deciding to res here. Looks like they're too hot on his tail, and so he might not decide to do it. I wonder if... Let me go ahead and turn on their comms. I wonder if they think they got people ahead of them right here.
Well, he's going all the way back into the ring, basically living in it right now. Meanwhile, on the other side, over at Airbase, Outlaws have engaged in a bit of a long-range firefight here. 11 squads, 31 people left in their match. So the number's still pretty even between both these sides. You saw those shots coming in from the Havoc just a second ago, and they do have a good squad lasering that guy off the balloon. Well done indeed. But that being said, Andy is down on the other side. The squad very split. Caught in the middle ground here was Paul, who took a significant amount of shots right there. Has to stop off and get the shield back on. They really want to get over to Andy, but I don't think they feel quite comfortable with pushing up to him. They know that this other team is watching this wide angle, and there Paul gets shot again, loses a whole tick of shield. To that. Now they're popping the portal here. Yeah, the reliable thing to do in this situation, the extraction as it were. Both of them will fall back here, and he'll go ahead and res the Gibraltar back in.
Now on the other side, Folsey trying to figure out what to do here. I think he's mixed between just going for the res right there and trying to play it safely. I think at this point, there's got to be a point where you just got to pick a strategy and dedicate yourself to it and just get them up. If it fails, it fails. But at this point, we just see Outlaws in the other screen just tearing teams apart. I'm sure they're anywhere between, at this point, 9 to probably 15 kills, just completely demolishing every squad in their way, not even really like taking any time to pick fights. That last fight I think was probably their longest right here. I think they already have another target in mind. Yep, there's the res right in front of them. I'm gonna go ahead and just full aggro this right here. It does look like all three of them are there as well, so that way we can team shot easily.
Yeah, Folsey diving in towards that respawn beacon. I think he's just got to go for one eventually. Again, though, he kind of peels off. He goes back up to the treatment plant.
It looks like he might be going all the way back.
Yeah, I think so as well. Part of the problem here, though, is they're just burning time. I mean, realistically, 22 people left in the lobby. Obviously, they don't necessarily know how their opponents are doing here, but it's taken him so long to get this one respawn in, and it's not like he's been able to take engagements during this entire time. Finally, he will pop the beacon.
They do have a squad advantage, but on the other side, they don't. They have similar amount of people in their lobby as their opponents do. So it's tough. They are now out of the rotation. They are on the edge of circle right there, waiting for that care package to come down, hopefully to try and get a decent weapon, you know, a Mastiff or maybe even a Devo. But overall, you can have all the loot in the world. There's no way you can make more people spawn in. And overall, if they don't start playing aggressive, if they don't start getting picks and Outlaws keep shredding the way they are, they're not in a good trajectory right here.
Yeah, it certainly would be a bit of a misplay there, or at least bring the series up to a tie. Folsey there kind of looting this care package. You can see that Blinded is in, but Blinded really doesn't have, you know, anything more than those white shields, so not ideal there. Kind of just lurking around the outside edges of the map, for lack of a better word, I guess, looking for a way that they can push back in. Not exactly sure what the hide behind the tree strat is, but there's got to be a plan. Become one with the greenery, Pathfinder. They'll never notice you.
One thing we have to hope for is that Folsey isn't having disconnection problems. We've seen him disconnect twice just in today alone. We don't even know if he was disconnecting yesterday at all, but there is a small chance he could be disconnecting right now.
I had not thought about that, actually. That would be kind of disastrous.
He moves. Oh,
he's still alive. Yeah. All right, so they're trying down here on the other side, Outlaws. They're trying to push through into this watchtower complex right now, basically doing a little bit of like room-to-room clear here, looking for someone who they think is there. They did see a caustic trap on the inside edge. Sure enough, there's the spot. Now I guess they just have to figure out what the best way is for them to approach this. They might send Gibraltar in first with the shield thermite grenade coming out early there. Not quite perfectly placed, not a bad placement at all. That's a much better placement on the thermite grenade. Takes a tick off Gibraltar's shields there for a second. Now to return the favor with a little bit of fire.
Oh, what a laser. You saw that happening right there. Looks like this is the aggression right now. Gonna go in with the Devo, the R9s, the whole 9 yards. Gets 1 knock, 2 knocks, and the finish.
Fair enough, yeah.
Oh,
just punch that Gibraltar down.
I think one of them got out alive, because that Gibraltar did not have the self-res right there.
It's to the best of us. You know, I can't kill everybody.
Yeah, just kill. They got 2 easy picks and some good armor. On the other side, with
Folsey got a target.
Sopra magari fermo.
Like 80 damage.
Might even be a solo, looks like. He's looking for more. Seeing if he can find anyone. He does have 2 down there. One on that zip line that he just lasered, and then as well, there's another one by the truck. We'll have to see. My guess is at this point, they probably have to get the remainder of the kills inside of their match and or kill farm to be able to catch up to the amount of kills that their opponents have at this point. Get an easy knock right there. Gonna quickly try and take out this Wraith as well. If they get this, that will be the double purple. What a beautiful grapple. You know he's been doing
Oh no, but he's caught out. It was a beautiful grapple. It was an excellent little reversal of direction, but now blinded in serious danger, and that will take them out of the contention. So this map, I think, definitely probably great. That's 100% going to Outlaws. We know that they have at least 3 kills, and we know that they're going to place higher than 8th.
Correct. So they're going to go ahead and take this map, which is then going to give, or to put the total to 2-2, I believe.
I'm not fucking playing if we're going to get griefed.
Matt, just how close these matches are coming. I mean, yesterday it was a slaughter show typically for one side or the other, and just today it looks like every single both of our semifinals and our finals matches are just going to be cutting down to the wire. I mean, it's about that consistency. You gotta admit, even if Outlaws were to somehow lose this, they are staying consistent. They're not dying off of rip. They're getting a handful of kills. In this circumstance, they are fragging out, trying to attempt the dub right here. And they just gotta hold on to that. They just, even if they're not winning everyone, even if they're not slaying out in everyone, just the consistency. Because then on the other hand, we have really great fragging out games from Lurks, and then really crappy start-offs from Lurks as well. So they gotta find a middle ground. They only have 3 or 2 more matches that they can lose before they miss out on the $1,000 prize pool.
Yeah, very true. I mean, very accurate as well. They've kind of just been in a situation where we have seen a lot of ups and downs from them. Primarily today. Yesterday they were pretty much consistent throughout, but maybe feeling a little bit of the fatigue, maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure as well, Donut. I mean, these guys have been playing Apex now for the last a significant amount of time.
I think
many hours.
5 hours is just what they've been playing.
Ooh, and there's the winner.
That does not include the time they put into practice. And I mean, yeah, you're right. These guys put so much time and dedication into this. It's gotta be wearing down eventually. Let's look at this. Yeah, 14 kills. It wasn't a super high kill game, which is typical of them, but they're consistent. They got the dub right there. I think that if in the earlier games they played a little bit more passive, you know, Blinded didn't get caught out in the open with the caustic and dying eventually to the Gibraltar ult, I think it would have been a completely different game. I really think that both teams need to learn the lessons of the past and try and focus on sticking together, keeping as a unit, and team shotting.
Yeah, and admittedly, it was kind of a rough match in general for Biggest Member. They kind of started off a little bit rough, right, when they had the knock on Blinded. They were able to get him back in, but it just kind of set maybe a bit of a tone that it was going to be a bit of a struggle, and it was a bit of a struggle up until the end there. And you also got the feeling, you know, when Folsey was kind of the last man standing trying to go in for the respawn, it felt like they were struggling really to come up with a plan for exactly how they wanted to approach that situation. And you know, in the end, they tried, I think, to cut off basically what was rotation line so they could set up an ambush. It sort of worked, but it didn't work well enough for them to keep going. Meanwhile, we saw Outlaws just hammering ahead with a very consistent strategy, as you said, of just doing their typical land, doing their typical rotation, and just getting as many kills as they could.
Agreed. I also wonder if Lurks is potentially thinking about switching up the character he's playing. I mean, right there, in that circumstance, they could have gotten blinded up in that open area if they had a Gibraltar. The only reason that they weren't able to get it was because they didn't have the dome, the top, to be able to stop off the mortar. You know, in that circumstance, if Paul had gone down, Andy almost definitely would have been able to get the res right there. So definitely that character selection coming and making a difference. We were talking about how the Lifeline shield was coming in the clutch, but realistically, is the Gibraltar a better pick?
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, though, you know, they're so used to playing with the Lifeline, I almost feel like you add the Gibraltar to the mix and it would just confuse things. I do agree with you, though, whether or not you need to change things up. But, I mean, you've been playing Lifeline for the last 5 hours. Is this going to be the time when you change it?
Agreed. You know, some sort of like some ability, utility sort of consistency. We'll have to see how they do. Just a 2-2 matchup. Both teams having their ups and downs. We'll have to see which one can keep it above float. They need 2 wins from either side, 2 wins on the maps to be able to take home $1,000.
Yeah, and I do see that in the chat. Somebody saying they got griefed by number 1 Pred. You know, if that is what happened, that is very unfortunate. But you know, unfortunately, we have no control over that, right? So these things will happen in this kind of tournament format, and until we get custom lobbies on console, whenever that glorious day will be, this is kind of what we're stuck with, at least in terms of Apex gameplay.
Yeah, another unfortunate thing is you gotta have on the latency to be able to prevent something like that from happening. You know, it might not even be necessarily that they got griefed by the number 1 threat. Just might have been a coincidence. You know, same server, whatever.
Hopefully it doesn't happen again, but we're waiting for these teams to ready up here so we can get into the next series of games. Score currently tied 2-2. It is a best of 7 series, so somebody needs to basically hit 4 here. Kind of hard to say right now who the good money is on here, Donut. I mean, like we said, when Biggest Member is putting out those really big games, they look almost unstoppable. But when they kind of have these hurdles, it just sets them back.
Yeah, my money is still on Lurks and Crew. I mean, like that fragging out ability, I think is super clutch. It's just really unfortunate. I just think that his team members got to slow down just a little bit. 28 kill game is great, but is a 28 kill game worth it if you're risking dropping a 5 kill game? You know, maybe settle for a higher chance at getting a 20 kill game dub, because in that circumstance a 15 kill game dub would have been able to seal the deal for him. Just really got to slow it down and pick your fights, and pick your angles that you're fighting those fights at, and be able to take home $1,000.
Indeed. Well, it looks like we're still waiting for the requeue. The players themselves might just be taking a quick break here as well. Taking a look at what we've got. Unfortunately, not a lot we can do in this lobby, but kind of sit and wait and see how it goes. You know, it'll be interesting with the introduction of Loba into the lineups, whether we see a significant change in the kind of strategies. She does have some interesting abilities, fun little bit of kit that does change things. Feels more impactful to me than Revenant's abilities, if I'm being honest, Donut.
I want to see the legend changes. It was confirmed by one of the Respawn developers that Mirage is getting a pretty big buff, which is good. He has not been feasible since like the start of Apex, so I hope to see Mirage become more part of the meta, whether or not that's to give his clones a little bit more lifelike ability, you know, being able to maybe like jump
or crouch or do something that's a little bit more unique, or maybe even giving his clones a little bit of health so that way they can look a little bit more lifelike or something, or even maybe just completely rebalancing the character, you know, maybe changing up his kit or whatever. And then also there was also leaked changes. These were unverified thus far, but how they're going to maybe reshape the Apex Legends class. So for those of you who pay attention closely, you'll notice that Pathfinder is considered a recon character. And the only other recon character, or sorry, there are two other recon characters, including Bloodhound and Crypto. Well, there was leaked changes that they possibly will make it so that way passives carry across classes. So instead of Pathfinder being the only one who can scan Beacon, possibly Crypto and Bloodhound being able to scan Beacon as well, which will completely shift the meta. Since Pathfinder isn't seen as a good character in range due to his grapple or his zip lines, but mostly because he's able to see the future circles with the beacon ability. It should be really interesting to see whether or not they implement that type of change, because I think that would completely reshape the way that rank plays, including the meta changes.
Yeah, that is actually really fascinating. That's the first time that I've heard about that. And kind of makes a lot of sense, I guess, in a way. Or at least it makes sense for Crypto, I guess.
Or you can, like, I don't know, have Bloodhound, like, get on their hands and knees and, like, pray to the Allfather for circle knowledge or something like that.
Pray to the Allfather for circle knowledge? That's pretty funny, yeah. Oh, Allfather, give me an idea of where I need to go. Okay.
I would kill to see that in an Apex Legends match. Just somebody praying in the middle of the zone, trying to figure out where they're supposed to go. That would be really funny.
It'll be really interesting, you know, to me actually, to see the Mirage change. One of the more interesting changes I've always watched, and I know a lot of our viewers are probably not familiar with Rainbow Six Siege, but one of the new characters they have in Rainbow Six Siege called Iana generates an illusionary, like an illusion as well, like a hologram, but the player actually takes control of it and can like move it around. You can't really take any you can't do any damage, you can't interact with any objects, but you kind of move it around. And when it gets shot, you have an idea of where whoever shot it is. It like pops up in the notification. I always thought that would be a really interesting design aspect for Mirage, but it would maybe entail a certain level of passiveness, like passivity, that doesn't really fit the Apex Legend model. But it's an interesting idea, and it certainly allows you to make the illusion, the hologram, more lifelike in the way that you move around, right? Because you can like crouch spam or whatever you're gonna do to like make it seem like you're a real person, to try and bait them out.
So are you talking like a personal camera, like similar to the R6 drones, but just being an actual person?
But looking like a hologram, yeah, basically.
Gotcha.
Like you're controlling like the hologram as it moves around.
Okay, yeah, that would be like a really interesting shakeup. I mean, I think you're kind of right where it wouldn't fit into the passiveness, because R6 is like, oh, I one-tapped you, you're dead, versus this game where it's like, oh, I shot 10 mags into you and you're still healing up. So
yeah. No, it's a bit of this is just a obviously faster paced, more aggressive gameplay in general, right? But it is an interesting take on that particular ability. I mean, I think one of the biggest problems with Mirage is that it's, you know, higher level players just aren't fooled. They're just not fooled by Mirages anymore. You know, basically, like you said, since the inception of the game. So it's a bit of a difficult situation on how to rework that character, who thematically and ability-wise is very interesting and very cool and entertaining. It's just, you know, how do you work him back into the nature of the match?
Yeah, I really also want to see like an Octane buff. You know, I don't know how they do that. I know that like when Octane was originally birthed as an idea, I was hearing when Shroud was test playing Apex Legends that originally Octane Stim wouldn't take any
damage away from him, and he said that would be broken. But now where he's so underpowered that I'm pretty sure, like in a Predator Diamond lobby matches, that Octane's probably less than 0.5% pick. I mean, you just never see the guy in that sort of league. And I wonder if something like that type of buff to just allow basically a permanent speed boost almost, with a noise impact, of course, would be helpful to bring Octane to a more playable character.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would I think maybe be an important change, and you're right about Octane's kind of just not being as pertinent. It does look like both these teams are getting ready to queue back in. Maybe took a little bit of a break here. You can see that biggest member has started to queue. On the other side, looks like Paul and the Outlaw folks still waiting on Andy. I feel like Andy's always the last one to ready up.
They also just might have like staggering latency delays.
That's true as well.
But I mean, it would be really interesting to see some of these different meta changes, the map change. One thing I'm just really hoping for is that the game gets like a breath of life. Because to this point in time, most people are moving over to PC, and those who are moving over to PC are dropping out like flies when it comes to the Apex Legends Global Series, just because of whole COVID-19 throwing a wrench in plans and things. So I'm just really hoping that we see a breath of life into this, not only for the sake of the esports community, but just the game overall, because this is by far my most favorite BR. A lot of good speed, very good mechanics, just everything about this game is solid, and would hate to see it die just because it's not current enough, especially to its competitors like Fortnite and Modern Warfare, where they're getting like weekly playlist changes, constant weapon introductions, and the likes.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of the nature of the beast, right? Like you have to try and keep up with things, and one of the biggest complaints made about Apex is that it has been slow, at least on that kind of front. So hopefully, we'll be able to see some positive changes on the game. You can see that ranked queue there for Blinded Lurks Fulzy is not looking so hot. Only 14 players in it. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's still kind of waiting to get back in. Thank you all for joining us here today. This is the grand finals of our Apex Legends New Dawn League. We been going for a long time, going hard, so hopefully we'll be reaching our conclusion. This is a best of 7 match. These teams currently tied 2-2. I am Korvac, joined here by Donut, with Sultan handling our production. He has taken a significant amount of time out of his day to pull this off for us, so I really appreciate it. If you're watching, you're not going to be able to reach the end for whatever reason. Maybe you got a Mother's Day thing to go to, whatever it may be. You can find the VOD of this and all our other content uploaded on our YouTube channel. There's a link in the panels below. You can also find links to join our respective Discords, including our Apex Discord, where you can get all sorts of information about what's going on. Also, if you're interested in figuring out any of the tech that our producers and our casters are using to pull off these streams, you can find all the information about the gear that we use, or at least examples of the gear that we use, down in our Amazon Blacksmith profile right there. Give you an idea of what we're using to make all this per.
Heck yeah, bro. We're using an Xbox One S to cast this.
That would be impressive, wouldn't it? Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the full technical specs of the rig loaded up down there. But, we've got the mics, we've got the camera capture cards, what have you.
The Nintendo Switch.
Great system.
Oh,
just saying.
What a nice one. That's so funny.
Love my Nintendo Switch, actually.
The Nintendo Switch, like, if it had more mainstream games, that would be the best console out there. It is just so innovative to be able to play anywhere with the Switch without any performance issues on a relatively good screen, and then also to be able to go home and dock it and play with like 8 people on Mario Kart. That thing is just brilliant.
Yeah, it really is great. No Apex on Switch though, unfortunately. So
Unfortunately.
would be a bit of a mess. To be honest.
They just announced like a month or some time ago that you can play PUBG on it though. And I'm not sure if my fellow Xboxers ever tried to play that when it first dropped. I think like December of 2017.
Oh yeah,
I did. Awful, and I don't want to play it on the Switch.
I definitely did. I was very excited to actually play PUBG when it originally dropped. It was one of the games that I was super excited for, and I played it, and I was just terrible at it, and it was very hard and awkward to play on console, truth be told. PUBG, I think, is one of the more challenging battle royales. I think that, to its credit, it's had lasting appeal, though I do wonder how much Warzone boxes it out, because to me, in a lot of ways, Warzone just feels like a better version of PUBG. But we'll see how that goes. You can see here, finally looks like we're going to be getting both of our squads getting queued up. Andy finally ready to go there. Still waiting in that queue on biggest member. Unfortunately, you know, last game we had pretty quick queues. This time it's been a little bit slower, but finally there we've got the queue in for Outlaws, so at least we'll get to watch some of their action while biggest member is still waiting to queue.
They finally got in as well. Perfect.
Oh wow, perfect timing. Weird.
Must just be more EU people playing right now. Even though I feel like I could be wrong about this, but I feel like it's really late in the EU.
Yes, it is relatively late. It's around, if you're in the United Kingdom right now, it's about 11 o'clock at night, I want to say, so France would be at about midnight. Wow. A little bit later. But,
shout out to these guys for grinding so long. You know, they got work probably tomorrow. Well, some of them. I know that certain EU states are still pretty locked down, but I know like Italy and places are starting to reopen. But you know, playing this late on a holiday, going into Monday, what legends!
Living up to the title.
Yes.
Here we are getting ready to get started on these maps. So we'll see, kind of coming in actually from similar angles on the drop ship, so we'll see if that makes a difference as to where they drop. I feel like the rotation temptation here is kind of that Skull Town, Thunderdome, Gauntlet, which it does look like the Gauntlet choice is the one that's going to be made here by biggest member.
Haven't changed up the strategy, and I love it. The Gauntlet push for them, they have not died right off the bat. But on the other side, it looks like they're also going Gauntlet, trying to figure out whether or not they're going to dedicate to it. They do see the Predator. Nope, they're going to go ahead and pull off and go Thunderdome.
No, they're going to go back. Yeah, they pulled off all the way, actually.
Oh, no.
They dropped into Skull Town. Yeah, that Predator, I think, scared them off of what would have otherwise been a pretty decent drop here. Fortunately for them, you know, they've got some decent firearms here dropping in, so they are going to swap out the Spitfire for the Havoc there at an early stage. Not completely handicapped by this, and blue shields as well, blue backpack there on the pickup, which is all pretty good. Meanwhile, over at the other Gauntlet, they've had a pretty good drop as well. Blue shields and purples with the R301 that Lurks does so favor.
You want to just go to Skull?
Yeah, that's actually insane. These guys' drops and what they're getting on those drops is just clutch for them. I mean, the double blues and the purple is going to be huge. We see on the other side they're already engaging for Outlaws. Rips the armor off of Paul. He's going to go ahead and heal up right there in the jibby bubble. Looks pretty safe now. Don't really have the best of loot right now, to be fair. Although I'm sure that's going to change very quickly as they start popping up Skull Town. Oh, one down.
Oh no. Getting pressure from the outside, gonna throw that, just trying to get a little bit of cover to Andy. This is a really dangerous situation actually for Outlaws so early in this match. No, they don't get the knock. This could be disastrous. We've waited so long. Lorix, the last one left alive, has already lost a banner, and honestly, if Lorix can just get that banner and hightail it out of there,
Man, dies to a Pred. That's really unfortunate. There is at least that one left. They have a handful of kills at this point in time. Really think he has to get those banners. I would predict that if they don't grab those banners, they're not going to win this map.
Yeah, that's one where he's really got to play this out. I mean, that's just pretty much if you could encapsulate the worst possible start, they're looking at it. Like, they were gonna go for their initial drop. They peeled off of the drop because they got, you know, scared, which is totally understandable. They drop into Skulltown. They actually get some decent loot. But then the first kind of like gunfight that they pick is just, oh yeah, by the way, you're, you know, all knocked and dead. Like, what breakdown of things here?
Definitely, and he's still getting shot at by somebody else on the This is not a good situation for Outlaws.
I believe in the power of Lorix. Look at that grapple, though.
Looks like he's going to be able to grab the banner. Is he going to be able to get out with his life, though?
Get the second banner. Go, 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 Lorix. Go. Get out. Run.
Okay, looks like he's relatively safe right now. Now, he got over the one obstacle of getting the banners. Now, the question presents itself, is he going to be able to get a res off safely enough and effective enough for them to be able to get out alive with decent loot to be able to catch this up? On the other side, though, Lurch going down, blinded, knocked, and thirsted. Both teams in virtually the same exact circumstance, just getting pushed by predators and wiped out. We have one more person left up, Folsey, Pathfinders for the win, I guess. It's going to be the same thing on Folsey's side. If they don't grab that banner, they're not going to win this map. They don't have any kills right now, so they're already at that disadvantage. Thankfully, Lorix is able to get the banners. Now is going to probably go and res underneath Watchtower, possibly even the canyon, or maybe even in that very far back. If they're watching each other's streams, they know they're both at a disadvantage. It's really going to be the one who has just a little bit of luck to be able to pull off these strategies effectively. Now we see Folsey is deciding not to go back for the banners quite yet. I don't know if this is the move right here. Still not making a decision to go in closer.
Oh my fucking god. Shit is dog shit.
Yeah, I just don't know. So the respawn will come in here. You can see Folsey's kind of doubled back. He's going to have to come back in and get those reses. And Folsey, of course, the most probably aggressive player on the team. But oh no, he's run out of time.
Deciding against it.
Pretty much.
He's now going to play solo, but if we look on the other side, Outlaw is getting pushed by a Gibraltar and a Bengal at the same time along the triple take. Oh no.
Wow, this has been rough. This has just been two really rough games for these guys. This is kind of just semi-disastrous, very unfortunate. I mean, you can see here that Paul has got some good kit, right? But they've actually lost Andy again as soon as they got him in off the res. Meanwhile, on the other side, like we said, Folsey, lone gunman over there. I don't know how much action he's really going to be able to get in.
Looks like he's seeing a group of people fighting already. Might even go and try and third party him right here.
Yeah, I agree. I think he might be thinking of exactly that, but whether or not he dives in on it is another thing entirely. I think he was considering throwing a grenade there.
He did end up throwing it. He got 15 damage. Just not enough to be able to get a kill. Looks like they are going to go ahead and leave. So they are going to go ahead and run this as a duo. Is it? I'm not seeing where his partner is.
Yeah, they're split off. I'm pretty sure.
Oh wow, yeah. Oh, you know what? It's probably Lorix going for the banner right now while Paul, yep, they got the banner. It looks like Paul might be going for a res up in Canyon. Wow, they're definitely sticking
Dude, the big issue is,
not leaving anyone behind, but also leaving somebody behind.
I can't do anything about that.
Very true, very true. Whether or not he has to go up and res in Canyon, though, I think he seems like he's decided against that. And I mean, admittedly, the last res attempt we saw in Canyon, while it did work, was relatively disastrous, at least where Biggest Member was concerned.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like they're going to go ahead and meet up, probably just past the cage there at that respawn. Maybe even going to rotate all the way to labs. We'll just have to see right here. They do have quite a bit of options on where to res, though. But are they going to run into the same situation they had before? Are they going to get pushed by another squad? You know, have a couple ultimates pushed down on them? If so, what are they going to do about it? Because at some point, they just have to stand their ground. They still are at a kill advantage, only by 1 or 2 kills, nothing too big. And on top of that, they now have the full squad up. Are they going to be able to finish this off by getting a couple more kills? Or are they going to just lose it right here by risking the res?
Yeah, indeed. Well, it does look like they got the res off, so they do get their Gibraltar Andy back into the match. Fulzy actually getting hyper aggressive here, drops one. Of course, Fulzy kind of the top fragger for his squad. In truth, he's been getting some pretty monstrous kill games on his own. Obviously, this is not the ideal scenario for him, but if you know, I think we're going to see him play this very differently from the scenarios where we saw lurks in these kind of moments. I think we're just going to see a much more aggressive style of play out of Fulzy, and you do get the feeling as he's kind of wandering around that he really is just looking for targets.
I think he's looking for easy targets at that.
Yeah, like that. I believe it was a Watson that he jumped there.
Crypto.
Okay, who was just on his own.
I don't even know.
It's weird how so many character profiles look similar sometimes, to be honest.
Oh, especially when you're looking at it through a stream, too.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Sit here, I guess.
Gets up there, kind of just lies low for a second. I think he's basically going to camp the entrance and bunker here and see if he can get anything. Would be what I have to guess.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like on the other side, they didn't get pushed by a squad. Looks like they're fully healed up. You know, not the best loot, but you definitely can't complain about it, especially after being res twice. You know, like I said, all they need to do is just confirm a few more kills, maybe 1-2 squad wipes to seal it up, and maybe even some placement points, and I think they're going to take home map 5.
Veniamo sotto o vuoi venire tu sopra da noi?
Vengo sopra da voi.
Andy getting a little too aggressive there. Hopefully he doesn't get pushed. You don't want to die for a 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, it's been a rough game for Andy, to be honest. So you really don't want to see him go down a 3rd time. Meanwhile, Fulzy's still in a holding pattern there. Moving around this outside edge now, rotating kind of towards this watchtower. Actually going to peel off and go up towards the high ground now. Makes sense, all things considered.
Fulzy sees a res. Looks like he's going to go and aggro it as well.
Fulzy sees a res. Like a Dr. Seuss book. Fulzy sees a res. Fulzy hears a victim. Is just gonna close in over here. He wants it too. Boy's not giving up.
He's gonna close in the range. No idea what's coming.
Can he get there?
It's the same crypto.
Oh, it's the same person. Oh no! Fulzy, get him! Come on.
Oh come on.
Oh no! Yeah, he knocked him.
Oh, he's got the thermites. Oh, and he's getting shot. Can he get out? Is he gonna get the confirmed kill?
Fulzy, run! Get down.
Dude,
get down, Mr.
what
Fulzy.
a poor side. Oh,
that's just unfortunate.
Same guy. I think at this point they're probably tied in kill point. So as long as the next push by Outlaws doesn't go terribly, it's still anyone's game really. I think right now Outlaws see top of Holster Towers right there, looking to figure out which angle they're going to push them at. Oh no, they're actually down low.
I can't even believe that just happened. I just so sad. Like, oh man, that really sucks. Like, your team's just gonna res you back in. You know, you get your other chance. Guess who comes flying in? Folsey again. Anyway, full stack over here. 5 squads left in their match for Outlaws. Still, Andy only with the white shields. They're kind of just getting a kit together here as best they can. Yeah, it looks like you're right. They do have somebody that I think they want to go after.
They're picking their battles for sure, not wanting to play too aggressive. It does look like Folsey sees somebody else, possibly on top of him. Couldn't really tell. They might have just hit the balloon that he was looking at.
Sempre lobby.
Oh, bello.
I'll have to see. I mean, it's an error on either side, and they're gonna lose the match.
La win non la possono fare quelli, no?
Obviously, Folsey, I'd say, are right under pretty much significantly more pressure, if we're being honest. Just the lone gunman, as it were. But I think, you know, he's done well so far. And I mean, those 2 kills were pretty cheeky.
Definitely helps to play Pathfinder.
Yeah, it does. The ability to kind of be able to yeet himself out of the fight with no clear way to follow him is making all the difference. Like, even if he was a Wraith with the portal ability up, your opponents can still continue to press you. A lot harder to do, and let's be honest, Folsey really good with that grapple. We saw it demonstrated perfectly in Skulltown by a great grapple over the top edge. Now, if we look back at Outlaws, they have engaged a target up here heading in towards Repulsor. You see Andy landing there and kind of immediately going in for the push, and that is a lot of Watson.
Oh, Watson Thermite.
Oh, no, that was their Thermite. That's not particularly great.
He's got to sit there and wait. Got to play it really safe. You know, it's still anyone's game. Looks like they're going to be able to start ticking in.
Oh, good Thermite, though. Really well done. Basically catches him in there, destroys the door. There's the gunfire going in. Whoever this individual is, this Watson, I think, that's just stuck in there.
Oh, it's 2v2, 2v1. We'll have to see whether or not they can finish it. They did get a thirst right there, so they are 1 point ahead now. Playing it really safe. Just gonna armor swap it real quick. Gets that finish.
There you go.
Now 3 kills up. 1 squad away from getting some placement points. It looks like they are getting pushed by another squad right now. I think they proceeded to go ahead and throw down the ult. Try and give them some breathing room right now.
They have to be careful they don't fall into the same trap that the last squad did, though.
100% agree. Especially with the loot boxes in the front now, it's going to be really hard to get out of that smoothly. On the other hand, Folsey just chilling in that building. Not a care in the world. I mean, he does have a lot of care in the world.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe too much care, if we're being honest. There's a lot resting on Folsey right now, poor guy.
Nothing his teammate Lurks hasn't been inside of. The question is whether or not Folsey's going to be able to do what Lurks couldn't and be able to clutch up a match and get them another map as a solo. Right now, he's got to be able to get 3 more kills, or if he's lucky enough, if Outlaws doesn't get placement points, he can try and go for the placement points alone, and the placement points might be enough to be able to put him over the edge. We'll just have to see. Outlaws look take position in circle. There's a really rough circle, kind of hard to tell on the mini map, but essentially there's a waterfall in between, or just running up the middle of the circle there, and then on the other side just a handful of very, very small buildings. It's going to be really difficult for them to be able to find defense. Thankfully they do have the Gibraltar to be able to give them a little bit of cover if needed.
Ok, sì, un team è là, un team è sopra destra e un team è
sopra. Yeah, Folsey getting pressured by the ring here as well. In his match, has to cut through Canyon, which of course is a dangerous place to be at the best of times. Nothing for him to even really loot there. Not that he maybe needs anything. I think he's going to pick up a sight and an arc star. Okay, fair enough. As he just pushes up the middle here, but so easy to get pinched, and somebody probably... I'm surprised nobody's watching this, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, they might be actually. Somebody else. They're just getting in a different gunfight. Now, Folsey, this is an interesting position for him.
He's not inside zone though.
He is not inside zone. He knows that there are opponents there, and he knows that there are opponents to his left.
I think what he might be investigating is whether or not this person is a solo.
Let's
go this way.
Dall'altro lato, eh?
Using the tree. Okay.
Ah no. Più indietro chiude. Allora
He's just stalking his prey. I think he's just doing a little recon to see whether or not this is a solo, and if so, whether or not he wants to go and push
Are you guys
it.
gonna go behind him?
Yeah, I need to get over here. Let's go this way.
Got a little bit of cost gas there in the center. He's got to be really careful not to trip any of those.
Yeah, he's also just kind of out in the open. I mean, he sees the other fight going down. There's caustic gas right there. There's really long rotation across the front of this high ground. Stops at the loot box there for a second.
On the other side, though, Outlaw coming really close. Looks like they got Watson, who's completely setting up inside of the zone. To their right is a waterfall that if they fall into, they will die. And the only piece of cover they have is the truck in front of them. It's a really unfortunate situation. They're getting pecked at currently. Let's see if they have enough men to be able to outlast this onslaught. Looks like they got the zip down to be able to get them to more cover in the time that they need it.
Rimango indietro io a sparare.
Taking that zip actually is Andy, so he's getting up on the high ground, kind of paving the way for the rest of the team should they choose to join him. And you can see that Paul is considering exactly that. Doesn't quite want to commit to it though, I don't think, because he's afraid he's going to get picked.
I wonder if they can actually sit on the top of that indefinitely, or if it has the 30-second timer.
Whoa! What?
Getting lasered.
Yeah, I don't know what the play is here. I guess they're trying to hope that Andy opens up another angle on these guys.
There's an airstrike coming in. That is theirs, I believe. Yep, that is in fact theirs. Looks like Andy's going to go ahead and push in. They do have a Devo in the game right now. Looks like a bunch of Devos and Havocs. Really just need to pick off one team, be able to get those placement points. Folsey on the other side getting demolished right now. Oh, almost. Very low, very low.
Very low
somebody
indeed.
inside of there. Oh, is he able to survive? Oh, so close.
Oh, Folsey.
No, he goes down.
Oh, tragic.
That's unfortunately going to give the map 5 to Outlaws. It is now going to be 3-2 in favor of Outlaws, putting Lurks and crew on their heels. The last time they were putting a similar situation, they did clutch it up though. It was kind of on the backs of the other team's failures, so we'll have to see whether or not Outlaws are going to be able to hold their consistency that they're doing right now. They're going to backslide and maybe die off of rip, similar to the other situation that happened with Biggest Member.
Yeah, definitely a uncomfortable situation right there for them, and you're kind of watching, I guess, the tail end of that fight, which turned out to be an absolute nightmare, and I don't know that Folsey would have been able to help in that situation. Gosh, that caustic that caustic finisher is quite brutal. Meanwhile, back on the other side, they're getting this Wraith trying to outflank them a little bit with the portal. You can see, as you were talking about, those Watson gates that are down. That Wraith's just getting hosed, though, the minute she came out. But on the backside, now they've got the Bangalore. Good shots in from Paul, but not quite enough to finish. Has to switch over to Havoc. Gets one, gets two, maybe. No, the Bloodhound's still up here. Beast of the Hunt active on that Bloodhound. Gets him. Now they back up.
1v1.
Res? No, 1v1. Drops down into the smoke.
Remember that we still have our kills per match contest going on, and our two finalists right here are pretty neck and neck in that fight. So, you know, if he's able to seal up these 3 kills, who knows? It could make the difference between whether or not they win the kills per match contest as well. Sitting here looking for him. Looks like he spotted them. Just going to drop down and completely punches him to death.
Well done.
There it is.
che c'è stato un attimo che vedevo Andy che li prendevano il portale, tu che facevi con quel due.
Well played indeed to close that out. So they will take that map. They will bring the score up to 3-2. And now we wait for them to hop back into the lobby so we can get back in the queue again. Now it will be match point here, ladies and gentlemen. $1,000 on the line. Biggest member got their work cut out for them. They have to win 2 more to take this, you know, to the house. Outlaws, of course, just got to get that one.
It's gonna be interesting. I mean, you see right here, they got 11 kills. Compare this to Lurks and Crew's previous 24, 28, 29, 31 kill games. I mean, these guys frag out, but the only problem is they're so focused on hitting those high bars, they don't slow down enough in order to be able to guarantee that they're going to be able to hit a medium threshold to be able to win. So they really have to slow down. It is one more mistake. It is one more full sending. It is one more blinded cutout in the open that is going to cost them $1,000 here. They really got to focus down on sticking together as a group, having excellent team coordination and team shotting, just as the Outlaws are doing.
Yeah, agreed 100%. And I mean, we know for a fact, right, this is very much within their capability. They have dropped some absolutely huge bangers of games today. While we've been watching, they dropped some huge, amazing games yesterday. So it's very within their talent level to get these next 2 wins and to close this out. It's been a mixture of bad luck and, like you said, Donut, I think just a little bit of kind of mistakes, a little bit of fatigue, maybe a little bit of nervousness or that sort of thing. I mean, these guys are, you know, killers, right? They're good at what they do. We'll see how they go into this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Outlaws, I think, as you said, Donut, still holding it together because of their consistency. They're getting into matches, they're getting what they need, and I think the telling is the biggest difference that we've seen between the start of today and the end of today is that a lot of the consistency for these teams has gone. We kind of saw earlier the day consistent first place. That has now tapered off into kind of a first place, and then an 11th place, and then a first place, and then an 18th place, and so on and so forth. And Outlaws, I think, at least right now, are the exception to that rule.
I completely agree. I mean, they had a really close call. I would say for Outlaws, not only just keep the consistency, but be confident in your abilities. You're in the finals for the New Dawn League for a reason. You're good. You're expert enough to be able to pick certain fights. And if you see a pred dropping on a certain area, maybe challenge it. Because the last time, you know, in the last game, they saw a pred group, decided to go to Thunderdome, saw more groups there, decided to go to Skulltown, and that nearly cost them the round. So if they had dropped Gauntlet, you know, maybe they get one guy knocked or maybe even thirsted, so that way suddenly it's a situation where it's a 2v3, but you'll still most likely win it because you're good enough to be able to do it. But in that other situation, it wasn't necessarily came down to skill, it was bad circumstance. You dropped late, you didn't have good loot, and you were just at a disadvantage. So we'll have to see what they'll do here, whether or not they're going to stick to their usual loot patterns or if they're going to decide to mix it up. Of course, on the other side though, biggest member is going to go ahead and decide to stick with the usual strategy, which to be honest I'm a fan of. That's drop Gauntlet, typically get 2 purples, maybe a blue, maybe even all 3 purples, get the weapons you like, push into Skull, get a couple kills.
Yep, we do. I'm gonna get landed on 100%.
Yeah, agreed. They're heading towards Gauntlet, but they've got a lot of teams coming in hot on this one, and this is dangerous to be sure. You know, if they get knocked out right here before things even got started, that would be absolutely tragic. Grabs that alternator early on, gets the blue shield as well. Good shooting there. Doesn't lose all of his blue shields either. Now he just needs to watch over the top. Kind of got hit by the charge rifle there. Yeah, gets that as well. Had to swap out the blue shields actually. Now I think just maybe backing up a little bit.
Oh,
yeah, well,
going up. There it is.
There it is. Well done indeed.
So that's gonna be a 3-up advantage. On one side, Outlaws looks to be struggling with their matchmaking right now. Looks to be that Andy might have disconnected, had maybe some sort of glitch or something like that. So they're just waiting to re-queue. Looks like Andy finally got in there. Let's hope that they can queue in quickly, keep these matches going. But let's see. For now, look what Biggest Member is going to do. Already got 3 kills, decent weaponry. Again, they got the purple, the 2 blues. There's much more that you could ask for on a single drop.
I'm pretty sure.
True indeed. They've done well to get in, and it looks like Andy is back in now, so they will be starting that server up. I agree, it's probably just some connectivity issues. So this one could be for all the marbles, folks. You know, you've been following most of the day. You've seen this action go up and down. This is potentially it. If everything goes the Outlaws' way, if Biggest Member can't kind of bring in one of their big games, this will be the end. Now, that being said, Big Member off to a pretty good start here, I would say, Donut. That was a good kind of initial engage. Could have gone much worse. They're rotating around to airfield now to just get as much loot as they can.
We also see Outlaws is now queuing in as well. Boom. Now he has his R301. Oh, struggling to get the mag. Pesky little things inside bins. Able to get that R301 though. Gonna run double assault rifle. I like it. Pretty good comp right there that they got. Looks like he might pick up this Havoc right here, if indeed going to do so. We'll just have to see how it works. I mean, they just got to slay out. I think it is kind of interesting for them to be able to rotate for the sake of loot rather than for the sake of kills. Maybe this is the change of heart that we wanted to see, you know, playing a little bit more passive. They got their 3 confirmed kills, you know, maybe take out maybe 5 more squads along the way and then get a dub. Boom, perfect armor right there, putting themselves in a really good position for their next fight. One thing they do have to be careful of, see on the mini map right there, really far distance between them. Really far distance. We're talking at least 30 seconds for Lurks right here to be able to catch up to Folsey up there. But I'm going to turn my attention real quick over to Outlaw. They go ahead and land what is here.
You guys want to throw this?
Yeah, let's see where they end up. You know, they're still looting airfield over here. On Biggest Member side, so be interesting to see where they decide to go. They are waiting a long time for this drop, and it does look like they will be going back towards kind of their bread and butter. Initially, I think they were trying to see if they could peel over to Gauntlet, but instead they've decided to go Thunderdome instead. You can see them doing kind of the traditional checking around to make sure nobody else is really with them. It does look like they will have relatively open shot at Thunderdome. There is one person in the immediate area. Yeah.
I think they pulled off last time.
They did. They turned. I don't know if they are going to come down on top of this. I would still play this very cautiously if I were them, or at least quickly, let's say, is a better word. And sure enough, grabbing as much as they can out of those immediate loot chests.
They already have triple blues. Even
good.
Evo if they want. Yeah, we just got to hold
no gun though.
Weapon.
Yeah, no gun for Paul. He's just got his fists in bad language. All right, he's got the Havoc, and then he picks up the Eva as well.
On the other side, we got Lurks engaging with a squad right now. Wolsey coming in for the flank, along with Blinded.
They're on the care pack.
They're just on the care.
So far, haven't gotten a knock yet. Although we should see that change in gear relatively soon. Oh, got trapped by the crypto. Gonna go ahead and back out and start healing. Here comes in to be able to back up. Pesky drones.
Pesky little drones, man. Pesky mags, pesky drones, pesky everything, honestly. After about almost 6 hours of Apex, I think everything starts to feel a little pesky.
Honestly, I have a feeling up. They might take a couple hours, if not days, you know, maybe wait until day to pick up Apex ledges.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Good shots from a distance. Doesn't really get his hits in, but definitely around that area peppers them down enough that he forces them to kind of shift location and run out, which is good for his 2 teammates who are kind of closing in.
Now, kill easy.
Yeah, Lurks needs to make a decision here whether he wants to continue firing from this position or kind of move up to support. Folsey, who's in on the push. Folsey gets knocked early. That's not good.
Gonna go get an easy res right there, though. Have a little bit of cover. Watch out for that arc star, though. Looks like he's just gonna send it. I love the enthusiasm. Oh, they actually already got that kill. So they now have a total of 6 kills. Paul and crew got to be a little bit careful not to fall too much behind. 15 squads on both sides right now, but with them having a 6-kill advantage. At this point, you know, they're up. Hopefully they wise up, you know, they slow it down maybe just a little bit. They are out in the open right here. Don't want to too long before you get third-partied right there. Really bad situation, especially for the lifeline to get stuck in.
Leanne.
They also just have to be careful. If you look in the kill feed, meet Zuri. That was actually the person who killed Folsey last game. He is teaming up right now with 2 other Preds. They are the champions in this game. If they're not careful enough, if they get caught in a bad fight against them. Although if they play it smart, you know, to try and eliminate the champions, take up a little bit more time, but be a little bit more cautious. Try and help them out right there. They did see a res right there going to market. Unsure about whether or not they're going to try and push it.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what their thought process is here. You can see that they're...
Oh, looks like we got people on them.
Yeah, I agree, I agree. Lurks got hit there. Folsey and Blinded kind of closing in on the backside. And again, this is more of what I would call like a kill racy format. The way that they're kind of closing in on these targets, that sort of Wolfpack style where they get one kind of initial contact, but it works right there because they force that Octane out and down.
Last time it looks like he's going to end up getting away. But they are able to get the 1 confirmed kill. That's going to put them at 7 points above their opponents right now. Higher kill potential in this lobby compared to the other lobby, although they are now getting in their first fight. We'll see how that works out for Outlaws right here. Both contestants in a fight right now, it looks like. Paying attention to the Outlaws fight right here. They're just going to stop real quick, see if they can get a good loot real quick before they push into this final fight. Going to toss the thermite initially.
Thermite going out, I want to say. No, they're holding on to it, making it count. Okay, through the window, not bad. See if he gets anyone to come running out the door. Does not. So
attento, attento, sempre finire in mezzo a 2 team così, ce l'abbiamo pure
maybe
adesso, team.
a bit of a optimistic Thermite, all things considered. I'm gonna rotate around on the other side. Lurks, meanwhile, putting in some damage from long range, and again, we see this pattern of Folsey getting up and getting aggressive. Can't quite confirm the kill, but as long as Folsey doesn't get knocked here.
Nice shot. Oh, that looks like a Devo. They got to be really careful about that. Looks like Lurks is going to back, or not Lurks, sorry, Folsey is going to back off a little bit, be able to heal up. So I got little grenades. It looks like they're mainly focused right here on the garage. It looks like they're just all going to back out. Probably a smart move. You definitely saw like a caustic right there as well. It looks like they also got a third party coming in right behind them. So yeah, definitely got to be careful right here. Don't want to do any bad decisions. It looks like their opponents are actually going to run out. Unfortunately, not able to get that pick. On the other side though, Outlaws thirsted somebody right there. We got Paul healing up real quick prior to pushing in. We got Lorx pushing on the aggression right now. Kind of stuck in the middle of the open, aren't really having a cohesive plan in place right now. Looks like they're going to go ahead and take the high ground right here.
Right, surmounting the high ground.
Against it.
See this bunker engagement over here, kind of sending a couple of shots in. Good shots actually from Lurks on the bunker entrance. You see that Wraith kind of running back in there to get the setup. The thermite grenade coming out on the bunker. No surprise there, right? The
Lurks gonna keep off the third party. That's impressive.
Dude, they're just playing this so try hard. Like,
sure is. Drops that lifeline package.
He's got a team in Midtown behind him. Got to be really careful. Looks like his ammo reserves are drying up a little bit there as well. Got 100.
Charge rifle over the top as well. I think you just saw the shot from that, which is a little worrisome to say the least.
Yeah,
for him playing up there.
Pushing up right there.
Perfect, just get the zone, get the zone.
Yeah, it looks like they've almost decided to forego the attack on the bunker and just like rotate back into that team. But
with zone closing in, I definitely agree.
They're right on the corner. There's a guy.
You know, they just got to keep it ahead. Look at the squads left in Lurk's game. They dropped in probably a good minute and a half, 2 minutes ahead, and we only have 5 squads remaining on Paul's side. Like they could play extremely passive at this point in time and still be really solid. Oh, what a laser! Gonna get that red eagle going, and the monster or the wolves are gonna go finish that up.
Yep. Yeah, this kind of slight adaptation of their style, not so much just Folsey kind of eating ahead in the lead, but rather kind of getting this initial damage and then the rest of the team closes in. This has been working very effectively for them so far here.
Bad situation going on right now.
Yeah, that's real bad.
Oh, he's able to clutch it. Oh, good moves, Paul. Ooh, that was really close. Extremely low health. Both members down. He's able to get that res off. Question is, are they going to be able to get together before they get third party, if there is a third party on the horizon? Looks like they're able to get the reses off, and they're looting pretty comfortably right now.
Yeah. Phoenix hit in there, a couple of shield batteries. No, good.
They saw somebody in that corner. Somebody is pushing into them currently. Gonna try and pop off some heals, hopefully before the enemy pushes in. Andy gonna keep on the aggressive, keep them outside of the house just for a second.
Andy, vuoi salire?
On the other side, we got Folsey aggroing the squad on top of the mountain by Slum Lakes. Gonna go ahead and back off just a little bit. Probably just trying to prevent a third party happening from in the back right now, which they might be hearing. Other side, Paul's gonna go ahead and start repositioning. Gonna go ahead and start making their way to zone, it looks like.
Yeah, sure enough. Kind of no choice here, I think, but to rotate back. They're still keeping an eye out. There you go. Fire a couple of havoc shots over the top there because there is a target back that away. As you can see, actually, that was a nasty hit there on Paul, who's going to stop and actually use the shield cell, which seems reasonable enough. Meanwhile, Lurks is rotating around the outside edges of this ring. It looks like they want to come up through kind of the runoff area there, down towards Slum Lakes.
Definitely a good rotation, you know, especially with the people camping on top of that mountain, and a lot of open space between them and the mountain. That was definitely the move right there. But we got 11 squads left. 11 squads closing into the third circle right now. This is a very, very dangerous game right now. They have to play this smart because
just gotta sit here.
Paul and crew on Outlaws are coming really close right now to the placement points, and if they get those placement points and biggest member aren't able to get any of those points, it is going to be a GG's in the chat and 1,000 pocket of Outlaw.
Yeah, very, very true. You can kind of see how this ring is just getting smaller. Going into a fight at Slum Lakes too is a very tight kind of space to play this out. They do have a decent high ground position here on the outside edge, though whether or not they can maintain it for a significant amount of time, I'm not sure. They'll be within the sector of the ridge, or the ring, so that's good. Meanwhile, Outlaws, they're taking their sweet time. You can see they're kind of engaging in one of these long-range gun battles. A couple of shots in there from the Havoc, can't quite get the knock yet. Oh, there's Bangalore smoke coming in, and Paul gets hit a good number of times there. Kind of needs to duck back into cover, and will do so. Really just kind of almost fortified up in this house is the rest of the squad on Outlaws. Meanwhile, on the other side, you see biggest member kind of sending out the pings. They have an idea of where their targets are, and honestly, I think they're about to go get aggressive on them, don't it?
I don't even think they're playing aggressive. And you see right there.
Oh no, he's above the door! Oh, that could have just done it.
No.
Oh, you
hate to keep off.
Hate to see it end like that.
Honestly, they should have expected it. 10 squads in that small of a circle with that many buildings. They should have been checking corners and making sure there were no
Garbage ass play.
To use his in-game name, Skeeves, sitting in the corner, trying to hold down those buildings.
God
So
damn it.
we'll see what Lurks can do. I would say rezzing is out of the option right now.
Oh gosh, Lurks running face first into a caustic trap.
Paul's also in trouble. They are in a very similar position they were in just a couple minutes ago. It is a 1v, I believe, 3. Paul, no shields, trying to pop the shield back, gets the bat off, is still sitting at blue shields. Is able to clutch it.
Well done, Paul.
Once more
save.
Again. I think he almost ties out the score right now. We see 5 confirmed kills on his banner, but it's getting close. Definitely right there. Any missed moves, a couple bullets difference would have made a huge difference. So they gotta play careful. And if they do not get placement points right here, I think the kills are similar at this point. And if he doesn't get the placement points, and Lurks is able to do what he does best and rat out, then it's gonna go into overtime. We're gonna see the 7th and final match go.
Well, 8 squads left. That ring getting horrifically tight here. A lot of weight on the shoulders there of Lurks, who so far has been put in this situation time and again today. Gonna be hard for him to make this one count. In comes the ring, and he's gonna be sandwiched up right against the outside edge of it. 18 people, by the way, still alive moving into this circle. And if you're Lurks, I think you literally just have to wait and see how many of them kill each other before you can kind of come out and make your triumphant appearance.
Really big problem on Outlaw's part, though. Outlaw just got to 3rd place, got a few placement points right there. If my theory is correct and they're tied on kill points, then that means that at this point, Lurks has no choice but to play for placement. He has to get the placement. If he isn't able to do it, then it's going to be $1,000 in the pockets of Outlaws today.
Well, they both played so well to get here. It's been a long and winding road. Unfortunately, a simple trick kind of is what doomed biggest member right there at the end. That person hiding on top of the doorway. Now you can see Outlaws have a target in mind. Only 3 squads left in their game. They've got somebody out in the open. The shot's coming in, not hitting anybody though on an initial volley. Kind of falling back here for just a second. Definitely Paul checking to make sure that they're not third-partied on the backside. They've put the Gibraltar Dome out already, but Paul's going to continue on that sweep. Meanwhile, Lurks still hiding. 16 people left in his game. 12 seconds left, by the way, until that ring gets smaller. Going to be an absolute frag fest over there in a few seconds.
Coming over the
4 seconds left, and the ring is closing, and now Lurks will
now
be
third-party. It looks like they're now third-partying. 1 person down on each side of the squad. It is now a 2v2v3. Gonna give Andy just a little bit of meds there prior to pushing in. Lurks gets melted from the back.
Gets shot, and Lurks is down. And that, ladies and gentlemen, should seal the deal here. Outlaws, of course, can finish as strong as they want. But unfortunately, biggest member not able to work it back in the end. It just wasn't enough effort there. Lurks trying his level best to keep his team in it, but they just couldn't close it out.
It was really unfortunate too. I have no doubt that if Lurks was the one who spotted him rather than the reverse, I'm almost certain that Lurks would have been able to get that kill right there. Would have been able to maybe make a huge difference in this league. We'll have to just check out what happened right here. Looks like they are now 2nd place, going to easily third-party this squad. Not getting any shots landed. Here comes in the Thermite, though, along with Lorax. 1 knock, 2 knock. And it looks like maybe a Thirst there in the middle. Oh, nope, they got a 3rd person in the back. Gonna go ahead and let him get chased out while they go ahead and finish up this guy who's got self-res.
There it is.
Also got Stone. Yep, there it is.
And there's the championship. And very much so, ladies and gentlemen, the Outlaws are the champion today. They take the New Dawn League totally right there with that 4-2 victory over biggest member, and Outlaws having played so well throughout the entire tournament, and the same can be said of biggest member as well. A great series of matches leading up to those finals. All of our teams in this final bracket, especially in our semifinals, really pushing it to the limit here. But at the end of the day, Outlaws does walk away with $1,000. Of course, don't feel too bad, too bad there for biggest member. They will be taking home $200 each, $600 total for their work today as well. So not a bad payday all around for some Apex. Isn't that right, Donut?
Yeah, I mean, it's the consistency that won. A 9-kill dub won this series. I mean, it wasn't the 28-kill game. It wasn't the 30-kill game. It was a 9-kill game that won it for them. And I think that's just the summary that most of the competitors should get from this, is that consistency is the key when it comes to these long, drawn-out leagues. You gotta put in the effort to be able to stay together, to team shot, to communicate together, and, well, most importantly, watch your corners and make sure that you're not gonna get fried in the back by some little skeeve sitting in the corner.
Yeah, it's a shame that it kind of had to go out that way in the end, but you know, that's just, sometimes you get the corner, sometimes the corner gets you. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us today and watching all of our new Dawn League action. It's been an exciting ride here for Apex. There will be, of course, more Apex content coming to you in the future. Stick with our Discord, stick with our social media to stay abreast of all that. You can find the links to all of that down below. We have events coming up as well. More information available for those on our website at consolegamingleague.com. I have been Corbeck, joined here in the production booth by the lovely Donut and, of course, the wonderful Sultan, who has taken a huge portion out of his day to provide all this production for us. Thank you so much to both of you gentlemen. It's been a real pleasure to have you here with us today. In total, big congratulations to Outlaws. Thank you again for watching, and have a wonderful Sunday.